İslam ülkelerinin bir süper güç olarak dünya siyaset sahnesine çıkmasıyla mümkün olabileceği düşüncesinden hareketle, Müslüman devletlerin her biri için milli güç unsurlarıyla ilgili veri tabanının oluşturulmasını, münferit ve müşterek iç ve dış tehdit değerlendirmelerinin yapılmasını, iç ve dış güvenlik plan esaslarının tespit edilmesini ve ortak bir irade altında toplanması için ihtiyaç duyulan müesseseler ve bu müesseselerin teşkilatlanma esas ve prensiplerinin oluşup gelişmesini sağlayacak, model oluşturacak fikri çalışmaları yapmaktadır. Assam bir model oluşturma hedefine ulaşmak amacıyla 7 uluslararası kongre planlamıştır. İslam Birliği için yönetim şekil ve organları mevzuatının tespiti 2017. İslam Birliği için ekonomik işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2018. İslam Birliği için savunma sanayi işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2019. İslam Birliği için ortak savunma sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2020. İslam Birliği için ortak dış politika usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2021. İslam Birliği için ortak asayiş ve güvenlik usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2022. İslam Birliği için ortak adalet sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2023. 7. Kongre Uluslararası Müslüman Alimler Birliği, İslam Dünyası Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Birliği, Uluslararası Hukukçular Birliği, Fatih Sultan Mehmet Üniversitesi İslami İlimler Fakültesi ve Adaleti Savunanlar Derneği iştirakiyle gerçekleştirilecektir. Kongre, İslam Birliği modeli için adalet sistemini masaya yatırarak ortak adalet sisteminin ihtiyaçlarını inceleyerek bir model çıkarmayı amaçlamaktadır. İcra edilen çalışmalar neticesinde İslam ülkelerinin bir irade altında toplanabilmeleri için öncelikle yetkisi, imkanları, gücü, yapısı, anayasa, yasa ve tüzüklerle belirtilmiş 57 İslam ülkesinin ortak iradesinin temsil edildiği, İslam ülkeleri parlamentosunun daimi olarak teşekkül ettirilerek İslam Ülkeleri Konfederasyonu'nun oluşturulması modeli ağırlık kazanmıştır. Assam'ın yürüttüğü çalışmalarla oluşan İslam Birliği modeliyle ilgili ayrıntı bilgiye www.assamkongres.com adresinden ulaşılabilir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Ve salatu ve selamu ala seyyidina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi aleyhim ecmain. Kongremizin 2. gün programını açıyorum. Ben Ali Coşar, Assam Başkan Yardımcısı.
We are beginning the day 2 of our Congress. My name is Ali Joshar, Secretary General of Assam. Distinguished President, members of the board, distinguished members of the organizations, distinguished academics, assistants, technical team, and distinguished members of the audience. Selamun Aleyküm. Welcome to the day 2 of Assam's 7th International Congress. We wish this meeting will be auspicious. The 7th International Congress of Assam on day 2 has the following program. The keynote speaker will be
adaleti geliştirmek, Uluslararası İslam Adalet Divanı'nın kurulmasında İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı'nın rolü konusunda konuşma yapmak üzere Uluslararası İslami Likidite Yönetimi
will
Kurumu
be president of the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation, Assistant Professor Dr. Umar Husseini from Nigeria. He will be talking about promoting justice in the Muslim world, the role of OIC in establishing the International Islamic Court of Justice. Over to you, Mr. Hosseini.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning and afternoon or evening, depending on where you are joining us from around the world. I just want to confirm that my audio is kind of audible. Here, okay. Okay. I'm Omar Hosseini, the outgoing Chief Executive Officer of the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation, the IILM, a multilateral financial institution established by various countries with its headquarters in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I would like to begin with a disclaimer. The views I will express today are solely mine and do not necessarily reflect the views of the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation. Additionally, this speech does not constitute legal advice with respect to any matter or set of facts and may not be relied upon for such purposes. Distinguished guests, Secretary General of Assam, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today to deliver a keynote speech at this 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. I appreciate Assam for inviting me to this auspicious event. Indeed, the theme for this year's Congress is a testament to the significance, relevance of justice in today's world, particularly in the Muslim world. Indeed, the legacy of colonialism and imperialism did not only disrupt the political and social system in many Muslim countries, but it also actually destroyed the justice systems of these countries. This led to subtle imposition of foreign laws and institutions that were generally incompatible with the values and traditions of the Muslim world. Now, despite the population of the Muslim world constituting over 20% of the total world population, largely defined to include, of course, Muslims in Western countries as well, it appears there is still much to be desired due to the diversity and complexity of the legal systems and traditions of the Muslim countries. This has made it difficult to harmonize and integrate the principles of Islamic law and international law, and to establish a credible and independent Islamic international court. Distinguished guests, the topic for this brief keynote speech today is promoting justice in the Muslim world, the role of OIC, that is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, in establishing the International Islamic Court of Justice. While we are aware generally that there were previous efforts in 1981 to establish an International Islamic Court of Justice, current geopolitical crisis in the Muslim world requires us to revisit the need for an International Islamic Court of Justice with a clear jurisdiction and scope. For instance, in 1984, during the 14th Conference of Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Islamic States, a resolution was adopted by member states to create the International Islamic Court of Justice. But the statute of the court was deliberated and further revised in the ensuing years until 1987, when it was adopted during the 5th Islamic Summit in 1987. Now, since 1987, there have been several resolutions on the operationalization of the International Islamic Court of Justice, but the whole idea was not implemented. However, recently, with the geopolitical events and continuous crisis in the Muslim world, there are some efforts being made to devise strategies to operationalize the International Islamic Court of Justice. At the headquarters of the OIC in Jeddah, a workshop was held from the 1st to 2nd of November 2023, that's this year, to discuss and devise strategies to operationalize the International Islamic Court of Justice. This was indeed part of the efforts to implement the most recent resolution of the OIC, issued by the 49th Council of Foreign Ministers in March 2023 in Mauritania. A review of the resolution of the 49th Council of Foreign Ministers in March 2023 in Mauritania unravels a number of issues that inspired this keynote speech. And those issues are as follows. Number one, a number of member states of the OIC are yet to ratify the Statute of the International Islamic Court of Justice, an amendment to the OIC Charter. So this amendment actually was made to the overall OIC Charter to allow for the establishment of the Islamic Court of Justice, as well as the introduction of the statute establishing the court itself. Now, the first point I'm trying to make here is that a number of member states are yet to ratify it due to reasons best known to them. Number two, there is kind of still a lack of awareness of the benefits and objectives of the International Islamic Court of Justice among the OIC countries. Now, the third finding I kind of unravel is this. There is still the need to encourage and promote ways and means of cooperation in judicial matters and rule of law among the OIC countries. Now, bearing in mind these three key kind of findings, establishing an International Islamic Court of Justice is a noble and urgent goal that reflects the aspirations of the Muslim world for justice, peace, and dignity. It is also a goal that requires our collective commitment, collaboration, and creativity. In this speech, I will discuss the rationale, the benefits, and the challenges related to this goal, and I will argue that the OIC has the potential and the responsibility to make it a reality. The OIC is the second largest intergovernmental organization in the Muslim world. Beyond the Muslim world, I would rather rephrase that. The OIC is the second largest intergovernmental organization in the whole world after the United Nations, with 57 member states spanning 4 continents. It was established, as most of you know, in 1969 in the wake of the arson attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem as a response to the challenges and threats facing the Muslim world. Since then, the OIC has expanded its scope and mandate to cover various aspects of Islamic cooperation, such as political, economic, financial, social, cultural, and even humanitarian affairs. Now, one of the main objectives of the OIC, as stated in the charter, is this, quote, to ensure active participation of the member states in the global political, economic, and social decision-making processes to secure their common interests, end of quote. To achieve this objective, the OIC has established several organs and institutions, such as the Islamic Summit, the Council of Foreign Ministers, the Standing Committees, the Executive Committee, and the General Secretariat. However, one of the most crucial and yet missing organs of the OIC is the International Islamic Court of Justice. Why do we need an Islamic International Court of Justice? The answer is simple, because we need justice. Justice is fundamental. It's fundamental in everything we do. And justice, as you all know, is a fundamental value and principle of Islam. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran 4, verse 1 through 5, يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم أو الوالدين والأقربين. Now, Allah says, O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm in justice, witnesses for Allah, even if it be against yourselves or parents and relatives. End of quote. Justice is also a universal human right, as Article 10 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, quote, everyone is entitled in full equality to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal in the determination of his rights and obligations and of any criminal charge against him. End of quote. Therefore, justice is also a prerequisite for peace. As Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, the foundation of the world is justice, and the foundation of justice is truth. This is hadith that is actually, in the compilation of Musnad of Ahmed. Now, unfortunately, justice is often denied, violated, or ignored in many parts of the world, especially in the Muslim world. And I'm sorry to say this. We witness daily atrocities and injustices committed against our brothers and sisters in Palestine, Kashmir, Myanmar, Syria, Yemen, and other places where they are subjected to oppression, occupation, aggression, discrimination, and even persecution. We also witness the conflicts and disputes among some of our own member countries. When I say our own member countries, I mean the OIC countries, the Muslim countries, where they are involved in wars, violence, and instability. We also witness the lack of accountability and transparency in some of our government, our own government, where they are accused of corruption. When I say our own government, I don't mean all countries. There are a very good number of OIC countries, but we are still talking about some of them, where they are accused of corruption, nepotism, and human rights violations. These are some of the examples of the challenges and threats that the Muslim world faces today, and that require our urgent and collective action. And for this, I congratulate Assam for putting up this conference and coming up with a theme that is appropriate for the modern era. An Islamic International Court of Justice, ladies and gentlemen, can be a powerful and effective tool to address these challenges and threats, and to promote and protect the interests of the Muslim world. An Islamic International Court of Justice can provide a platform for resolving conflicts and disputes among the member states or between the member states and other states in accordance with the principles of Islamic law and international law. An Islamic International Court of Justice can also provide a mechanism for holding accountable those who commit crimes and violations against the Muslim world, such as genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and aggression, in accordance with the norms of Islamic law and international law. An Islamic International Court of Justice can also provide a means for enhancing the credibility and legitimacy of the OIC countries, and for strengthening its role and influence in the global era. Ladies and gentlemen, the benefits of establishing an Islamic International Court of Justice are clear and evident, but the challenges and obstacles are also real and formidable. I have highlighted a number of challenges earlier, but I'm going to highlight more. The OIC faces many political, legal, and practical challenges in achieving this goal, such as the lack of consensus and cooperation among the member states, the diversity and complexity of the legal systems and traditions of the member states, the sovereignty and jurisdiction issues of the member states, the funding and resources issues of the OIC, and of course, the resistance and opposition of some external factors. These are some of the challenges and obstacles that the OIC needs to overcome in order to realize its vision of an Islamic International Court of Justice. Now, how can the OIC overcome these challenges and obstacles? I believe this is a very important question. The answer is not simple, but I feel it is possible. The OIC needs to adopt a comprehensive and strategic approach that involves the following step. The first thing first, the OIC needs to conduct a thorough and inclusive study and consultation on the feasibility, desirability, and modalities of establishing an Islamic International Court of Justice involving experts, scholars, stakeholders from the member states, and the OIC organs and institutions. This is already being done at the moment. As I said earlier, there was a meeting last month in Jeddah, and I do believe that the outcome will hopefully be achievable ultimately, so that we can actually move on to the next level to establish this court. The second point I would like to make is that the OIC needs to draft and adopt the charter. Now, this charter is ready, the statute is ready, but the problem here is it needs ratification. So we need to encourage the OIC countries to ratify and implement the charter or the statute of the International Islamic Court of Justice to ensure participation and compliance among the member states. And what is happening now, I believe, will be my fourth suggestion here, that the OIC needs to establish and operationalize the Islamic International Court of Justice by taking the next step to appoint judges, prosecutors, the staff, and facilities, and of course, to ensure independence, impartiality, and professionalism of the court. This is very important, and if you're establishing this kind of court, it has to be a model to the whole world. Now, the fifth point I would like to make here is that the OIC needs to support and promote the Islamic International Court of Justice by providing the necessary funding, resources, and political backing, and engaging the public opinion, the media, of course, and the international community. These are some of the possible steps that the OIC can take to establish this court we're proposing, which we know is already in the pipeline, but we need to continue with this advocacy to ensure that it's realizable, that the discussion that started about 4 decades ago, which got stalled, and we're having a long lull for 4 decades, and revisiting the whole idea now in 2023, I believe it's a good step, though it's late, but I guess it's still important to kind of proceed with the steps so that we don't wait for another 40 years to get this achieved ultimately. Now, these steps are not going to be easy, but they are not impossible. They require the will, the wisdom, and the courage of the OIC and its member states. They also require the cooperation, the dialogue, and the reform of the OIC and its member states. They require the respect, the understanding, and the participation, of course, partnership of other states and international organizations. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate the main theme of my speech: the need for the OIC to actualize the establishment of the Islamic International Court of Justice. This is a noble and urgent goal that reflects the aspirations of the Muslim world for justice, peace, and dignity. It is also a goal that requires our collective commitment, collaboration, and creativity. I hope that this speech has shed some light on this topic and has inspired you to think and act on this issue. I thank you for your attention and your participation. May Allah bless you all and guide you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Evet, anahtar konuşmacı Doktor Ömer Hüseyin Bey'e bu güzel konuşmasından, içeriği çok zengin bu
We
konuşmasından
would
dolayı
like to thank you, Associate Professor Omar Hosseini, for the great presentation. You shared very important remarks which are quite relevant with the theme of our Congress. We continue with the first session. In the first session, we will be listening to, the first session will be moderated by Assistant Professor Tuba Hajar Korkmaz, and the title of the presentation session is The Justice Systems in Global Organizations, and we will be listening to 7 presentations in this session. Distinguished Chair, Distinguished President, distinguished members of Assam, and distinguished participants, I hope you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear just fine. Okay. I would like to thank the chair, and I hope this Congress organized by Assam will be auspicious. And I think there are 2 major incidents that we need to mention. We would like to commemorate the martyrs who have lost their lives during the military campaigns of Turkey, and we also would like to commemorate the martyrs who have been massacred in Gaza. May Allah give them shahada, accept their shahada. And since we are talking about justice, a vital issue for the Muslims, and I think it is obvious that this Congress is focusing on a very important theme. And the title of the first session of the second day of the Congress is The Justice Systems in Global Organizations. And of course, the influence of these organizations has not turned out quite well in the face of the massacre that has been going on for 80 days, but I think the presentations that we are about to hear will give us very valuable information about what we can do through these global organizations. Without further ado, I would like to hand it over to the first speaker. Each speaker will have 15 minutes. The first speaker is Associate Professor Hikmetullah Babu Sahib. And the title, the program says Singapore, but I think he is from Singapore.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, so firstly, we can hear you and welcome to the Congress.
Okay. So you have got my slides there?
Sizi duyabiliyorum. Benim slaytlarımı görüyor musunuz? Evet, buyurun.
I've already sent
lütfen.
David.
Gönderdim zaten. Ben evet,
All
her
right, that's fine, that's
konuşmacı kendisi bir yandan efendim takip ediyor. Her
All right.
konuşmacının 15 dakikası var. Buyurun.
Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Alhamdulillahi ve kafa ve salatu ve selamu ala seyyidina Muhammedin el-Mustafa ve ala alihi şerafa ve ashabihi ahalis sıdık vel vefa. Ama ba'd. Respected Chair,
Sayın
distinguished
Başkan,
panelists.
sayın panelistler.
Okay. Okay, distinguished speakers.
Buyurun efendim, başlayın.
Okay, I'll
Siz
wait for it.
başlayın. Bizler sizi duyuyoruz.
Okay, can I start?
Başlayabilir miyiz?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The abstract is that, what we are discussing is much of what Professor Hosseini has mentioned is, I'm echoing some of those issues he has raised in his excellently presented keynote address. And my issue here is I'm taking this to the next level of discussion, that is by, introducing this topic, that is, October 7, 2023 is touted as the 9/11 moment of Israel. In both these incidents, the lives lost were negligent as compared to the resultant campaign of disproportionate terror unleashed by both America and the Zionist usurper Israel, with their subservient backers in the West, killing, maiming, and displacing many thousands of innocent Muslims across the world, particularly countries like Palestine, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, India, Myanmar, Sudan, Somalia, and of course, Yemen. Crimes against humanity committed by these vile forces are so horrendous that it defies all standards of decency, morality, legality, with total impunity. None of those who perpetuated these savageries, carnages, and mayhems were brought to justice by any court of law, let alone the so-called International Criminal or Court of Justice that holds the bragging rights to go after leaders of independent countries who stood to defer and challenge the hegemony of world arrogance that is hiding behind democracy and rule of law. It is now evident without any shred of doubt that these two carnages and many more were committed with full knowledge of their respective intelligence institutions, who were complicit in one way or the other for the occurrence of these events in pursuit of their own self-interest. Mounting proofs have been established by fair-minded and humanly conscious people were deliberately discarded and discredited, while they were silenced and sidelined by the power of media that is in collusion with this. International institutions were prostituted and proscribed from taking decisive actions to bring the perpetrators of these crimes to justice. International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court have been rendered clueless, gutless, toothless, and worthless by the recalcitrant attitude of the powerful countries. Even those who had some humanity in them were ridiculed and condemned by the world hegemon and its lieutenants by demanding their resignation for stating the obvious truth. So with this introduction, my paper will cover following item. That's I will be discussing on Sharia, understanding its unity within its diversity, International Court of Justice, the genesis, ideals, and realities, and then towards an International Islamic Court of Justice, Maqasidic framework, how that has been done. Then I will be going for the conclusion. Now we talk about understanding, this is an issue where we have to be very passionate about, because it is here we have not seen eye to eye among our brothers. So we begin to look down on other madhabs and all this thing. So what I would say is that since we need to have some commonality of identity, that is called Islamic orthodoxy. That includes the four Ahl Sunnah madhab, there along with Zaydis, Imamis, Ibadis, and some moderate Ismailis, because all of us are converging on the same source, that is the Sharia, which is composed of Quran and Sunnah. Okay, so since our point of agreement should be on these three aspects, that is the oneness of God, the finality of the prophethood, and the eschatology. So if these three things are agreeable, I think there should not be any issue in conversion, because we are looking into the peripheral issues and forgetting the central issue which bond us together. So that, I think, this will be the first one. Now we are looking into International Court of Justice, Genesis, Ideals, and Realities. As you can see from this one, it started in what we call the IIC. IIC started in 1919 with the Paris Peace Conference proposed to International Criminal Court to prosecute political leaders and other individuals accused of international crimes. And then it proceeded up to that. And now it was what we call, in 1994, final draft of the International Criminal Court presented to the General Assembly, and the Rome Statutes was duly adopted. Following 60 ratification, the Rome Statute came into force in 2002, thereby formally establishing the International Criminal Court. Ever since the coming into existence of this criminal court, they were only what we call penalizing or bringing the people to the court. It's not the people actually perpetrated the crime. Those who have, there's people who are on the peripheral of the issue. So far, those who have committed the crimes have not been brought to justice. Particularly like people like Mr. Bush, Mr. Blair, and all these people, they are going scot-free and lecturing the world on how the world should be run. So this is not, that has disadvantage. It has put these institutions into what we call questionable as to its real function and its intent, because it seems that they are out there to punish those who are lesser powerful one. That it is not the right thing to do, because we feel that the justice should be seen done and not just preached. So what is happening in the International Court of Justice is it's a selected few of individuals who have sitting there and passing judgment on third world countries. But the real perpetrators of crimes in the West, they have gone scot-free, except for the case in Bosnia, where they have punished the, what do you call, the Serbians, generals and all these people. But what they have failed to do also, they have not brought to justice those people who witnessed the crime committed against the poor Bosnians in Srebrenica. And they are particularly the people in Hague. Dutch military generals were witnessing the slaughter of innocent people. So I think that itself is a root cause why there is a need for Muslims to have their own the International Court of Justice. In that, as you can see this in this slide, there are two courts were there: International Criminal Court, another one is International Court of Justice. One was established in 1946 and the other one was in 2002. So they have placed it in Hague. But the people from there is the one who witnessed the crime committed against the Bosnians. And then you can see all this thing has been, which is widely available in the internet. Okay, let's go to the next one. And okay, now why is the need for International Islamic Court of Justice? And as Dr. Hussaini has mentioned, Muslim form 1/4 of the world population with 2.2 billion people, nearly 60 independent Muslim state with significant population of Muslims living as minority in many non-Muslim countries. Human rights laws provide space for Muslims to exercise their freedom to express their religious right. In many cases referred to ICJ, Muslims' concerns were not given a fair hearing due to lack of expertise in interpreting Islamic law within the context of international law. Okay, excellent. Okay, this is the trajectory of what they call progress we have made. We have made in establishing the International Islamic Court of Justice, as the Professor Dr. Husseini has ably covered the whole thing. But as you can see, that by 1987, the whole thing was. The effort was postponed because of they are waiting to ratify, and that ratification process is still taking long, and that's the problem which is causing the delay in establishing this International Court of Justice, because International Islamic Court of Justice is been what the origin has gone back in 1972, but up till now it has not come into fruition because of the internal instability and the unwillingness on the part of the leadership to ensure that justice is delivered, because many of the leaders are themselves, culpable, and they are also involved in a lot of crimes against their own Muslim population. So naturally they will not be willing to see justice done. So that needs to be addressed, because they are the stumbling block in ensuring that International Islamic Court of Justice is not established, because they have to hold themselves accountable for what they have done. Okay, then let's go into the next one. So this is my proposal, even though the Islamic Court of Justice has been there, but I feel that it is not, we need to have two aspects. That is, the Islamic Court of Justice must have Muslim majority states and also Muslim minority states, because we have got increasing number of Muslims are migrating to minority countries to stay away from persecution and all kind of things happening within their Muslim country. So they have already a large portion of Muslims are already settled there, and they also need to be their problems need to be addressed. So I feel that by next year, I hope we will have both these things will be established. And also, we need to have these three languages as what they call the language of the court, that is Arabic, English, and French. And relationship, what they call with the United Nations, I feel that United Nations, we should also hold some kind of we should be involved with the United Nations one, but on condition that the Muslim country is given a permanent seat, and that must be also with a veto power, because otherwise it will be a total waste of our effort, because everywhere we are handicapped. We have not been given due, despite having the 1/4 of the population, we are denied justice there. And we need to have at least one Muslim country representing the interests of Islam and Muslims at the Security Council. Okay, and also we feel that and we have to drive authorities from Islamic law and Majma' al-Fiqh, that is in Jeddah. And here also we will have Islamic law, and all this thing will be done. And I propose that it is not also my proposal. I came to know that the idea of establishing the location will be in Bait al-Maqdis. That will be the best place, because that's where the justice need to be done. But at the moment, we are having a problem due to the persecution of Palestinians by the brutal Jewish population. So that can be temporarily housed in Kuwait and in Qatar. Why I choose Qatar? Because Qatar has established itself as a neutral ground, and also have successfully defended being a people moderating and also mitigating the problem between the parties concerned. They have successfully conducted themselves, and I think that should be the place for listening the problem of Muslim minority states. So then these are the scope of the works you can see, which is same as the rest of it. And I propose that there must be 5 judges knowledgeable in Sharia, representing the various madhahib, elected for 5-year terms, each by a member state. This is for the majority country. Well, this one here, judges also will be knowledgeable in Sharia and international law, elected for and from different nations. Okay. And the funding is concerned, I say that we need to get funding from the Islamic Fiqh Academy. They have got a Waqf fund, and that should be certain funds should be contributed, and also voluntary contribution from the Muslim individuals, cooperation, especially from Muslim majority country. And as for the minority one, Waqf, there must be some kind of a world Waqf fund, and also a crowdfunding on the basis of case-to-case basis and voluntary contribution from individual, corporation, etc., from Muslim minority countries. And this all there. So I'm proposing some kind of a approximate budget for starting this project. Okay, next. All right, this is the core issue of the Maqasidic framework, because whether it is human rights or whatever modern issues, that should be that should fit within the structure of the Maqasid. So if you look into it, the religion is not one item separate from the rest of the Maqasid. It is every decision a Muslim make is pertaining to his religion, whether it's pertaining to nafs, that is life, intellect, or nasl, or ird, or mal. It's all pertaining to our relation with religion. So I have excluded the religion and put it in the central theme of our Maqasid. So in fact, if you look into the ird, the Prophet ﷺ had to expel the Jews because of disparaging the dignity of a Muslim. So that was a case of ird. What we have failed to do in so far is that in discussing this maqasid, we have overlooked ird and put it under the nasl. So as a result, what happened? What is happening in all kind of crimes against Muslims is they were targeting the dignity of Muslim ummah and Muslim women and all this. So that needs to be given its due recognition, and that is a serious issue. So I feel that in Maqasid, we have to ensure that two aspects must be there. That is the hifz, the protection, and the preservation. And that should be, we have to detail out all the laws in light of this structure and said the issue of a commission, omission. And this should be applied to both, both Muslim majority and minority situation. And then, next one, please. Okay. The conclusion, the way forward will be first to have at least one seat for OIC as a permanent member with veto power in UN. Second, OIC will decide which Muslim country will represent at UN. That's the position. And also, we want to ensure that a military union amongst Muslim countries that is based on an attack on one is an attack on all is necessary. Because without military power, we will not be getting the justice. Okay, strong financial contribution to International Islamic Court of Justice through member contribution by expanding the Islamic Fiqh Academy Waqf, and providing legal expert training to Muslims on international administration of justice, and also exposing the fuqaha to contemporary geopolitical, geo-economic, and geostrategic realities. And I'm dedicating this presentation to the thousands of lost life in Gaza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Amin, amin, Allahumma amin. I thank you for Mr. Hikmetullah Babu for being on the time and for useful speech and for great proposals and conclusions. Thank you so much. Şimdi de bir diğer konuşmacıya geçebiliriz. Bir diğer konuşmacımız...
Now we can move on to the next speech. Researcher Sahar Zaki Kabil from Egypt. Buyurun Doktor Seher.
نرحب بك إن شاء الله وأنت لك كلام في الأصول ومبادئ المنظمة المتعلقة بالعدالة في الأمم المتحدة. نعم تفضلي وأرجو أن تلتزمي بالوقت المتاح إليك وربع ساعة تقريبا. تفضلي.
بسم الله. And we will be talking about the principles of justice in the Islamic world. You have 15 minutes.
شكر السيد الفاضل عدنان تنريفاردي ونتمنى له إن شاء الله يكون معنا قريبا إن شاء الله.
I would like to thank Mr. Adnan Tanrıverdi for organizing this conference. And I will share my screen with you. Thank you, please. You can start your presentation. Until now,
paylaşımını alabilir miyiz acaba video paylaşımını? Teknik ekipteki arkadaşlardan. Buyurun.
Seher Hanım bize herhangi bir video göndermemişti.
Mr. Seher has not sent Any video?
أنا سأشاركه من خلال شاشتي يعني.
Tamam. Sizin onay vermeniz yeterli hocam.
I will
Uygundur Hacer Hocam.
Tamam. Tfaddali.
I will continue my presentation with my own screen,
الشاشة غير متاحة
with my own
بالنسبة لي.
computer.
الآن جربي.
But I'm not allowed.
حتى
Try
الآن.
again.
Olmadığı söyleniyor Ali hocam.
تمام وصلت.
Tamam. Peki.
Tamam.
Buyurun. Tfaddalu.
Okay, you can start now.
كأن الصوت منخفض يا سيدة سهر.
تحتاجين
We
أن
cannot hear you.
لا الصوت. Evet, ses noktasına yardımcı olabilir mi
We
acaba?
cannot hear you.
Arttırabilir miyiz teknikteki?
Yes. Can you raise the voice? Technical team?
التقدم الاجتماعي والاقتصادي.
Tamam, الآن واضح.
Now it is better.
الأمم المتحدة. المقدمة: نحن شعوب الأمم المتحدة بهذا بدأت ميثاقها في عام 1945 حددت فيه
In 1945,
حفظ السلام
United
والأمن
Nations
والتأكيد على الحقوق الأساسية للإنسان احترام القانون الدولي
began its charter with 4 main goals based on human rights
من أهدافها أو بعضها
in order to
منظمة
respect human rights.
قيمة لها أم أن عيوبها الكثيرة يمكن
But
إصلاحها.
United Nations has not fulfilled. And now, does the United Nations have any or some of our goals? Is it possible to fix this?
الهدف الثاني حقوق الإنسان.
Is it possible to make global peace and global security?
1948 وتقوم المحكمة الجنائية الدولية
And especially for the Declaration of Human Rights,
احترام القانون الدولي يمنع المساس بسيادة
there is a court established,
وأمنها الداخلي. الهدف الرابع تعزيز التقدم الاجتماعي
and
والاقتصادي
with the social and economic
ومجلس الأمن.
structure, of course, we are respecting the laws.
قنبلتي هيروشيما وناجازاكي في اليابان. فرنسا احتلتها
And of course, United States, you remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki with the dropping of bombs in Japan, and after that, in Germany, as a Security Council was established with the participation of France, and United Kingdom and France and Germany are the members of the United Nations, and these are the permanent representatives, as you know. And since the establishment of these countries, we always have faced the violation of human rights by those countries.
الكتلة الشرقية والكتلة الغربية
And
دول عدم
as you know, there are different blocks.
مستعمرات غربية.
As you can see on the screen, these are the green countries, which are the exploited countries by these Western powers. We have, you remember Warsaw Pact in 1955, and after that, NATO was established. And there was a war between Pakistan and India, and United Nations and United States supported this conflict. And with the support of the United Nations, there were many conflicts, like the collapse of Sudan, with the support of different countries. And we also have seen the collapse of the Soviet Union. There was a conflict between the two blocs. And also there was a conflict between France and the United States. These 5 countries, permanent representatives of the they didn't want to stop the conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union. And the United Nations didn't resolve the conflict. And American nuclear missiles near the Soviet Union and Turkey and the presence of Soviet nuclear missiles near America. And this meant the balance between two countries. And in 1947, the partition decision was issued to establish the state of Israel. And the United Nations recognized Israel in 1948, but they didn't recognize the state of Palestine. And to recognize a demilitarized Palestinian state, these 5 permanent members of the Security Council are still supporting Israel. And this is the reason of today's massacres. And of course, Vietnam War and the United Nations couldn't stop the American war against Vietnam for 20 years. And again, Soviet-Afghan War, American occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq, and American and Russian occupation of Syria. And United Nations couldn't have any resolution against any of these wars. And we still see the support of United States to Israel, and there is not any permanent decision taken so far. And United Nations has been unable to prevent the war by Israel against the Palestinian people. And again, America provided many arms to all countries, including Israel. And hostilities are still continuing, and it is really hard to take decision against Israel. And Israel is being supported by the United Nations, and it is really hard to achieve peace. And Pentagon and Ministry of Defense of the United Nations, they are not working or they are not struggling to ensure peace in the world. And it is really hard to continue to establish permanent peace, because we are always seeing the violation of human rights, and we see people being displaced, and there is the right to immigrate for people if there is any war. And we see it is also present in the provisions of the United Nations Charter. And after the Second World War, a migration wave occurred in the Arabic countries. And in those days, refugee camps were established. And of course, the second issue is the right of religion. We see still Islamophobia in the Western countries. You see the trend of Islamophobia. And it is really hard for these countries. And most of the Muslim people are deemed as terrorists, and Hamas group is also deemed as terrorists in the world by the United States and the European Union. And these liberal organizations are terrorists in their eyes. It is not terrorism. They are trying to liberate their countries. And furthermore, United Nations is supporting interest, and they're also supporting LGBT, unfortunately, and they are not paying attention to the institution of family. They are supporting deviant groups, perverted groups. And of course, they are supporting deviant trends for the children as well. For example, related to heritage as women rights, they are violating Islamic law. United Nations is against the Islamic law. Under the name of human rights, there are many NGOs established, and they are actually against the understanding of family in Islam. And these are all against the national state sovereignty. And United Nations is not respecting national laws and the internal affairs. In 1947, as I just stated, they recognized Israel as a state. Now, when the United States, there is a support morally and materially for the Zionist groups and militarily as well. And they are not abiding by the law and the rules of the United Nations. And other than that, the condition of the independence of Egypt and Sudan. And Sudan was separated into two groups, to the south and north, South Sudan and North Sudan. And United Nations peacekeeping forces came to divide Sudan. And in 2023, United Nations failed to fulfill its mission again, and a war broke out between the army. And there are two Sudanese governments now. And especially for the international law, we still see the violation of the international law. And we see that the state of Israel and the actions of the state of Israel are supported. And we see in Sudan, in Syria, the sovereignty of the countries were not supported. And the United Nations politics to divide Sudan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Yemen is still continuing. And again, International Monetary Fund, IMF, is the agency of the United Nations, and it was established by an international treaty in 1944, and IMF and World Bank have partnerships with different countries. But still, we see that they are trying to impose its economic power on different countries. For example, there are many poor countries as a result of the policies of IMF, and Ghana removed customs tariffs on food imports in accordance with the IMF's instructions. And Zambia did the same, agreed to the terms of the fund and removed the tariff. There are different examples on that. And they are harming the imports of wheat, of clothing. And right now, these countries are dependent on the United States. And some of the countries cannot have the wheat or the necessary production And we see there are interests imposed on these countries by the IMF. It is like the arm of liberal capitalism represented by United States to control their forces and economies. And there are, for the stock exchanges of these countries, they are trying to manage the economy and the economic sovereignty of many countries. Because for the banks, especially World Bank, they are providing loans to these countries and they are imposing sanctions afterwards, economic sanctions, because they have to abide by all the rules of the World Bank and IMF as they are under that. And of course, United Nations has its own objectives. The main objective of the United Nations is to achieve peace and security. So in Sudan, in Palestine, in Ukraine, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, we don't see any achieved peace and security. And has the United Nations achieved, I ask you once again, and human rights? United Nations said that there will be no human rights violations, but now, as UNHCR stated, human rights violations reach up to 108 million people at the end of 2022. And for the respect of law and sovereignty of the state, there are still 1 billion people who are under threat. And we also have seen that United Nations supported combatants in different countries. And after the Second World War, United Nations was established. So the rest of the world countries were included later on. And in the permanent representatives, among the permanent representative countries, there is not any Muslim country. And if a Muslim country is not included into the permanent representation of the United Nations, then permanent peace and security cannot be established in the world. And of course, if there is any party violating the rights of the other party, there should be action against the violator. And of course, for example, Egypt. Egypt is one of the Muslim countries in this direction. Thank you very much for watching us, for listening to me. Thank you. We thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sahar, Ms. Sahar Zaki. Thank you for your presentation, for your explanation, and thank you for using the time efficiently. Thank you so much. We would like to thank Ms. Sahar for her presentation on the justice in the United Nations. It was a pleasant presentation. Now we can move on to the third presentation of our session. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ali Joshar, and he will be talking about procedures and principles of the organization regarding justice in the European Union. So his speech will be on the European Union. Thank you.
Selamünaleyküm. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Selamünaleyküm, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Değerli katılımcılar,
Distinguished participants, distinguished chair,
başlıyorum.
I'm starting my presentation.
Adalet ve adalet ile ilgili
Procedures and principles of the organization regarding justice in the European Union. My name is Ali Joshar.
Araştırmalar Merkezi Başkan Yardımcısı.
I am the Vice President and Secretary General of Assam.
Adalet esaslarına girmeden önce kısaca
Before talking about the principles of justice in the EU, I would like to offer a historical perspective of this organization. The European Union fought, the members of the European Union fought each other for many years, from 1870 to 1945. France and Germany went to war 3 times, and then the leaders were convinced that this couldn't go on, and the only way to sustain peace was to bring these countries together. So in the aftermath of World War II, the efforts to create a union among the European countries were accelerated. And in 1950, the union was declared. And the foundations of the union were laid by Germany. In 1950, Germany and France signed the Schuman Declaration to collaborate in production of coal and steel, and invited other European states to join this alliance. In 1951, Belgium, Federation of Germany, Luxembourg, France, Italy, and the Netherlands joined France and Germany, and they created the European Community for Coal and Steel, and which was later turned into European Economic Community. In 1965, the fusion agreement was signed. The European communities, including the European Community for Steel and Coal, the European Economic Community, and the European Community for Atom Energy, were combined under the name of European Communities. So these 3 organizations were the actual components of the foundations of the European Union. And in 1993, the community was renamed as European Community, and in 2009, it was turned into, the name was turned to European Union. And with the Maastricht Convention, the members agreed on 3 issues: ensuring monetary union by 1999, creation of a European citizenship, and creating joint policies in security, foreign affairs, justice, and home affairs. And today it has been turned into a big Eurozone, which has 27 members. Between 1993 and 1999, with the Maastricht Convention, a 3-pillar European Union structure was created: the politics, security, and economics. These organizations create the backbone of the European Union. And the second pillar, the justice and internal affairs policies. It aims to protect human rights in the European Union. The EU is committed to acting in accordance with international human rights standards and respecting these rights. During the implementation of justice policies, it is important to respect the rights of detainees and their right to a fair trial. This means preventing unfair detentions, combating torture and ill treatment, and ensuring that court processes are transparent and fair. When we look at the details of the justice and internal affairs policies, Justice and home affairs policies also aim to strengthen cooperation between member states. This cooperation aims to create a common strategy in the fight against crime, the fight against illegal immigration, and the fight against terrorism. In order to effectively implement justice and home affairs policies, the EU maintains a constant cooperation between its member states. This cooperation ensures the harmonization of national laws and the adoption of a common approach at the EU level. EU and justice policies. The European Union promotes the exchange of information and data between member states and creates a police collaboration network. This enables member states to be more effective in fighting crime and makes it easier to bring criminals to justice. The justice policy aims to harmonize the legal systems of the member states. The justice policies include the recognition and implementation of court decisions among EU countries to make it, and it is supported by the European Court of Justice. And I would like to give you some information about the Court of Justice. It is the ruling body of the European Union. It is the judicial body of the European Union. It is called the European Court of Justice. It consists of a tripartite structure, general court and specialized courts. And the European Court of Justice consists of 1 judge and 11 lawyers. And here's applications for preliminary rulings, annulments, and appeals from the national courts. The European Court of Justice is the chief judicial authority of the European Union and in cooperation with the national judiciary of member states ensures the uniformity of the European Union laws and oversees the implementation and interpretation of these laws. The court also resolves legal disputes between national governments and EU institutions and can bring cases against EU institutions on behalf of individuals, companies, or organizations. And you can see the detailed information about the Court of Justice. It was established in 1952. It covers the European Union countries and Northern Ireland. The center of the court is in Luxembourg City, in Luxembourg. The Court of Justice, the General Court, and the Civil Service Tribunal are the three main bodies of the court. And Civil Service Tribunal was shut down in 2016. And activities and the functions of the court. It ensures respect for law in the interpretation and application of the laws of the European Union. It regulates the relations between national legal orders and the EU legal orders. It conducts legal audits, offers comments, resolves conflicts, and creates legal doctrines. And the court also performs gap-filling functions, and the judges are suspended for 6 years with the agreement of the client, are appointed for 6 years with the agreement of the member state governments. The judges can be reappointed if possible. The independence of the court judges is guaranteed through various provisions regulating their status. Court discussions are confidential and cannot be disclosed. Decisions are made based on the majority vote. And the decisions are signed by all judges and dissenting votes are not published. The Court of Justice is a body of law arising from the EU law and is authorized to hear cases. These are generally cases related to checking whether member states and EU institutions comply with the EU law. And the Court of Justice operates in Luxembourg. There is another legal body in the European Union, the European Court of Human Rights. It is an international court established in 1959 under the Council of Europe, and it was made permanent with some modifications in 1998. The court consists of a total of 1 judge from each member state, and so in total it has 47 judges. The ECHR is a full judicial supervision mechanism for state and individual applications stipulated by the European Convention of Human Rights. The court is based in Strasbourg, France. Although the fact that the European Union currently uses the flag belonging to the Council of Europe causes various confusions, the European Court of Human Rights is not the European Union body, but a separate international organization, of which almost all European states are members. It is the body of the Council of Europe. However, the European Convention on Human Rights and the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights are indispensable minimum standards for the European Union. And the structure of the ECHR, it has one General Assembly, a committee, a single judge, an apartment, and a chamber, and it consists of grand chamber of 7 judges. And the differences between the European Union Court and the European Court of Human Rights. The European Union Court was established in 1991, and it was established by 27 EU member states, but the European Court of Human Rights has 47 members, and the European Union Court has a mandate, has jurisdiction in EU countries and Northern Ireland, but the European Court of Human Rights has jurisdiction for individuals, communities, legal entities, and other states. And the European Union Court has its official language as French, and the official language of the European Court of Human Rights is French and English. And the trial procedures. The European Union Court votes are confidential and votes by majority, but the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights are public, and the duration of the judge's office is 6 months at the European Union Court. But at the European Court of Human Rights, the judges serve for 9 years. And the selection of judges. At the Court of Justice, every EU member state appoints 1 judge and 11 general lawyers. But at the European Court of Human Rights, 3 members are offered by the Council of Europe, and other members are recommended by the Parliament, the European Parliament. And other differences. The main purpose of the European Court of Law is to resolve legal disputes between national governments and EU institutions. But the European Court of Human Rights discusses the cases that involve the violation of fundamental human rights. As state of law, and the structure of the European Court of Justice consists of Court of Justice, General Court, and Specialized Courts. And the European Court of Human Rights consists of a General Assembly, a committee, 1 judge, a chamber, and the Grand Chamber of 17 judges. And the member states. The Court of Justice has 28 member countries, including Northern Ireland. And the members of the European Court of Human Rights include all EU member states, and also Russia, Belarus, Kosovo, Kazakhstan, and Vatican. Thank you very much for the great presentation. As you can see, at the United Nations and at the European Union, they have a well-established legal system and legislation for justice systems. We hope to see a similar system in Muslim countries. And next speaker is Attorney Ahmet Sorgun from Turkey. Welcome, Ahmet Bey.
Birliği ve adalet arayışları
International Islamic Union and the Searches for Justice. This is the title of your presentation. Over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Sesim geliyor mu?
Gayet iyi hocam. Gayet iyi.
Görüntü geliyor mu?
Görüntü de geliyor, ses de
Tamam.
geliyor.
Can
Gayet
you
sağ olun.
see me and hear me? Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Resulüne selam ve sizlere de hürmetlerimle sözlerime başlarım.
I thank Allah
İslam Birliği üzerine çalışmalar yapmak.
and
Özellikle de İslam
I
Birliği'nin adalet sistemine dair
international studies, particularly on the international legal systems in the Muslim states, is worthy of great appreciation. The importance of this effort is evident because in a world order which is based on powers instead of rights, the situation in the Muslim countries is sad, particularly in the area of justice. The efforts of this kind are direly needed and very urgent. Before talking about these studies, let me offer a description or definition of justice. Justice has been defined by Rumi. He said, giving water to a thorny plant is an oppression, but giving water to a tree is fair. And Hazreti Ali also has said very important things about justice. And there have been many studies about the importance of justice in Islam, in the Quran Karim, and in the Hadith and Sunnah of our Prophet. We can trace the basic fundamental principles of justice. Many studies of this kind have been conducted. Many legal principles in the Quran Karim and the Hadith have been compiled in 100 points and shared with the whole humanity as the principles of justice. Although these studies are very important, our main problem is far deeper than this. The individual, and we need to have an awareness about the importance of individual and social justice among the Muslims. Secondly, using our own resources and the technology of our time, we need to set the principles and standards for a justice system. But how to implement these principles and rules? Who will be deciding what is justice? Who will be implementing justice? And who will be protecting justice? The implementation and protection of justice needs power and authority. Power and justice are inseparable. A justice that is not based on a legitimate power will be weak, and implementation of such a justice would be an atrocity. The only basis for justice, the only basis for power can be justice. And this is the most critical aspect of our problem. Implementing a shared justice system can only be possible if the authorities are willing to share their powers. They can hand over some of their authorities to international organizations, such as International Court of Justice, the European Court of Human Rights, or like the International Criminal Court. Unfortunately, we have another project, a negative example in the project of the International Islamic Justice Court. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation held the third summit of the heads of states in 1981, where they decided to establish an international Islamic Court of Justice with its head office in Kuwait. But so far only 8 member states ratified this resolution. Since the number of the member states ratifying the resolution was not enough, we have not been able to establish the Islamic Court of Justice. And under the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 2005, they established a permanent and independent commission for Islamic justice, but this commission has been unoperational so far. But during the same time, the Muslim states and the world has been facing very critical problems, and these problems can only be solved with the justice of Islam. And before anything else, the Islam countries and Muslim countries need organizations like this, because conflicts, disputes, and problems are occurring between the Muslim states. The injustice, the double standards, the massacres and genocides of the global imperialist system are often targeting the Muslims. Actually, the ethnic background, the differences of religion, languages, races, and ethnicity in the member states are used as a foundation for these disputes, and we need a better justice system.
And the need for this is of great significance. And indeed, the foundation of the Islamic Justice Council is due to this obligation. When we see the need, and when there's an established entity for over 4 decades, the Islamic Justice Court not being active is an issue that we need to focus on, because the Islamic world that cannot benefit from an existing world, it cannot be considered that it will implement the newly structures, and this and similar structures, they will be useful, but they won't be meaningful, and they will remain mere theoretical activities. And the organizations not being able to be implemented can be listed as follows. One, in the Islamic world, some leading elites and some ruling entities, the way they have become leaders is unfortunately not based on legal methods. So they're experiencing a legitimate crisis, but they do not accept this at all. Two, the trust problem between the ruling ones and the ruled ones. Both and it turns into a self-confidence problem. So the ruling parties are unable to really trigger their capabilities and wait for the sanctions of the powers that be. And three, the Ummah consciousness and justice awareness in Muslim societies is not internalized enough. Four, the national and international scale NGOs are not that many in numbers. Five, ethnic, ideological, sectarian, and similar concerns are used as an excuse to entirely close the doors on the legitimate sharing of authority. And you can add many specific reasons to it, but on the basis of all of these, I can say that trust and self-confidence, the ruled to the ruling party, and the lack of trust of one ethnic group to another, one country not trusting another. You can increase these numbers. So, an examples, those who do not know each other cannot trust each other. So the Muslim societies, with all its colors, diversities, differences, they should get to know each other, and priority and weight should be given to this. Actually, pilgrimage obligation is a good reason to know this, but it's never enough because only a limited number of Muslims can go to pilgrimage Hajj only in a specific period, and this is not enough and altogether awareness and recognition. The current situation of the Islam world is like the accident survivors who were in a fatal accident. First, you need to stop the hemorrhage, and then you conduct surgeries, and then you followed by orthopedic surgeries. Who has how much fault? Who is right and who is wrong? The judicial period is at the very end of this. So based on all this, in the Islamic world, first of all, this bleeding must stop. So you need to create a stay of motion, and the disputed issues must be placed in the fridge. So everyone's ethnicity, language, sectarian temperament, and political inclinations must be accepted as data and respected. And commerce, tourism, sports, arts, and sciences should be prioritized and must be in the forefront for the individuals to get to know each other. And it is only this way that the prejudices can be overcome, because this is an Islam Council of Justice that couldn't be functional for decades. But the Islamic countries, state authorities, joint judicial entity becoming functional doesn't seem that reasonable otherwise. But being in despair and feeling your hands are tied and feeling a mere spectator cannot be accepted. And in order to gain experiences in the Islamic world, we have to be aware of the significance of the issue. And in case of the disputes between legal entities and natural persons, mediation and arbitration should be encouraged and triggered. There is a verse that is closely related with my topic, which I would like to end my verse. If two groups of the faithful are in conflict, be mediators, and if one is angry at the other, and until they go back to the orders of Allah Almighty, fight with the assailant, and always be merciful and injustice, because Allah Almighty loves those who are just. And the Islamic scholars, since the verse that has been revealed, since the revelation of this verse, it was never enforced, and the obligation to implement and execute it is on the shoulders of the faithful with all its weight. And I would like to extend my deepest respect for all of you. Thank you, dear Professor, for this meaningful and for these accurate diagnosis and proposals for solutions. And we would like to say Amin and Inshallah with all in a wholehearted way, with all our hearts and soul. As someone from a fiqh background, I would like to share a tiny anecdote with you. You talked about Hajj and about the function and the mission. You said that people get to know each other, and Imam Malik, as you know, he's the founder, he's one of the founding imams of the Maliki sect, Malik ibn Anas, and he always remains in Medina. Once he leaves Makkah, but what made Malik ibn Anas is all the scholars of the Islamic geography came to his place. So Hajj is so functional because he never left where he was. So I just wanted to share this. Another speaker who is sick, and we wish him a fast recovery. Sidra Tariq, Associate Professor Sidra Tariq, Countering Extremism Through Civilizational Diplomacy.
تسمعيننا؟
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yes, okay.
All right.
Please go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much.
Good.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and greetings everyone. I am Dr. Sidra Tariq Jamil, serving as a communications expert with ISISCO's Center for Civilization Dialogue in Morocco. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for putting together this apt and pertinent conference at a time when extremism dominates international affairs. It is thus imperative on all of us to not only focus on the problem, but also prefer solutions. We need to think out of the box to counter extremism, which is a scourge on human dignity. Taking, therefore, a more ideational approach by looking at the extremism issue through the social constructivist lens, I'll be presenting today my thoughts and insights on countering extremism through cultural knowledge and civilizational competence. To begin with, it has to be explicated that Islam is a religion that celebrates seeking knowledge, and Islamic epistemology underscores the centrality of internalizing knowledge as a precursor to applied reasoning that is rational and logical. Even though it has long been said that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, we must not cease acquiring knowledge in terms of lifelong learning that can benefit society by celebrating diversity and espousing inclusivity. In congruent with promoting international peace and global harmony, we must seek and apply knowledge in building less walls and more bridges. We must model our educational system in such a way that it is pertinent to the values and virtues of tolerance. We must emphasize the role of youths to be purveyors of tolerance, especially on the social media front. We must empower more women to be at the forefront on promoting tolerance. The idea here is that the more we promote tolerance, the more effective we can battle extremism. It is noteworthy that as knowledge seekers, we are cognizant of using the correct terminology when talking about extremism. At the most fundamental, it is worth distinguishing between non-violent and violent extremism. One can hold extremist views, but not necessarily resort to violent actions. But one can also be violent, which we tend to describe, though not always, as terrorism. Radicalization can also culminate in both non-violent and violent extremism, and one can also be self-radicalized due to pervasiveness of propaganda on social media. We need to continue accentuating the cultural dimension in countering extremism. I would contend that cultural knowledge is vital and necessary to combating extremism. Knowledge about culture means we become more aware about the values, beliefs, behaviors, and history of at least one cultural group, or in most instances, multiple cultural groups. By doing so, the extremes of these cultural groups are rooted out, and the moderates are, sorry? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Mrs. Sidra, go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you. And the moderates are the torch bearers for peace and harmony between different cultural communities coexisting in a domestic society. Cultural knowledge is synonymous with cultural intelligence or competence, as it enables us to move beyond imposed tolerance to harmonious integration. It necessitates active listening, demonstrating empathy and effective engagement on the part of government and society as a means to engendering multicultural tranquility, promoting interfaith dialogue, intercultural communication, and civilizational cooperation, which are examples on application of cultural knowledge, are at the heart of what we do at our ISESCO Center for Civilizational Dialogue. Civilizational competence is about having requisite knowledge about the idea of civilization in order to exercise good judgment geared towards building up strategic trust for deepening cooperation through dialogue and diplomacy. We can think of civilization as a complex form of an interconnected society held together by enduring socio-political structures negotiated by the state through governmental institutions. I would propose here that emanating from civilizational competence is cultural technopreneurship that can help counter extremism. This interdisciplinary notion of cultural technopreneurship entails the triangular relationship of culture, technology, and entrepreneurship, working in tandem to uplift and enliven society, and in so doing, help strengthen the social compact between the government and the people. The more society prospers, institutions are strengthened, technology is embraced, and the spirit of entrepreneurship is promoted, the less likely it is for extremism to germinate or flourish. Looking ahead, we cannot effectively counter all forms of extremism if we do not emphasize the importance of cultures and civilizations in both understanding the problem of extremism in all its manifestations and providing innovative solutions to neutralize it. I have proposed in my remarks that the acquirement of cultural knowledge and internalization of civilizational competence are diplomatic remedies to counter extremism. This ideational form of thinking provides us with an alternative way of looking at a protracted problem through the prism of social constructivism, whereby, in this case, extremism is what we make of it. Civilizationalism, underpinned by Islamic values or Islamic civilizationalism, can also provide us with a useful blueprint in conducting an Islamic-oriented global diplomacy to counteract world extremism. I will end my remarks with this famous quote, which goes as follows: knowledge in power, power is wisdom, wisdom is understanding. By the same token, extremism will need to be countered not just by acquiring knowledge, but rather applying the acquired knowledge to effect change by proffering innovative solutions to neutralize the existential threat of violent extremism at the domestic, national, regional, and international levels. Knowledge is power, and that power is in each one of us to be the agent of change to counteract violent extremism. Countering extremism begins at home and with individuals exercising personal responsibility. Thereafter, as a collective, we can make a substantive and substantial impact, principally helping to preserve global harmony and international peace in the spirit of humanity. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
And we thank you also. Thank you so much for all these great proposals and reminding values. Thank you so much. Şimdi bir sonraki konuşmacıya geçmeden önce tabii
Before moving on to the next speaker, Ms. Sidra reminded us great things about this valuable, our values in Islam
önemli bir konuşmaydı.
civilization. It was a very important speech, and I hope that everyone takes it to heart.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Emir Hatzika Dunic. I hope I pronounced correctly. He is working in Bosnia-Herzegovina University, and he is former ambassador, and he will be talking about understanding foreign policy trends of Muslim majority states and their impact on new international order.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, the voice is very clear and we are ready to hear you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh from Sarajevo. Salams and greetings to everyone. Well, organizers put me within this session, but my topic does not relate too much to international justice issues, practices, and organizations. My topic is more about shared foreign policy trends of Muslim majority countries and their impact on new international order. So it is more about existing realities, how things are, not about how things should be. It is also about us, the Muslim world, more than about others, the West, for example. So the topic of shared foreign policy within the Muslim world is more challenging task than exploring their diversity or their particularity. Some 50 or even more so Muslim majority states from Morocco to Indonesia, they contain both internal and external variations that complicate their understanding and their use as a compact, singular political entity. So given their distinct national, ideological, sectarian, geopolitical, geographical context within which their foreign policies are often formulated, similar reference points have appeared only occasionally. So in practical terms, it made it difficult to find few Muslim countries pursuing like-minded or similar policies motivated by similar considerations of all possible topics in the past, in a distant past as well. Unifying incentives played a more active role in a limited number of issues, such as safeguarding of Islamic symbols or principles from defamation at the international level, at the UN level, support of Palestine at the UN level alone, I would say, or support of Bosnia during aggression in early 1990s. In recent time, and I say in recent time, and my research is about last 3 to 4 years, however, similar foreign policy models have been multiplying. Muslim majority states from Morocco to Indonesia have revealed new trends in these recent years, raising important questions about the prevailing international order and the role of the Muslim world in this new international order. So Muslim majority states in this recent time, they are more independent, they are more neutral, and they are more self-confident in their foreign policy conduct. Their foreign policy today is what can be called practical or cautious or uneasy neutrality. But in each and every case, it is about neutrality. They also demonstrate a new readiness to de-Westernize their international affairs, establish strategic partnerships with different great powers, reduce their dependence on arms suppliers from the West, from the US in particular, and decrease their interstate rivalry. Let me demonstrate these assumptions with some empirical evidence from last 3 to 4 years. First point, Muslim majority states are more neutral today than they were before in their foreign policy conduct. Their heads of the state, their presidents, their prime ministers, foreign ministers, or other foreign policy agents, they have generally highlighted a single meaning in their official deliberations about Russian war in Ukraine, for example. It is all about neutrality, whether this neutrality is practical, cautious, or uneasy. But in each and every case, it is about neutrality. Let me share some evidence about these deliberations. Former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan said, and I quote him, "Countries like Pakistan should not pass any value or moral judgment on this," end of the quote. They should be, the Muslim majority states, and I quote him, "non-aligned, neutral, and friendly to both," end of the quote. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for example, said, I quote him, "We cannot hold sides, we cannot take sides, and it wouldn't be right for us to do this," end of the quote. Malaysian Foreign Minister said that Kuala Lumpur does not support either side of the conflict. Riyadh, and this is my final example, like other Arab capitals, also views that the war in Ukraine as a complicated European conflict, which does not require Arab states to stand against Russia. Indeed, for the past 2 years of the conflict, of this war in Ukraine, Russian aggression in Ukraine, it is hard to find any statement by any political Muslim leader that side either with the West or with Russia. This approach is generally in line with the first rule of late American scholar Samuel Huntington, in which he wrote about this in his famous piece, Clash of Civilizations, in which core states, in this particular case, core Muslim majority states, abstain from conflicts in other civilizations. So on this point, he was right, even though Muslim intellectuals have a tendency to be critical of him. On this point, he was a little bit right. My second point, the balanced approach from Muslim world is just a symptom of the much bigger and larger story. My analysis argues for wider and consistent patterns that go beyond neutrality on this war in Ukraine, with far-reaching implications. So, given their preference, given Muslim world's preference for balance of power politics, Muslim majority states show readiness to establish political, economic, or even security partnerships with multiple players in the international system, rather than choosing an alliance with a single pole, as Samuel Huntington or even Alexander Dugin from Russia suggest, with Islamic Confucianism in case of Huntington, or Islamic Orthodox alliances with regards to Alexander Dugin. Muslim majority states prefer constructive engagements with various great powers based on their commercial, their security, and their geopolitical interests. Turkey, for example, sees Russia as an important partner for energy, for tourism, or regional security. At the same time, Ankara has diversified its security options with NATO membership. Saudi Arabia, is another example, counts on China as its second largest trading partner. In December last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping, he visited the kingdom. At the same time, Saudis hosted President Biden in 2022. So having to choose one relationship over the other would be costly. So Turkey and Saudi Arabia, in this particular example, tend to pursue multi-directional foreign policy. Abu Dhabi, Cairo, Jakarta, Islamabad, and Doha, just to name a few, they also played by the book of realism, respecting their self-interest and respecting self-help system. My third point, such balancing behavior from the Muslim world at the bilateral level has put many Muslim majority states in closer proximity to non-Western groups at multilateral level. They approached BRICS, for example, in 2022, made up of emerging economies, namely Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, a China-centric political, economic, and security group. So both of these groups, they address international affairs in a multipolar manner, serving as an alternative to US-led liberal, institutional, and rules-based order. In the Middle East alone, Bahrain, Egypt, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates are current and prospective dialogue partners of this China-centric political organization. All medium-sized Muslim-majority states such as Iran, Egypt, Turkey, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, they also look positively to BRICS. So the same holds for other parts of the Muslim world. They all prefer to participate in the remaking of the rules of the international system that is now underway. My fourth point, neutrality that I talk about is generally not cheap in international affairs. Given their preference, I mean the preference of the Muslim majority states for neutrality, it is very important to note that many Muslim majority states have taken appropriate measures to protect and pay for this status of neutrality. So what they do, they have been arming themselves more than states that rely on outside great powers. So according to a fact sheet, Arms Transfer Database, this is the most sophisticated database on arms transfers, international one, 14 Muslim majority states are listed among top 30 largest arms importers. 5 of them are listed among top 10, namely Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, Pakistan, and United Arab Emirates. Furthermore, dependence of some Muslim majority states on the US in particular, when it comes to arms supply, is decreasing. And this is the tendency. According to the same arms transfers database fact sheet, Russia is already the largest arms supplier for at least 4 Muslim majority states, Egypt, Algeria, Iraq, and Pakistan, from 2017 to 2021. And the second and third largest supplier for at least 4 additional Muslim majority countries, Bangladesh, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, and United Arab Emirates. Of the top 30 weaponry importers from Russia, more than half are Muslim majority states. So this proposition that dependency on the West and the US in particular is decreasing holds with the trends in arms sales from Russia. So in recent years, Russian share of MENA, Middle Eastern, Northern Africa defense market has doubled. Its arms deliveries increased by 125% between 1999 and 2008 and 2009 and 2018. So Russian arms delivery to Middle East region accounted for 26% of total volume of Russian arms exports from 2009-2018, while in previous decade, it counted only 14%. So it jumped from 14% to 26%. Well, while arms imports from Russia increased, the US arms exports to Muslim majority states dropped from 47% from 2012 to 2016 to 43% in the time of 2017-2021. For example, I'll illustrate this with 2 very practical examples. United Arab Emirates was the second largest US recipient of US arms weapons in 2012-2016, but in period of 2017-2021, it is 8, from 2nd to 8. For the same period, US arms export to Turkey has fallen for 81%. So that state dropped from being a 3rd largest recipient of US arms export in 2011-2015 to the 19th largest arms importer in 2016-2020. And my final point. So this setting of the Muslim world versus others leaves an important question, namely the issue of interstate relations between Muslim majority countries. So what is their stance toward each other in a polarized and fluid world order with multiply great powers? So despite lacking more time and more evidence, their neutrality that I talk about seems to deliver beneficial results so far, even with this particular question. It is more obvious that their new foreign policy trends facilitate the reduction of antagonism within the Muslim world. So data on civil, data on proxy, and data on interstate wars suggest that rival Muslim states compete far less today, when I say today in last 3 to 5 years, than during previous phases. States who had strained relations, problematic relations with each other, such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar, Turkey and Syria, United Arab Emirates and Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Iran, they all made bilateral U-turns. In the meantime, Turkey and Saudi Arabia established military collaborations. President Erdogan hosted Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The Turkish defense minister met his Syrian counterpart in Moscow. A ceasefire in Yemen is still holding. Saudi Arabia reopened its consulate in Iraq and pledged $1 billion in aid. And the civil war in Syria is no longer hostile. Perhaps most unexpectedly, Iran and Saudi Arabia signed a new agreement in China in March 2023 and announced that they resume their diplomatic relations after years of tensions and hostility. Turkey has also begun a rapprochement with Syria in December 2022. So, as a conclusion, while this rivalry within the Muslim world among the Muslim majority states is certainly not expected to end completely or cease completely in emerging multipolar world, especially within gray areas where their interests are overlapping, their all differences are becoming less relevant. And this is evidence that I have presented. So these new trends in the Muslim world, new trends, new foreign policy trends of the Muslim majority states may be an opportunity to highlight other common issues such as justice or international justice. With this, I would end, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, and also we thank you for important feedback at the beginning of your speech, Mr. Emir, and also and so great remarkings about foreign policies at Islamic countries. Thank you so much. Şimdi tabii
Now,
iletmekte belki fayda olabilir. Yani Emir Hoca'nın
Mr. Emir
organizasyonlar
made a speech
organizasyonlar içerisinde yer almayıp daha
and
teorik bir düzlemde
it was in a theoretical level,
bizimle dış politikaya dair
and he
konuşmayı
shared his ideas
kıymetli notları oldu.
about the foreign policies of Muslim majority countries. Now, I would like to invite our seventh speaker, Mr. Assam Öztürk from Turkey, and he is also a member of Assam, and he is the Congress Secretary of Assam, and he will be talking about Gaza genocide in the context of international law and Islamic Union from Gaza to Islamic countries, Common Defense Law Pact. The microphone is yours, sir.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Tuğba Hocam.
Thank you very much,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Değerli
Professor
katılımcılarımız,
Tuba. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome, distinguished participants.
uluslararası hukuk ve
Today,
İslam birliği bağlamında
I will be talking about the Gaza genocide in the context of international law and Islamic Union from Gaza to Islamic countries, Common Defense Pact.
İlk olarak ifade edeceğim husus uluslararası hukuk.
First of all, I will be talking about the international legal context and why we need a defense pact from the Islamic countries. At the current point, after the experience in Gaza,
şu anda gelinen noktada bir çözüm sağlanamaması
we haven't
İslam ülkeler açısından
reached a solution so far. And from the perspective of the Muslim countries, the problem could not be resolved with a realistic solution.
özellikle 3 hususta
There are three important components in international legal context:
uluslararası insancıl hukuk, uluslararası insan hakları hukuku ve
the international humanitarian law, the international human rights law, and the international law of war and the context of justified war. The international humanitarian law is the legal principles that aim to reduce the negative humanitarian consequences of armed conflicts, and the principles are based on the Geneva Convention. And the humanitarian law violations include crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, crime of aggression and war crimes, and genocide. And we also have international human rights law, and the international law of war and the context of justified war includes the context of jus ad bellum, the law of recourse to war, jus in bello, the interwar law, and the jus post bellum, the post-war law. And we also have the ad hoc tribunals. For example, the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia and International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. And the rights violations in the scope of the international law. Well, Israel has signed the Geneva Convention and is currently acting in contrary to the convention. And Israel has also signed the non-solution the Genocide Convention, and is responsible not only to Palestine but also to all states that are parties to the agreement. And Israel is violating the international law of war and committing war crimes. Israel commits crimes such as bombing civilians, targeting children and women, preventing access to basic humanitarian services such as water and electricity, and rendering hospitals dysfunctional. And it uses the phosphorus bomb, which is a war crime. Although Israel is not a party to the International Criminal Court, the crimes committed by Israel are within the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court because the Palestinian state is a party to the convention. And in the past, there have been 4 examples of international criminal tribunals: the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal, the Tokyo International Military Tribunal, International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia and Rwanda and Rome, and they have been established as ad hoc tribunals. And the perpetrators of the war crimes were tried. And our proposal is to create an international criminal tribunal for Gaza as well. And the legitimacy of war. Israel, which has been an occupying position for years, claims that it is defending itself, but this does not make sense in terms of international law, because the right to self-defense or legal defense requires a person to use proportionate weapons to protect themselves or someone else from an attack. And the types of weapons and ammunition used by Israel against a civilian is not legitimate and cannot be justified. And the attacks carried out by Israel have specifically targeted civilian population and children in Gaza. and according to it, they cannot be considered legitimate. And the constitution has turned into genocide. The UN Security Council has lost its functionality because they haven't come up with a solution. And it seems that the international system has adopted a structure not for justice, but just for Western states to ensure the survival of their own states. And at this point, it has become clear that the UN cannot solve the Gaza issue. But to resolve the issue, 5 members of the Security Council have to vote for a ceasefire, but we know the position of the United States. So the only way of resolving this problem can be possible if an international criminal court is established, maybe under the name of Gaza International Criminal Court. And the question of Palestine for Islamic countries. Palestine is the forward line of defense for many states in the region, and especially for Turkey. And the fall of Palestine means that many states in the region will become targets. Those who allow their brothers in the Muslim states who will strengthen their power to run out will not be able to find brothers who will support them when it is their turn to run out. The enemy's power does not change, but the moment the brothers are lost, the power is broken. If you are the one watching while the enemy hunts allies one by one, when the time comes when they intend to hunt you, there will not be even allies left to watch. I believe the Imran Surah is a very important surah for all Muslims. It says, hold tightly to the rope of Allah altogether. Don't be torn apart. Remember Allah's blessing to you. You were enemies to each other, and He united your hearts. Thanks to His blessing, you became brothers. Again, you were on the edge of a pit of fire, and He saved you from there. This is how Allah makes His word clear to you, so that you may be guided. And at the at the 2020 International Islamic Union Congress organized by Assam, I suggested a model under the title of Islamic Union in the context of collective defense, trans-regional collective defense architecture, because if we cannot bring all Muslim countries together, only those willing can come together to create this line of defense. Of course, throughout the years, this model has been revised, but at the current point, the need for this line of defense is even more evident. And the Gaza genocide in the context of international law and Islamic Union. Why are we discussing the question of Gaza these days? Because with the experience in Gaza, we saw that thousands of civilians, including women and children, are being killed. But still, a solution cannot be found, and the massacre is going on before our very eyes. And Israel has lost the context of legitimate war from the early days by targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure and the ammunition it used in war. So what can we do in the current conditions? It is proposed to convene the organization of Turkish states with a defense agenda and to go beyond defense cooperation and sign the Organization of Turkish States Defense Pact. And it is proposed to establish a super-regional defense pact, which can be called Joint Defense Pact of Islamic Countries by the states that are ready to participate in a defense pact to be established between Muslim and allied states. And Palestine should be included in the defense pact between Muslim and allied states and the collective defense should be established. This has become an obligation now. And at this point, Turkey appears to be the only state that can take the lead, and it should not be forgotten that carrying the Islamic banner is the relay race. And my recommendation is to have campaign commands in this Joint Defense Pact. It should form the basis of a joint army that includes additional expeditionary commands of member countries. Pact member countries must have one or more expeditionary commands in addition to their core commands in their geography. Expeditionary commands should be ready to establish a joint army infrastructure when necessary. Pact command and communication centers should be established for coordination purposes, and being multilingual communication standards, central contacts, and continuous communication should be established. These command centers should organize routine joint exercises and show the world that they are always ready. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We hope your model is put into practice in the near future, because it is obvious that we really need this, because it has been 78 days since the war in Gaza started, and we don't see the light at the tunnel yet, at the end of the tunnel yet. And I think this session has been the exact definition of hitam his. And of course, there will be an evaluation session at the end of the Congress. I see that in the program, but personally, I would like to offer a recap of the whole session. The theme of this session is Justice in Global Organization, and in the presentations, 6 out of 7 presentations focused on these global organizations, particularly the International Islamic Justice Court, and the foundations and principles of justice in the United Nations, and procedures and principles of the justice system in the European Union, and International Islamic Union, and the searches for justice. And the other presentation was focusing more on the civilization of diplomacy and the Islamic values. And the 6th presentation was not focusing on a specific organization, but it was indirectly focusing on the foreign policy trends of Muslim majority states. And he gave examples from real life. And the last presentation by Assam Öztürk from Assam was about a proposal to create a joint defense pact among the Muslim states. So this marks the end of this session. I hope it has been useful for you. I believe that the Congress will be very useful for everyone, and inshallah we will see the proposals will be implemented in real life. And I hand it over to you. Thank you very much, Tuba Hajar Korkmaz. It has been a very good session. You have shared very interesting perspectives and shared very constructive proposals in the session. I think they will lay a foundation for the evaluation session. Let's take a time out now.
Madam Coordinator or the interpreter, I just want to check the voice of the mic. Can you please confirm that you can hear me? I have to speak in the next session. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Geliyor ancak biraz dinlendireceğiz.
We
Katılım.
can hear you, but the next session will start after a short break.
Teşekkür ederiz. I just wanted to check the voice of the mic if it is correct. Mr. Asim Ostor.
Yes, it's working. Dr. Shahid Ahmed is working. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful,
we
wonderful.
can
A
hear
very
you.
good presentation. A very good presentation by you. Congratulations. And see you at 2:50. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid Ahmed.
Thank you. Bye.
Toptan sarılalım yüce Kur'an'a, toptan sarılalım yüce Kur'an'a. Çünkü rahmet inmez ayrı durana, çünkü rahmet inmez ayrı durana. Müminler İslam'a karşı durana, müminler İslam'a karşı durana. Biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? İslam toprakları oldu kan revan, İslam toprakları oldu kan revan. Kutlu beldelerde feryadı figan, kutlu beldelerde feryadı figan. Öyle boynu bükük durma Müslüman, öyle boynu bükük durma Müslüman. Akan bütün kanlar hak için aksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Akan bütün kanlar hak için aksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Bulunmaz mı çare, nedir bu illet? Bulunmaz mı çare, nedir bu illet? Böyle hayat sürmek ne büyük zillet, böyle hayat sürmek ne büyük zillet. Müslümanım diyen bu kadar millet, Müslümanım diyen bu kadar millet. İslam gözüyle kendine baksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa. İslam gözüyle kendine baksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa?
Neden Assam? Geçen yüzyılın başında imparatorluklar dağıldı. İmparatorlukların bünyesinde bulunan...
Why Assam? In the beginning of last century, empires had gone, and this was organized by the victors of the states. And they were imprisoned to totalitarian regimes, and dictators were founded and supported by these states. And the Muslim states, which are members of the United Nations, numbering 60, they had rich, despite the rich underground and above resources and the supreme supernatural spiritual values they represent, they cannot escape from the control of the West, and they cannot bring national governments to power. And when there is no common will, when their resources and opportunities were plundered and their will were taken from them, they waited for the international community to take action to get rid of all the calamities and cruelties that have been brought upon them. The world is bigger than five, and for a more just world, Islamic countries, the European Union and the United States of America, Muslim countries, they need to come together, and the Muslim Islamic Union model, Assam, focuses on the welfare of Muslims, the success of the states they have established, and it is only possible, the prosperity of the Muslim nations, the dominance of peace and justice in the world are possible with the emergence of Islamic countries on the world political scene as a superpower. And a database should be created for national power elements for each of them. And they should conduct individual and joint internal and external threat assessments and internal and external security problems, and they are carrying out similar intellectual activities. And in order to reach its target of creating a model, Assam has planned 7 international congresses. Determination of the governance form and bodies of legislation for the Islamic Union, the determination of the economic cooperation procedures and principles for the Islamic Union, determining common foreign policy procedures for the Islamic Union, determining a common public order and security procedures and principles for the Islamic Union.
Altında toplanabilmeleri için öncelikle yetkisi, imkanları.
And as a result of the activities carried out, and in order for Islamic countries to come together under a single will, Islamic and Islamic unions, the Confederation of Islamic Countries is formed permanently by establishing the Parliament of Islamic Countries, where the common will of the Islamic countries are represented and whose authority, possibilities, power structure are specified by the constitution, laws, and regulations. And the 7th Congress is focusing on the International Union of Muslim Scholars, Union of Non-Governmental Organizations of the World, International Legal Professionals Association, as well as Fatih Sultan Mehmet University Faculty of Islamic Sciences and Association of Advocates of Justice. And the Congress will address the justice system
and to come up with a new model that will address the needs of the Islamic states.
Değerli izleyiciler, kıymetli
Distinguished audience, dear participants, now our second session is about to start, and the second session will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Mr. Serkan Ünal, and there will be 7 papers that will be submitted, and here we start. And the theme of this session is the theoretical discussions in the context of justice. Yes, Mr. Serkan. The gentleman says that he's unable to turn on his video, and now it's brought on the screen. 6 papers will be submitted. First of all, I would like to thank Assam's leadership. It is of great importance to pioneer in such an important topic, leading with the entire Assam management, all the stakeholders. I would like to extend my thanks, and also the participants and the guests. I would like to say welcome. And the topic of the second session is theoretical discussions in the context of justice. And the first speech of the second session is on the theoretical framework for practical steps towards the establishment of Islamic legal system. It's going to be presented by Associate Professor Admir Mullah Osmanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Professor Admir, if you're here, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't hear you quite good after this video presentation, but I hope that everything will be fine with my audio. So it would be really great if you can confirm it for me, just to know that everything is fine. Is it okay?
تتكلمون بالعربية؟
Geliyor efendim, geliyor.
Yes, you're audible, well audible, sir. I have been asked by the attendees to confirm that it is audible.
I just wanted to repeat that there was a problem with my audio here after the presentation about Assam that you just showed us. Assalamu alaikum once again from Fatih Belediyesi, Istanbul. And this is my 4th year in the row that I am participating as a presenter at Assam Congress. And interestingly, I think that each year I addressed you from the different place. Today it is Istanbul. For example, last year it was the Vlasic Mountain in central Bosnia. Probably some of you can remember that. I know that we don't have so much time, so I will go straight into the subject, and I will not lose my and your time. If we accept definition which states that worldview is a coherent set of presuppositions and beliefs that every person has, which shape how we make sense of the world and everything in it, we have to be aware that any other coherent set, any other worldview imposed on person creates serious gaps and unjust challenges on him or her. In the context of society, it creates trauma, drama, and at the end brings instability, uncertainty, and lack of confidence. I would say this is something what Muslims are still going through. In this address of mine, I see worldview as a framework for 2 Burdasian variables, Habitus, perception as basic function of our way of being in the world, and doxa, a set of unquestioned beliefs which are taken for granted. In this address of mine, I also see imposition of other coherent sets within Muslim geography and elevated drama and trauma from it, which generations went through. Above mentioned perception is not a deliberate taking up of a position. It is the background from which all acts stand out and is presupposed by them. In fact, it is pre-reflective sensuous contact with the world, the guide of our everyday practical orientations by distinguishing between what is and what is not for us. The concept of habitus should explain the paradox that human behavior can be oriented towards some goals without being aware of it. That is, it serves to explain the coincidence of social and mental structures. Habitus can thus be understood as a type of driving principle, that which produces practices. In short, as a product of history, habitus produces practices, individual and collective, thus history in accordance with the patterns brought by history. Social theory deals with habitus practices, socialization, perceptual themes, typification, stock of knowledge, the background already mentioned, etc., as explanatory tools. All of them are giving sense and clear pictures for understanding of social determinism as a natural consequence of repetition of rituals, existence of solid social structures, and a clear, firm legal framework. The cohabitation of these elements in time and space in a longer time frame is designed by doxa. The cohabitation of it conveys, the natural attitude in which the social world is a self-evident, taken for granted reality, and therefore accepted as unproblematic. Doxa or dogma, we are talking about very similar concepts. This introduction is significant for two reasons. From it, first of all, we understand the complexity of the construction of society and its norms. And secondly, we can grasp some of the ways in which the Muslim worldview became almost illegal, even within dominantly Muslim regions. That paradigm shift is what Muslim geography experienced in approximately last 2 centuries. Nevertheless, if we are describing situation in the Balkans, which is not a part of Muslim geography anymore, or Middle East, the core of it, we witness the Moderna and its apparatuses dismantled socio-political structure of the Muslim world. As Abdurrahman Etaha said, explaining the state of the Muslim world during colonization, and I am quoting, "New European codes, exogenous legal codes, new European schools, and conceptually foreign European administrative and other institutions came to displace almost every sphere of that Sharia, Sufism, and their related institutions had occupied. The effect of these reforms was not merely to displace the Sharia and the traditional institutions of Islam, nor was it just to secularize them. It was to create a new subject, one who would see the world through the lens of the modern state and the nation, meaning to establish the new worldview. And this is what actually happened. Taha continues explanation and say that a new epistemology had emerged, a new way of not only conceptualizing the world, but also living in it. Here we are talking about switched habitus. The death of ilm education, of the traditional scholarly cycle, and of the madrasa signaled the effective extinction of entire sociology of knowledge, of a hermeneutic that governed the production of the particular kind of knowledge. The destruction of this system was so colossal that one is compelled to describe it as a structural genocide. The annihilation of an entire apparatus of knowledge understood as both a system and a particular way of living in the world. Indeed, Muslim societies and states experienced a series of disappointments, transformations, and the new beginnings during the 20th century. The disintegration and disappearance of universal empires, that is the promotion of the idea of nationalism throughout 19th century, brought enormous problems to the whole world. The social and political processes that took place in the countries, states of Islam, especially during the collapse of the Ottoman state, and the imperialist invasion interfered with the very meaning of the collective identification of Muslims. Stunned primarily by the British and French political ideas, types of governance, etc., and then by American ones, Muslim elites began to attribute their own disorientation to the incompatibility of the idea of Islam with modern times. This led to the growth of Arab nationalism, the strengthening of secularism, and ultimately socialism and liberalism as a path leading to progress. Following the developed world, not only in matters related to the progress of science and technology, but also in the ideological shaping of the own societies, has begun to appear to Muslims as an irreplaceable concept. But 200 years of being an object had made almost the entire Muslim world lost in the modern trends. Because of such development, surely negative ones for Muslims, the idea of back to the roots, to the fundamental principles, appeared from time to time all over Muslim geography. The idea of made possible appearance of so-called Islamic fundamentalism, which by its various characteristics and phenomena provided possibility to be treated very ambiguously. If one wants to understand the necessity of Islamic Renaissance, the return to the basics of Islamic teaching about man and his role and purpose, and not on the principle of not enough clear insights of the topic, Islamic fundamentalism should be viewed as any other conservative approach. This view and attitude toward Islam, a view of the possibilities of social change, has been generally accepted and interpreted by many scholars over the time, and today it appears as a publicly accepted and scientifically grounded. Now, let's go back to our dilemma that I am presenting today. Muslim worldview as an alternative paradigm or only possible for Muslim geography, for example. As a civilization of ethics, Islamic civilization in its core builds its relationship to the world, to those who are its subjects, as well as to those who represent any otherness, on the premise of fairness, whose values is measured in the hereafter. Fulfillment of personal and societal mission lies in revival of tradition on which civilization was based, and this idea of ethical reversion was framed in cosmological terms. God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, created the world as a hierarchical chain of being, his knowledge by which he designed the world being the most supreme. And this is the core of the concept. Divine knowledge, ilm, thoroughly ethical and just in its constitution, permitted this chain, having assigned to humans the duty and responsibility of bearing this knowledge to the best of their abilities. Human stewardship, according to, for example, Wael Halak, over the material and social world, thus consisted of the duty to discover the range and depth of this knowledge and then to apply it to their earthly environment. But how to discover that depth if the environment is not built on the typology that supports its extraction? And this is also a huge dilemma. How to delimit space and social structures in which relationships based on this primordial calling will grow. Justice and ethics strongly correlate in Muslim worldview. Liberal, For example, progressive one has its fulfillment within the positive outcomes of corporations. It differs utterly. Doxa and habitus meet at the place where the worldview unites both as our learned and subconscious conditioning. Perhaps this kind of determinism can be understood as training, but it is only a superficial understanding of things. Reflexivity as one of the phenomena of the living worldview is viewed through its expediency. The civilization of ethics, this kind of worldview, gives a reflex to help others, to do good deeds, and to defend those who are attacked. This means that reflexivity fulfills in the fundamental ideas of justice and fairness. As an argument for this, I would cite a well-known hadith about the man.
Admir Bey, süremiz bitti sayılır. Son kelimeleri alabilirsek.
Our time is almost up, sir. So can we have the last verse, please?
Do you want me to conclude?
Çeviri gerçekleşiyor mu acaba?
I cannot hear you. Unfortunately, there is some kind of the problem. But if you want me to conclude,
Do you hear me, sir?
Our individual and collective fulfillment is possible only within the Muslim worldview, and we are obliged as intellectuals to reflect on this and contribute to the growth of these views within Muslim societies. In the new emerging multipolar world, I believe in it the pole that will give the meaning of existence to the entire humanity is the one that has the opportunity to establish itself within Muslim geography. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Aleykümselam ve rahmetullah. Admir hocamıza, Bosna Hersek'ten Admir hocamıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de ikinci konuşmayı yapmak
We
üzere.
thank Mr. Admir Mula Osmanovic. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Abdullah Al-Hajjar from Lebanon. Is he here?
Serkan hocam, Abdullah El-Haj irtibat olmadığı için katılamayacak.
Unfortunately, Abdullah Al-Hajj will not participate. And we are proceeding with the next speaker. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Shahzad Shevket from Pakistan. And he will be talking about incomplete law promotes injustice. This is the topic of Mr. Shevket. Shevket, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Aleykümselam ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuh.
I'm very much thankful to all of my brothers and sisters over there at Assam and in the world who are participating in this seminar. And I'm very much glad that you guys have given me opportunity over here to speak. Now, I have right now, I have actually developed a MP4 for quick review of my presentation because 15 minutes or 20 minutes is very less to explain a very huge topic. If you guys allow me to run MP4, that will be great and it will save time. Otherwise, I will share my presentation. I'll speak myself. Hello.
Buyurun.
The guys there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We are here. They are here.
Okay, I'll go and run one of my MP4. I hope voice will be clear in that.
Distant or incomplete law promotes injustice. 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress Model ASRICA Confederation Justice System 2023. There is none worthy of worship except Allah. Is the messenger of Allah.
Is this
in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful? Woe to the defrauded. Quran, chapter 83 and.
Pardon, voice is clear here or not? I should talk.
Dosyanız tam yansımadı ama Şehzad Hocam.
Unfortunately, your presentation is not reflected on the screen.
Okay, let me open the presentation because I had shared the MP4. Let me open the presentation now. Sorry for that. I don't know why it is not reflecting, but I thought it is.
Dr. Shehzad, is there
Dr.
any?
Shehzad?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Just 1 minute. I'm sharing the presentation. 1 minute, please.
Bir dakika verirseniz.
I'm trying to share the screen.
Yeah.
I had shared the presentation with you guys also, but just 1 minute, please.
Biz verebiliriz efendim buradan sunumunu.
If you would like, we can also reflect your presentation, sir.
Is this my presentation?
Evet.
Yes, it's your presentation.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me run through this. This, if my voice is clear now. Well, inconsistent or complete law promotes injustice. That is my point, and that is my study. And next sheet, please. Who is running? Okay. The first of all is that Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah wa ainul lil mutaffifin is one of chapter 83, verse 1. It says, woe to the defrauders. This is the main concept of my study, that if there is in Islam, economic system is very sensitive. A single gram cannot be taken from any other body. So inconsistent or incomplete law promotes injustice. The objective is that there are 3 deliverables and key features in our presentation. That the main objective is to facilitate the lawmaking process in financial economics to ensure economic justice in accordance to the demands of the Sharia. The second point, the research in financial economics shall play a key role in determining the principles and procedures of the common justice system for the Islamic Union for development of perfect legal framework as per demands of Sharia. Most importantly, an incomplete fatwa or incomplete law is deception. Inconsistent or incomplete law shall never bring justice, hence laws should be complete as per demands of Sharia. Though these are the 3 points which that will be explained in my presentation. Alhamdulillah, all praises for Allah, and I'm thankful to Allah that I'm being part of the Association of Justice Defenders Strategic Studies Center, Assam, which is obviously a Turkish non-governmental organization. It is pertinent to note that the Sharia protects the economic rights of all members during the execution of economic activities. Not a single gram of the lowest value quantity can be taken unjustly from another member. However, currently in the world, wealth is being taken from masses under incomplete laws. In fact, next sheet, economic justice and Quran. Islam is a very comprehensive and give comprehensive guidance with respect to economic justice. Let me explain over here on this. Can you change the sheet, please? How to change the sheets?
Sir, do you want us to go to the next page?
Yes, please. Now this is the sheet. This is
okay.
The previous sheet, please. I will appreciate that. Yeah, that the previous one, sheet number 5, in fact. Yes, this one. So I will repeat with the sheet wise so that you can change the sheet one. So from now onward, that economic justice in Quran, I will explain, value to value exchange in economic activities is the basic requirement of Islam, and there is no excuse or hila or rukhsat acceptable in this rule. The interesting point over here, economic justice is the outcome of the policies in Islam. In Islam, lawmakers operate within directions as given in Quran and Sunnah with the basic principle, concept of fairness and equality and value to value exchange. It will bring economic justice. Chapter 83 and verse 1 to 3, woe to al-mutaffifin, those who give less in measure and weight, decrease the rights of others, who when they take a measure from people, take in full, and when they have to give any measure or weight to men, give less than due. It means unequal exchange of value is not acceptable in Islam. So likewise, I will explain about the laws in next sheets. And moreover, in Quran, Surah Hud, next sheet please. Surah Hud is the 11th chapter of the Quran, and it contains stories of various prophets who were sent to different nations to warn them of God's punishment for their sin. One of these prophets was Hazrat Shuaib alayhi salam, who was sent to people of Madian. What Hazrat Shuaib preached to his people to worship God alone and to be honest and fair in their dealings with others. He said, "O people, worship God, you have no deity other than him, and do not give short measure and weight in any of your dealings with men. Behold, I see you now in a happy state, but verily a dead less suffering befall you on a day that will encompass you with doom. For above it is obvious, Islam is a religion that does not allow unequal exchange of value." Till here, I have made a point that unequal exchange of value are not acceptable in Islam. Likewise, wealth concentration in few hands due to inconsistent laws in financial system. So after explaining first point, the next sheet, please, ma'am. Next sheet is that how come in financial economics, due to inconsistent laws, the world wealth is being concentrated in few hands. Number one, as per reports, 50% of world population is suffering by the ownership of only 2% of global wealth. The other point is the 10% capitalist elite of the world is owning 76% global wealth. Why this has happened? This has happened because of one thing, that laws in financial economics in the world has been developed by Jews and non-Muslim capitalist countries who are ruling the world. This is the reason wealth of masses and even from the Muslim world has been accumulated into few hands. Why? Number one, the lawmaking process, it is not as per Quran. If it is as per 100% directions of Quran, it will bring peace and justice. Lawmakers do not understand financial economics. The other point is lawmakers do not understand financial economics, which is why the world economies are victim of economic injustice under the current financial and banking system. To conclude the point, research in the area of financial economics shall play a key role in determining the principles and procedures of common justice system for Islamic Union. So next sheet, ma'am, sheet number 8. Few questions and elucidation. So after explaining 2-3 points, let me give you elucidations on few questions. Is Islam a complete or incomplete message? See, in Pakistan, in Turkey, in Indonesia, in all Muslim world, we are working in a banking system, in a financial system, which is based on interest, which is entirely not acceptable in Islam. So question is Islam a complete or incomplete message? Illustration is that our Islam, it is our belief that Quran is a complete message. Economic injustice is not allowed in any form in Islam. Hence, we consider Islam delivers incomplete message. If we consider that Islam delivers incomplete message, then it is a wrong concept and fault is in our research or belief. If we could understand this complete message from Allah, then we can say that Islam is a complete message. We should have a research in financial economics to find out the halal banking system. Why? What is the concern is that in all over the world, the banking laws are ineffective, inconsistent, incomplete. This is the reason that we are all in war with Allah. I will explain it into the next slides. Anybody can, please, whoever is the host, can you change the sheets one by one? I would request here, please. Now we are on sheet 9. How can Allah wage war against anyone after giving an incomplete message? So in this question, it is very clear that Allah has declared a war, whoever is in business of interest. Currently, financial system of the world in Muslims are in war with Allah. Under current financial system, we are in war with Allah, and Allah cannot declare war after giving an incomplete message to mankind. This is my question. Non-Muslim capitalist economies have imposed policies on all over the world, and we are waging war with Allah in Islamic banking and convention system because of incomplete and inconsistent laws operating within the countries. Elucidation number 3. Under the current financial system of the world, that's the question number 3. Under current financial system of the world, Islamic and conventional finance allows charging an increase in the name of interest, markup, profit linked with policy rate plus or the pure form of the legal business. It is legal. It gives increase to lender, and it is a business under the current laws of the Muslim world. As per Quran, it is unequal exchange of value. Question is, how it is unequal exchange of value in the Quran? What are the references? Is it halal in Islamic Sharia? How are these laws incomplete? Let me explain in this, that Allah has, in Quran, Allah has addressed to the borrowers separately and to the lenders separately. Allah has given firm statement that wealth does not increase for the borrowers, and Allah destroys riba, and Allah has also addressed to the lenders not to double fold their wealth and not to eat people's wealth unjustly. Sheet number 11, please. So to address this concern, that where Allah has mentioned that this is a mathematics of loss, Allah addressed to the borrower in Quran chapter 2 verse 276 that Allah destroys riba. From a financial economic perspective, the translation can be read with more clarity as the following: Allah destroys, in brackets, equity value of borrower in riba transaction. At another place, chapter 30, verse number 38, 39, Allah is addressing to the borrowers with the loud declaration that it is a mathematics of loss for the borrowers. And whatever riba you give so that it may increase in the wealth of the people, it does not increase with Allah. See, Allah is saying, if you will invest $2 from your pocket, you will borrow 2 from the interest-based loans. It means it will not be 4, it will be 0. 2 plus 2 is equal to 0. It is a mathematics of loss as per chapter 30, verse number 38, 39. On the other, translation can be read with more clarity in financial economics perspective as follows: and whatever riba increase you give to the lenders so that it may increase in the value of wealth of the people of borrowers in financial reality does not increase with Allah. Likewise, Allah is addressing to the lenders, chapter 4, verses 160, 161. They're taking riba although it had forbidden to them, and their wrongful devouring of other people's possessions. It means they're taking others.
Son cümleleri
Önemli. Can we have the last verse, please? Because you are running out of your time. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes because of the technical issues. You have 2 minutes.
Ma'am, it is my time starts from 12:55, so I have still 10-15 minutes. See, as per agenda, my time should have started 3 minutes ago. So please give me more time so that I can explain the issues of financial economic system in the world, because we are economically weak in the world. We are not even in a position to help Kashmir to Gaza because we are economically weak. Turkey is weak, Pakistan is weak, Indonesia is weak. We are economically at the disaster. So once we will see we are out of war with Allah, then we can have other issues to resolve within the world. So I request here, humbly request for a few more minutes because my time started at 55 minutes, and give me 5 to 10 minutes more so that I can conclude. So going forward, that Allah has declared lenders are the one who are taking wealth of the people unjustly. Sheet number 12. Is it haram to agree on unequal exchange of value intentionally or unintentionally? Yes, it is haram in Islam. Intentional or unintentional exchange of value is haram. So next point, I'm trying to conclude all. Is there any research in financial economics by Muslim world? Is there any university offering financial economics degree certification? So that is a loud question to all of my colleagues here at Assam and in the world, in Islamic world. There are no financial economists in the world, in Muslim world. All financial Jews who has developed this system. Alhamdulillah, I had submitted my research paper in Federal Sharia Court on the name of real business valuation, that whatever Quran is saying, 2 plus 2, 0 is mathematics, correct mathematics. And lenders are taking wealth of people unjustly. That is written overhead. If markets are reasonably efficient in firm and the firm is generating profits in accordance with the expectation of shareholders, the value of a business in an ungeared firm remains unchanged. However, increase in gearing level of the firm shall decrease the value of business for equity shareholders. So that is an open challenge for, as Quran is saying, as per financial economics perspective is the correct. However, current economic systems are snatching wealth of the people. So sheet number 14. What is the outcome of current status of laws in financial economics in the world?
Şehzat Bey, toparlayabilirsek eğer. Şehzat Bey, süremizi aştık.
Mr. Shehzad, we are running out of time. Can you please wrap up your presentation?
I'll try to wrap up. I'll go to the final.
Okay. We have a few more minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shehzad.
Yes, please, because it is my time. Thank you very much indeed. Now, because of the current policies in the world, Muslim world is under financial crisis, including Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia. Question is conventional and Islamic banking yielding to the same lender? What is the role of financial economies in the developing world? So in short, IMF studies, IMF, World Bank, and Malaysian Central Bank has developed the current Islamic banking system, which is yielding the same lender. IMF studies claims, although both Islamic and conventional finance are in substance equivalent to conventional finance and yielding the same lender, an investor pay off at the inception of the transaction. It means Islamic banking and conventional finance is the same. It is this because why it is the same? Because it is violating clear verdicts of Quran, chapter 2, verses 275 to 283. Islamic banking is violating Quran. This is the reason it is based on incomplete fatwas. Incomplete fatwa is deception. Quran is a comprehensive guidance and it gives complete message, and Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam sunnah is a source of guidance, and under those guidance we can develop halal banking in Muslim world, and we can get rid of this war in which we are waging with Allah. Now, for the principle of common justice, only 5 rules we should follow. Number 1, in that financial economics perspective, prohibition of riba, prohibition of gharar, prohibition of masseur, prohibition of haram item, prohibition of cheating, fraud, exploitation, and taking wealth unjustly. We should follow these rules, and we should there are the higher goals and purpose of Sharia, which should be the religion, which should be the life, intellect, progeny, and wealth should be secured under those laws. Now I'm coming to the final slides. Slide number 20. Do Muslim financial economists are powered? No. In whole of the Muslim world, financial economists are not empowered to develop laws in accordance with Sharia. Why? There are no universities in Pakistan. I'm not sure about Turkey. Are you giving degrees in financial economics? In Pakistan, there is no degree. In UAE, there is no degree in financial economics. In Saudi, no degree in financial economics. In Malaysia, I don't see any financial economist over there as a Muslim. So the education system is also controlled by Jews and foreign capitalist economies. So this is the area where we need to research why we do not have financial economists to work on the halal banking business. Now, I had in my presentation given 22 rules to develop a complete law. I'll not go in this presentation to quote, but only I'll explain that these are few rules that the law should not be incomplete. It should, in terms of scope, message, or application, it should not be vague, ambiguous, contradictory, to mislead, deceive, or trick someone into believing something false or true. Or it should not create confusion, uncertainty, or arbitration in its interpretation and enforcement. And it should not involve lying, cheating, fraud, manipulation, or concealment of information. So, coming back to the point, which is very simple, that what is the way forward? Sir, that's the solution. Way forward is a perfect legal framework shall bring justice with the common legal framework. Consultative process are mandatory to develop research-based information to facilitate lawmakers in all relevant categories, including financial economics. This is the area ignored for centuries by Muslims. We need to establish one platform to hold consultative processes in each category to develop a knowledge-based information to develop perfect laws. The reports of consultative process would provide a base to unify Muslim countries under a common legal framework that is based on Islamic justice system. Sheet number 23. Now, what are the impacts of defective, inconsistent policies in Turkey? To all my senior colleagues over here, what is the status of Turkey? Sheet number 23. What are the impacts of defective, inconsistent policies on Turkey? What policy rates or interest rates in Turkey? See, according to CEIC data, the policy rate in Turkey has been updated monthly since June 1996 and has ranged from a high rate 150% to 35% to 23%. So it was 150%, it was to 35% annual. This is the interest. This is we are waging war with Allah. This is the reason foreign debt of Turkey has been increased from $9 billion to $417 billion in 2017. This is because of defective laws. The currency rate has, the old lira. In 1960, I could buy 9 Turkish lira with $1. Then a time reaches when I was in Dubai, I could buy 1.3 million Turkish lira with $1. Then they swapped the currency with another currency. Now with $1, I can buy 1.8 in 2012. Now it is at 30. It is increasing like a snowball factor. Even I gave this example in Federal Sharia Code that Turkey is also in problem and fighting and waging a war with Allah. Likewise, Pakistan. See, in Pakistan currency in 1974, we could have buy with $1 4 rupees. Now in 2022, with $1, it was 300 rupees. And foreign debt has been increased from $2 to 130 billion. And domestic debt has been increased from 1 billion to 35,000 billion. This is because of inconsistent laws operating through central bank against the demands of Sharia. So now what is the solution? I'm concluding here now. Inconsistent and incomplete law promote injustice. Inconsistency means there are irregularities, contradiction, and conflicting results as achieved under the law in comparison to the set objective. The purpose of law is to uphold and enforce the doctrine as per Sharia. Islam provides complete message to live like a Muslim and die as a Muslim. Muslim world has waged a war with Allah. Hence, we are in financial crisis since long. Incomplete fatwa is deception and fitna, and it's in terms of Sharia, it is a fitna. Complete law as per true demand of Sharia shall promote justice for common justice system. Research is mandatory in financial economics to understand Sharia, and consultative processes are important as a way forward. Islam says that nobody can snatch another person's right or any product or anything. Unequal exchange of value is not acceptable, and incomplete law is not acceptable in Islam. I really appreciate efforts, and I really appreciate the time of my friends. May Allah bless Muslim Ummah, capable leadership at all levels for success of this world and after. Once we get ourselves out from war with Allah, then we will be able to fight for our rights to live in this world with dignity as a Muslim. We can see the Gaza people, Kashmir people, and Muslim all over the world. We are in crisis. We are unable to help our brothers and sisters just because we are in financial crisis. We are unable to manage ourselves in this world. We pray to Allah to give us the success in this world and after. Thank you very much indeed for everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Evet, Şehzat Şevket Beyefendi'ye teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahzad Shirkat, for your presentation. The next speaker is PhD candidate Ijaz Bashir Loan from India. He will be talking about Islamic economic governance and the joint justice system, challenges and opportunities for the Islamic Union. Over to you, Mr. Ijaz.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
وعليكم
barakatuh.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. تفضلوا.
Let me share the screen, please, brother. Is this visible, my screen?
Evet, şu anda görüntü var.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so you are able to see the screen. My presentation is visible here on screen.
Yes, we can see your presentation, sir.
Brother Ali, my presentation is visible on the screen.
Yes, Dr. Ijaz.
Okay, thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
let me start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank you all for this good opportunity to present this paper. So I will try to conclude in 15 minutes, inshallah. So the topic today is the Islamic economic governance and justice, joint justice system, challenges and opportunity for the Islamic Union. So in this presentation, I will cover the outline will be the first part will be the principles of Islamic economic governance, which includes the social responsibility, Sharia compliance finance, and ethical business practices. Because for such a topic, it is very important to let us know first the basic ethics of the financial and economic and governance structure in Islamic Union. So later on, the second session will be overview of the joint justice system. Third will be overview of the Islamic governance and legal framework. Then challenges and opportunities, and this will be the final. And after that, we will come towards the economical stability and resilience, how the Islamic economic system and joint justice system will take us to that point. First of all, let me give the brief about this Islamic joint judicial system or governance system, what it is and what it looks like, little bit for 4 points. The Islamic Union, which represents a collective efforts of Muslim nations, which will promote the unity, cooperation, and share values together. As its member, they will be together to facilitate each other for the justice, fairness, and economic transactions, which will be on that principle. All the economic transactions will be on the justice, fairness, and economic and fairness. So in this system, Islamic economic governance deeply roots in the principle of teachings of Islam, emphasizes justice, fairness, and ethical conducted in Islamic economic activities. This system is not merely an economic model. However, we see that it comprises all the way of life, which is social, political, and economical aspects. The economic union seeks to unite the Muslim world. So the Islamic Union, which we are talking today, in the real sense, it doesn't exist till now, but a lot of things has been done from previously. It has been tried to get in the play, but till now it is still in the development. So what this union like to do by the unity of the Muslim world, they like it to be under a single economic, political, and social system. From the first time it came into the mind of the people, it is from the since the fall of Uthman Khilafat in earlier 20th century, because at that point of time, the bifurcation of Islamic Union was done into the states. So later on, they find that we have to be united in some way, if not in this way, but in any other way. So they tried the concept of union, Islamic Union. The implications of such a union presents numerous challenges also. So the implementation of such union challenges us also some where we have to bear some challenges, as well as there are huge opportunities, which we will discuss now step by step. So first of all, as I said, that we need to know about the principles first, that what is in the system, how we can go beyond this. So first, we have the social responsibilities in Islamic economic governance. We must have the social responsibilities, which includes prohibition of riba, which is strictly prohibited in Islam. And it is mentioned in Quran also that this is an exploitation and injustice if we will include in interest, if we will deal in interest. As explicitly said in the Quran that that there is a prohibition of this interest. It is in Surah Al-Baqarah 227 to Surah Al-Baqarah 275 to 279 ayah number, and Al-Imran 130 ayah. So there are many verses, but these two are which I like to highlight. Similarly, if we will go to prohibition of garar and maisar, which is the uncertainty and gambling, this is also mentioned in Quran. However, about the garar, it is not directly mentioned in Quran, but in Hadith, it is also existing. Whereas the maisar is also is mentioned in both Quran and Hadith. So this uncertainty and gambling, this is also prohibited because these are based on the principles of fairness, transparency, and avoidance of the exploitation, their prohibition. So in these two ways, there is also the exploitation and which we call cheating. Charity in the way of zakat. So this is one more responsibility in the society. Zakat is a compulsory which we have to give as 2.5% of our property and 10% on our production, agriculture production, of course. And waqf and infaq, which is the optional, but zakat is the main, which is compulsory for every Muslim. So this is the one, we can say that zakat, it is the main tool for the distribution of wealth. So this tool which we are utilizing in our society will do an equality in the society. And fourth point is promotion and protection of private property. So if you will see that this is the concept that where which we got from the Quran directly, as we all know that wealth belongs to Allah. Everything on this world or in anywhere in the universe belongs to Allah. So it is in Quran mentioned that the principle which we talk about this promotion of private property, there is an ayah in Quran that is saying to Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. So the principle of we can say the ownership of everything is in Allah, but surely I am about to place a vicegerent on earth. So we are just as a Khalifa on this earth to utilize these things which we have here or which we are given as a protector from our Allah. So we have to utilize it in a given way, in that way that we can give it back to the society as we had been expected to work on it. And fifth one is ethical and moral values, which includes tawheed, taqwa, justice and fairness, honesty and trustfulness, compassion and kindness, respect, tolerance, humility, etc. These are the self-explanatory words. We don't need more explanation. and social justice, which we talk about equality, wealth distribution, which I talk in zakat as wealth distribution, elimination of exploitation, accountability and transparency. This is also in a society we need to uphold these ethics, human rights, social welfare, etc. So let us go to the second point, Sharia compliance finance. So the one more point in this is that Sharia compliance finance, which will be a part of Islamic governance or justice system, because this includes in justice also financial justice. So first is prohibition of riba, which we talk already about, garar we talk already about, because this is the part which comes in different segments of the society or of the financial as well as social as well as other parts of the life. So prohibition of haram activities, these are the activities which are prohibited in Islam, such as we talk, interest or investments in haram products, alcohol, gambling or pork, etc., whichever is prohibited in Quran or Hadith. So we are prohibited for these activities in Sharia compliance finance. So if we will finance or invest, we are not allowed to invest these things. Promotion of social and promotion of ethical and social responsibility involve investment. So these investments which we have to promote are the those investments which we need to transfer towards the responsible social and ethical responsibilities, such as we talk about, we have to give sadaqah, we have to give charity, we have to invest in that things which will be useful for the society, such as education, healthcare, transportation, these things which we have utilization in our society for the good. So we can give these things we can invest in these things which are good for society. Third is risk sharing. If we will see, the Islamic finance is based on risk and profit sharing. The risk sharing is basically attached to the ownership. So till we don't have ownership, we cannot share a risk. Similarly, we have the contracts in this real sector, such as mudaraba, musharaka, murabaha, and these are being developed through Islamic finance or Islamic economics. So financing real sector, we cannot finance to non-real sectors, such as, which we say as financing which is not a real sense, any product or any, which is, for example, gambling is also not a real sector. Or we can say that financing in such certificates which are just in year, financialization, which we say of debt. So these financing or these investments we cannot finance in that. So the third and is business ethics, which we are responsible for these in our business dealings. Principle of justice, we must be justful in the principle, as it is stated in Quran. O you who believe, stand out firmly for justice as witness to Allah, even as against yourself, or your parents, or your kins, and whatever it has against, rich or poor. For Allah can best protect both. So wherever there is justice, we have to stand for it. So in business ethics, we are in the same thing. Principle of honesty and truthfulness. So in business dealings, it is 100% sure we need to be honest and truthfulness. We cannot deceive them. As we know, it is a common term. Mutual consents. We have to be any dealing with mutual consents. We cannot have one-side decision in these. Avoidance of riba is same as mentioned above. Risk sharing, as mentioned above, we have to share risk in every business dealing, and mostly the risk is shared by ownership. Till you will not have ownership, you cannot share the risk. So wherever you will see the contracts, many contracts, till you will not own an asset, you cannot have any business dealing on it. And second is prohibition of garar, uncertainty, which is also the same as mentioned above. So these were the three principles for the society, which we have to include in the society to be a viable society for this joint system. So now if we will go to overview of the joint justice system, there are legal frameworks. As in this legal framework, a well-crafted legal framework governs the justice system, guided justice jurisdiction, and ensures principled administration through consistent constitutional provinces, states, regulates, and international agreements. So these are the legal frameworks which it must include. Judicial institutions as the core of the joint justice system. Specialized institutions have to be created, which includes the courts, tribunals, meticulous just systems, which will meticulously judge the disputes and uphold the legal processes for this whole joint system. Jurisdiction is the third one. The joint justice system precise jurisdiction description covers civil, criminal, administrative, and specialized legal dominance, deeply addressed diverse complexity, because there will be complex things because of the many countries together, many nations together, different political views. So this will be complex. We have to streamline it. Applicable laws. So in the joint system, we have to see any commonly applicable laws which will be applicable to all these nations, and this will be accepted by their economical this judicial systems. So we have to carve like such a legal system in this dispute resolution system. So we have to create a dispute resolution system also in this, which will be the mechanism including litigations, arbitration, mediation, and alternative methods for this, which focus on accessibility, fairness, and efficiency. These resolutions prompting expedition outcome that are inherited just. So we need to take care of this also if we are going to think about a joint justice system. Then there is a judicial independence. So in a joint judicial system, a foundational principle is that unwavering commitment to the judicial independence. Judges are mandated to enable impartiality, ensure freedom for external affairs. There must not be any political pressure or any other side of pressure. So it must be an independent judicial system, which is a core value for any judiciary. So enforcing of decisions. So now there comes also the joint justice system is committed to enforce its decisions through robust mechanism involving the execution of the court orders, meticulous collection of fines, and effective realization of remedies. So these all together, they have to see how to enforce it in a different nation, which will be united in one judicial system. Second is cooperation and coordination. There is a very high need of these things, that the cooperation and coordination must be between the nations. The involvement, tangible actions like information exchange, mutual recognition or judgment, and cooperative efforts to training and research. So they have to give cooperation in this also. Some nations have highly equipped with some one kind of research and information. When it will be shared, it will benefit the Ummah, inshallah. And then comes the overview of Islamic governance and legal system. So if you will see, the first will be Sharia governance. So Sharia governance is ensures Islamic finance institutions adhere to principle through board of quality scholars who are working rigorously on the scrutinization of products, upholding their standards, ethics, to let it be in line with the Sharia. Even though sometimes some products have, or some contracts have little lacunas, but after all, nobody is perfect. After a lot of research, they come to know, they make that amendments. Till now, alhamdulillah, the Islamic financial system has reached to a good level. And second is the regulatory framework. If you will see the regulatory framework, this is also effective Islamic economic governance relies on the tailored regular framework addressing unique features like interest, prohibition, and profit sharing. Regulatory authorities formulate and enforce regulatory cover license, capital advocacy, risk management, disclosure, consumer protection. So these are the elements which the legal framework will handle in the joint governance and legal framework. And fourth is the, this was the legal, fourth is contractual framework. So in contractual framework, they have to meticulously made contracts which will be acceptable in all nations. They have to work on it. The contracts must be aligned with legal and Sharia elements of all the nations which will be acceptable. So if we will come in the common goal, all nations, Islamic nations will not have any problem with the Sharia structured contracts such as Mudaraba, Musharaka, Ijara. All nations nowadays are accepting this in Islamic finance as well. So one more is dispute resolution mechanism. We have to have this dispute, as I talked before, in governance also. So legal framework also must have this dispute resolution. Consumer protection must be there. So the consumers must be protected. There must be a separate way to protect them. For example, regulatory framework which prioritize transparency, fair treatments, and robust dispute resolution mechanism. So this kind of consumer protection will enhance the treatment and readiness, will enhance the confidence in the Islamic finance, Islamic governance in the joint system. Then supervision and monitoring, of course, after everything is done, we need to have a supervision and monitoring for all transactions. With requested resources and powers, these authority vigilantly access compliance with Sharia principles and regulations, ensuring sound and probatic in Islamic finance institutions for industrial resilience and credibility. So after everything is done, after these structures are made, finance is given, we need still to have supervision and monitoring that there is not any loophole or people are using it a way in which it must be. Then integration, international cooperation and harmonization. So as this will be a union, will be of international cooperation, lot of nations together. So global integration of Islamic economic governance relies on international cooperation among regulatory authorities and standard setting bodies. So collaborative efforts promotes consistency, standards, and mutual recognition of Islamic finance practices, fostering credibility and facilitating cross-border transactions for global acceptance of Islamic financial principles. So this, when we have this kind of cooperation and harmonization, that we can have cross-border transactions which are acceptable, there is no dispute in this as per Islamic, as per Sharia alliance, as we will see that, if we will see that Islamic finance is not only for Muslims, it is an ethical financing, if we will say in another way. So the ethical financing is not any problem for anyone. So it is for non-Muslims also. Now we will come to on challenges in the implementation of fair joint justice system and economic governance. So if you will see the first, the lack of universal acceptance interpretation of Islamic economic principles. So what are the challenges now here? That as we all know that there are different diverse interpretation of Islamic economic principles among scholars and jurisdictions may result in inconsistency. If you will see our madhab, Hanafi, Shafi, Hanbali, they have some differences in interpretation of Islam, economic or financial issues. So we have to streamline that. This will be one of the challenge, to streamline and have this universally accepted to all Muslims in every madhab. Second is the lack of adequate institutional and regulatory framework. If we will see at this time, we don't have so much regulatory framework well versed, except the IFSB, which is Islamic Financial Service Board. They are giving the guidelines for implementation standards and strength to the financial ability of the Islamic finance. So we need to improve it more and give it more strength, or have additional institutions which will give as a back to this institution. The lack of trainer professionals in the field of Islamic economics. So there is still the lack of these professionals, even though there are universities who are teaching now Islamic economics, Islamic finance, like in Qatar, in the big example in Turkey, we started in Turkey also, Qatar, Malaysia, UK. So now it started and it is going now day by day, alhamdulillah, it is expanding. So there are some institutions which are giving this, and we need some corporate level also to give trainings and have more staff, more professional in this field, so that it will be done in ethical way. The lack of awareness and education, seeing that the corporate trainings as well as the trainings for our clients, our customers, whoever are, or any stakeholder. So we need to distribute training, or we need to give training or awareness programs to give awareness about the Islamic system, Islamic economic system. And the inherent diversity in socio-economic and political, as we will see in the unions, we have different nations have diversity in economical, these theories are economical setup and political setup. So we need this diversity to have a one single acceptable some sort of thing. So this will be one more hurdle in this. The resistance from the conventional economic institution. This is the last point for this challenge, is that conventional economic institutions will resist for this as much they can, because it is a big part of their business, which is going towards the Islamic economics and Islamic finance, and the big part of the world which will come under Islamic finance, they will try to resist it so that to save their market share. Now, this will be also in global challenges. What will be challenge in global integration? This we were talking about the Islamic nations. If we will integrate in it globally, there are three main challenges which will be, that is prohibition of interest, because many countries, they don't bother about this, which are non-Muslim countries. So there will be this challenge, because they only like to have to grow their wealth. They don't bother about it is interest or it is not interest, whatever it will be. So this will be challenged from non-Muslim countries. And the principle of risk sharing, that most of the conventional finance nowadays are not ready to share the risk. Instead, they want to earn anyway, but they transfer the risk instead of sharing the risk. So they believe in transferring risk and be safe rather than sharing the risk. So this will be one more challenge in global integration. The principle of social justice. Nowadays, the social justice remain as just a talk. If we will say, the global economic system is often criticized for promoting inequality and exploitation. Therefore, implementing Islamic economic governance is a way that upholds social justice can be challenged in the context of global integrity, because they talk about social justice, but they don't work on this in a financial way or in economical way. Now, the last part is the opportunities for the Islamic Union in implementing a joint justice system and economic governance. If we will see the opportunities, we will harmonize of the standards, all standards which are having diversity. We can have a smooth and harmonized standards for all the countries of the Islamic Union, so that there will be a very smooth running of business or transactions, whatever will be. Enhance marketing integration. So the Islamic countries have a big part in the world. So if we will integrate our market, it will enhance the economy of these countries. They will be not dependent on others so much, because there will be a free trade system, free transaction system, whatever will be in regarding this economic system, because it will be controlled as a whole one unit. And third is collaboration and cooperation in research and development. So these all countries will collaborate and collaborate in research and development, where there is one by one individually putting their efforts. When it will be a collective effort, it will be very successful and have great achievements. We hope so, inshallah. human capital development. So by these trainings and by sharing the information, we can have our human capital development. Also, some countries which don't have the high standards of education, we can share the education system together. It will be as a whole one union, which will
Aycaz Bey,
aspire to have some level of education.
şöyle 2 dakikada toparlayabilirsiniz.
Sir, excuse me, you're requested to wrap in 2 minutes.
10 dakika, it will finish, inshallah. Sorry, 2 dakika, not one. Joint investment project. So if we will have the investment project jointly, we don't need to be dependent on international financial institutions such as World Bank or IMF to have a funding and then control our all systems, have some restrictions in our economy. So when we will be together, we don't have to bother. So the joint investment projects will be a big leap in this union. Advocacy and representation. So we will have a big value of representation as a whole. We will represent one. So this will give us strength for as a in the world as a part of representation, strengthening the union and solidarity.
Aycaz Hocam, şöyle son 1-2 cümle.
So just last sentence, please.
This is last one. Promoting economic development and social justice, it is self-explanatory. And then if we will see economic stability and resilience, we will see risk sharing and profit sharing. It will be resilient in the economy, stable in finance transactions, prudent risk management, emphasize on real economic activities, ethical and responsible investment, safe, steady nets. Which these points are giving the resilience to the economy, as we discussed above also this, and leverage to the vast resource, natural resource as a whole. This big part of world, we will have natural resources which we can share together, geographical dividend, and the strong tradition and trade and commerce. We will have a big trade routes, commerce, and we will have a big open market for each other. Emphasize on real economic activities, significant potential for socio-economical development. So by integrating these all things, we can have a viable Islamic union, which will have the economy and justice together as a union. Thank you, and thanks for patience.
Peki, teşekkür ediyoruz Aycaz hocamıza.
Thank you, Mr. Aycaz. There are certain speakers who couldn't take place, so we have extended the time for Aycaz Bashir, and we would like to thank you. And now, the last speaker of the second session is Dr. Mustafa Öztop. He is going to talk about assessing progress in Islamic solidarity on the basis of needs and opportunities. Yes. I would like to greet you all. And now I would like to thank Assam, because what we are doing here is how do we establish solidarity among Muslim unions. We would like to congratulate Assam's activities and for giving us the opportunity to deliver this our presentation. I'm going to talk about what I will tell you first, and I'm going to introduce the details. I'm going to talk about political and international relations. And our topic is assessing progress in Islamic solidarity on the basis of needs and opportunities. Yes, Muslims have many problems, issues, and dilemmas. But on the other hand, in the present day, we see our opportunities and means increasing across the Muslim world. But still, the critical issue here and the issue is not being able to act together. So how can we I want to make an analysis as to how we can act together and how we can. The gentleman is asking for technical support to move the presentation further forward.
Neyse acaba görüntüleyebiliyor muyuz? Sunumu bir sıkıntı var mı?
Yani ilk sayfada şu anda hocam.
İlk
We're on the first page.
Şeyi de kaybettim de sayfayı. O zaman durdurup tekrar açalım. Kusura bakmayın.
Estağfurullah.
Şimdi hemen yeniden.
We're waiting for the speaker to stop sharing and restart sharing with the hope that it will work this time.
Evet, şimdi görüntüleyebiliyor muyuz acaba sunumu?
Is it visible right now? We're waiting for it to appear.
Geldi hocam.
Now it's here.
Sayfa geçişlerinde sorun yaşıyorum nedense.
It is only when we're passing from page to page that it's a problem.
Evet. Şimdi şöyle
Yeah.
kısaca ben
Now let me briefly go over them and without it's moving a bit slow. In Islamic collaboration, I believe that we moved on to a new stage because of the developments across the world. Why do experiences cannot meet the expectations? And we have the organization of OIC and the D8, and we're at the stage of moving on to a new stage in terms of needs and opportunities because needs have increased significantly and Muslims needs are at peak point, and to the best of the opportunities, in terms of the opportunities, we can say that it's a new stage because when it comes to opportunities, yes, while certain countries are economically struggling, we see that some Muslim countries are in welfare and some countries have military issues, whereas some are very strong. Or examples like Turkey in the defense industry or in terms of state-of-the-art technologies and new technologies. Malaysia is yet another example. Qatar is a country that is financially very strong, and there is also a transformation and a change in the geopolitical balances across the world politics. This is a fracture point, a rupture point of sorts, which has brought us into a new era and a phase. So what I want to tell you is because the Organization of Islamic Countries cannot meet the expectations, they need to opt for a strong reform or to open for debate, either a strong reform or a debate on a new mechanism, which should be carried out through a common view and a common perspective, because the OIC has 57 Islam countries, but unfortunately they weren't involved in the Kashmir issue. They couldn't solve the Kashmir issue, the Muslims' problems in Turkestan. They couldn't offer solutions in an adequate way. So just like we are criticizing United Nations and inviting them for reforms to complete their shortcomings, we are also saying that we want to open for debate that OIC needs to consider these. And on the other hand, the perception of Islam unity and the Ittihad understanding, Islamic Union, had started to be debated in the later times of the Ottoman Empire, and it was a policy that the Ottoman state was using. Sultan Abdülhamit, for instance, he was thinking of how to keep the Muslims together or how we can make
girişimleri var. Ve
how we can make their strengths together. And once the Ottoman state was replaced with the Turkish state and
banning of caliphate in 1924. Unfortunately, we lost our leader. We have no head. All the wagons are going in different directions, so we need a locomotive. So they started holding meetings to see what can be done. And the slide doesn't move, so I will continue talking. And in 1926, there was a meeting held that was led by Al-Azhar, and then there was the Mecca conference, and then the Palestine Grand Mufti in Jerusalem had an attempt, and in 1935 the European Muslims met in Genova. So this continues over years. So Muslim countries are constantly in the search, both at a national level and at a state level. And after the 1950s, particularly Arab countries that are oil rich, and they get stronger economically, and King Faisal has the Islamic collaboration ideology, and also with the effect of the influence he had in the region. In 1962, he was the prime minister, but he was also working as the minister of foreign affairs. So he held the Mecca Islamic Conference, and this gave rise to the organization Rabitat al-Islami. And in 1965, in Mogadishu, Somalia, there was a call for an Islamic summit to create an intergovernmental organization. And in 1968, the first Secretary General of the OIC, Tunku Abdul Rahman, organized the first Islamic conference in 1969. So all these processes continue in time. And in 1969, as a result of this, the Islamic Conference Organization, the Islamic Conference Summit was held, and as a result of this, the Organization of Islamic Conference was created. And the creation of this organization, it's not a mere consequence of these searches, the continued searches, because on the other hand, Muslim countries are financially stronger, and the changes in geopolitical order of the world is important, because in 1971, UK withdrew from the Gulf, and then in 1973, there was an oil-related issue, and then the US was faced with the Vietnam dilemma, and particularly the Soviet competition was very tough in the region. So the US encountered difficulties which led to all these consequences. And on the other hand, I can tell you that this search continuing on its own was not influential, but the many other factors contributed to this outcome. And in order for this search to be a consequence, you need a strong military, strong culture, strong civilization, strong army, and you need to be able to convey this message to the entire world. So where was the fracture and rupture point? The economic means increased, and King Faisal started leading this, which gave rise to OIC, to the foundation and creation of OIC.
Kusura bakmayın hemen. Evet.
Geldi hocam. Fakat sizin görüntünüz yok. Evet.
Geldi mi şu an?
Geldi.
We're waiting. It is the previous slide right now. Can you please wrap up, sir?
Evet. Maalesef bununla ilgili problem yaşayınca.
Unfortunately, the speaker says he's experiencing presentation-related issues. Let me turn it off and let me talk nevertheless. Yes, sir. I'm continuing. The gentleman's slide doesn't move in the computer at his office.
Evet. Şimdi neyse buradan ben kendim devam edeyim.
Anyway, I will continue on my own without the slide. In the 1990s was yet another rupture as the present, and therefore the Muslims, when you look at the problems we experience, the attacks on the Holy Quran are increasing, the occupation in Palestine is continuing with no intervention. So many problems have show that the needs are at the maximum level. Like in 1961, the foundation of the OIC was following the arson of the Masjid Aqsa by a Jew, and that was the triggering event. Another issue is that the Muslims, no matter how many calls you start, Muslims don't take concrete steps. Only in crisis, in times of crisis, you can have such responses. Again, Muslims are in a huge crisis across the world. So the present is the best time to act as far as I see. And on the other hand, there are certain problems and shortcomings, and these problems are unfortunately
imkanları değişmiş durumda.
Many countries have better means, they can afford better things, and we have to take those into account. There were many more important steps that I would talk about, but I have connection issues, so I will come to the conclusion immediately. When it comes to the Palestine issue, Muslim countries, we see that they are in political disagreements, like due to Iran's sectarian approach, there are many problems experienced, or Muslims cannot reach a joint agreement, or the no fast decision-making mechanism can be created in the OIC to solve the Palestine issue. Unfortunately, they don't have this approach of finding solutions. So therefore, we had sectarianism, border issues, racism were some of the challenges that caused problems among Islamic countries. But when you look at some Islam countries, for instance, Turkey, Malaysia, Pakistan, Qatar, and Algeria, those countries do not have many conflicts or disagreements among themselves. So if Muslim countries want to make fast and active decisions and to take concrete steps, perhaps they can try developing a collaboration through those countries, because if the countries that see eye to eye can come together, they can make faster decisions. And another issue, one country says, I don't think this way, or when it comes to Hamas, the Gaza issues, there are two main countries, Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan, but that need to come up with the Gaza issues, but they cannot see eye to eye with many Muslim countries. And the countries that are already in agreement, if they can come together and take concrete steps, this is going to generate results and consequences. And their capacities, Turkey, Malaysia, Qatar, and Pakistan, their capacities are high. So if these countries can initiate a mechanism, for instance, openly and concretely supporting Palestine against Israel, if they issue and announce a declaration and with intent to act on it, some Muslim countries would join, even if they don't agree. And this could receive support from the international community, I believe. Our main problem is, unfortunately, right now across the world, there is the EU, OIC, UN. These are wide structures, organizations. They cannot make fast and effective decisions, leading them to a lack of solution. This is the problem of all organizations. when you have NATO, US goes and builds a UK, builds an alliance with UK, or there is the BRICS or the Turkish States Organization. So we need more boutique and faster decision making. Countries need to come together with the same perspective. There could be a historical competition between Turkey and Iran, and because they don't support each other's decisions because they don't share the same views. Likewise, Saudi Arabia, unfortunately, when it comes to Hamas, they may not think the same with other countries. So if similar thinking Muslim countries can come and lead it for the Palestinian issue and for OIC, I believe that it's going to be more effective. Sorry, Professor, can you please wrap it up? Yes. The Muslim world, we need to take examples of the D8 and OIC, and we need to interpret the geopolitical changes across the world, and we need to implement a new mechanism specifically for the Palestine issue. If this is done, either OIC will need to reform itself and will have to make faster decisions, or this new mechanism will be able to or may be able to lead on behalf of OIC. Thank you very much. This last speaker of the second session was Dr. Mustafa Öztop, and he talked about assessing progress in Islamic solidarity on the basis of needs and opportunities. So in general, when we look at the topics of the speakers, let me remind them, and then I want to terminate it. The second session's main topic was theoretical discussions in the context of justice, and there were 6 speakers, and unfortunately we couldn't contact 2 speakers, so we had 4 speakers who presented their speeches. The first speaker was Associate Professor Admir Mullah Osmanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and he talked about the theoretical framework for practical steps towards the establishment of the Islamic legal system. And the second speaker was Mr. Shahzad Shaukat from Pakistan, and he talked about inconsistent or incomplete law promoting injustice. He shared with us. The third speaker was PhD candidate Ajaz Bashir Lon from India, and he talked about Islamic economic governance and the joint justice system and the challenges and opportunities for the Islamic Union. And the last speaker was Dr. Mustafa Öztop from Turkey. Turkey talked about the assessing progress in Islamic solidarity on the basis of needs and opportunities. All these sessions will be discussed and assessed in the assessment session. I would like to extend my wishes that this Congress is auspicious, and I would like to thank all the stakeholders leading with the Assam government. I would like to extend you my thanks once again, and stay with Allah Almighty, and thank you. Alaikum salam. And you have moderated the second session successfully. We would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Serkan Ünal. So hopefully we will be with you again in another session. Without further ado, I'm going to open the third session. Now I would like to invite Mr. Uwais Ateş as the moderator, and we will be discussing Islamic Union Common Justice System, and we will have different speakers, and this session, due to the communication problem, I will say that Mr. Compere Bokhari will not be in our session, and
Again, Mr. Ömer Ahmet Mukbil Morayi will not be able to attend. He apologized because of the war. He will not be together with us in this session. And again, Mr. Nuru Abubekir Mohammed was not communicated. So 3 speakers will not be in the session. Now, I would like to give the floor to our moderator, Mr. Üveys Ateş. Thank you. I would like to start with the name of Allah. As-salatu as-salamu ya Resulullah. Distinguished participants, and I would like to welcome you to the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. And this is the 3rd session on 24th of December. As our professor said, some of our speakers will not be together with us today. And we have 4 speakers in this session. They are going to present their speeches. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Abdul Jeli Abdul Wahid from Chad, and I will be mentioning procedures and principles for determining the Islamic Union's strategy for the development of the judicial system. Mr. Ahmed, the floor is yours, sir.
أحمد أنا من شات نبدأ.
I am coming from Chad. Let's start my presentation. Can I start now? Please, the floor is yours, sir. Okay, thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
With the name of Allah, the most merciful.
نشكر السيد رئيس الجلسة.
First of all, I would like to thank to the moderator and to the organization for granting us a chance to be a part of this organization. And I would like to thank Assam for organizing this Congress. And I hope that Mr. Adnan will recover soon from his illness. We are almost at the end of our program, and there are many presentations in this program, and I hope that these presentations will pave the way for the establishment of a common system, and I hope that decision makers will listen to us and they will take necessary advices and recommendations for the benefit of the Islamic world and Muslim world. And of course, as you know, for the Islamic Union, our first priority as the Islamic countries is to ensure development among the Muslim countries, and for the judicial system and legal system, what kind of development has been observed so far? We will be talking about the judicial system, and we will be talking about the development of the judicial system. Before Islam, we didn't have laws, we didn't have any rules. There was a leader of the tribe before Islam, and then this leader was taking decisions on behalf of the tribe. But the Jews and the Christians had their own judicial system, their own legal systems, and then according to these laws, they were coming up with decrees and decisions. But of course, after Islam, after Islam was adopted, the Sharia, the command, the order of Islam was embraced. And after that, the decisions of Sharia were the best decisions, not only to solve the problems of the Islamic world, but also to find remedies to the rest of the world, non-Muslim world. So the Islamic law is for the benefit of all people. And of course, with the dissemination of Islam, there were different judicial systems established, especially in the Arabic Peninsula. The religion of Islam became widespread, and then the system of caliphate was also common in these countries. And in order to show the right path to the people, Quran was sent to the world, and the Prophet was the mediator. And thanks to these developments, the name of Allah, it was easier to establish a just system with the verses, with the surah. There are many verses in Quran emphasizing fairness, justice, and with Quran as serving an evidence. It was easier to establish a justice system, and we had caliphs like Hazrat Umar, Hazrat Osman, and Hazrat Ali, and all of these caliphs used Quran as a reference book for their implementation. And there were different systems, and it was also very important for the execution and jurisdiction. And totally, as the judicial system, there were new developments, and there was a new system that we are even using nowadays. And we are at that time there were judges, and the judges could be accountable. And during the time of Aziz, in Andalusia, the judicial system was highly developed, and Maliki sect was more common in those days. And then Indonesia, and there were the countries of Maghreb countries, and in this Maghreb countries covering Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, in these areas, the judicial system was highly developed, and later on it also covered the whole geography of Islam and the sect Hanafi sect also became popular. And at that time, judicial system was developed in the framework of Hanafi system. And by utilizing Hanafi system, the judicial framework was established. And there were judges, there were prosecutors, and we were able to establish Islamic judicial system. And there were different judicial systems for each Muslim countries. And after that, without looking at the wealth of people, the decisions were taken, but now the system is weaker. At that time, the judicial system was stronger, that there were fair solutions for the people, for the individuals, without looking at their richness or their ethnicity or their race, their mentality, but the judges were neutral, and the judges were very strong at that time, and they exercised their powers. But today, it is not implemented in a fair way. There were some features within the justice system, and there were criteria for the judges to be chosen, and for there were provisions set out within in the direction of Islamic law. But once again, I would like to state that we have many issues in the judicial system today. There are many conflicts, and then the cases can go on for years without any outcome, because we cannot implement the rules. The rules are not proper. They are not properly prepared. And the Sharia, the Islamic law, was not taken into consideration while preparing these regulations and law of the countries. And that is why right now the cases can take years. There are long trials. And in order to ensure and maintain social peace, this is a problem, because sometimes the trials can expand for years, and sometimes the judges don't act or don't decide in a fair fashion, and then the individuals try to obtain their right in their own way, and this is not right. And of course, the judicial system should be free of charge, because there are poor people, they cannot bring a lawsuit, and then for these people, they cannot raise a complaint, and they cannot go to the court as they don't have money, and this results in inequality among the people, among the individuals. So the judicial system should be both impartial, neutral, and free of charge, so that everybody can have access to the judicial system. If people believe in justice, if people believe in justice system, then there will be less crime in the world, and there will be less crime in the countries. And we should adopt and embrace this system, and then we will see a reduction in the discrimination discourse. There will be such discourses, such hatred crime will not be triggered if we have a proper justice system, and we need to take necessary precautions in this direction. And the judge should know the culture of the society, customs, and all kinds of regulations should be followed by the judge, and people should learn their rights by organizing conferences, seminars, and then the officials should announce their rights to the people, or the law to the people, so that there will be less hatred crime. Well, this was the end of my presentation. May the blessings and love of Allah be upon you. I would like to thank Mr. Ahmet Abdülceli Abdülvahit from Chad for your valuable presentation. Now we are going to proceed with our next speaker, and retired Major General Dr. Shahid Hashmat, and he is going to attend from Pakistan, and his speech will be about prospects and challenges for joint justice system in contemporary Muslim world. The word is yours, sir.
Yes. Retired Major General Dr. Shahid Hashmat. Can you hear us, sir?
Dr. Shahid Hashmat, are you available?
Evet, aramızda şu an mevcut değil herhalde.
I think he cannot hear us.
Hello.
İsmi... Ha. Buyurun.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You can start your presentation.
Can you hear me?
Evet, buyurun hocam.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, is it my turn to speak?
Yes, it's your turn, sir. You can start your presentation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everybody. I shall be talking about the prospects and the challenges for the joint justice system for the whole of the Muslim world. But before I do that, I would like to just give me 1 second. Yeah, I would like to, first of all, congratulate Assam and its chairman, General Adnan Tenrivirdi, for organizing this Congress in extremely difficult time. I also pray for the good health and very quick and complete recovery of General Adnan Pasha. Before I come to the actual topic, I would like to express my deep, heartfelt condolence for more than 21,000 Palestinian martyrs who have lost their lives under naked and most brutal crimes against humanity and genocide committed and perpetrated by Israeli state and the Israeli forces. I also pray for more than 60,000 injured Palestinians and around 2 million Palestinians whose houses, hospitals, schools have been destroyed. And we all know there is no water, no food, no medicine, no shelter. Whereas we need to condemn Israel for these heinous atrocities, we must also condemn the United States and the EU, who as supporters of the Israel have facilitated and allowed this massacre and genocide by providing diplomatic, political, military, and financial support to Israel. Undoubtedly, all such acts constitute crimes against humanity. I also would like to highlight the similar atrocities perpetrated by Indian occupying forces in Kashmir against Muslims, and of course, in other areas in the world as well. I wish to highlight the inability with great pain of the Muslims to stop Israel to commit such crimes and their powerlessness and the failure to provide any meaningful humanitarian assistance to their Palestinian brothers and sisters. What a pity that there are many Muslim countries just adjacent to Israel and Palestine, but they are unable to react. They are unable to give any kind of support to their Muslim brethren. Therefore, it is extremely important to understand the reason of such helplessness, vulnerability, and extreme weakness. We have been discussing all related issues in the previous Assam Congress. I am lucky enough to be participating, I think, in 4th or 5th consecutive conference. I'm sure you all know and understand the real causes of such a pitiful and unfortunate situation. In simple words, it is lack of unity and solidarity among Muslims. This is the main concern of Assam and its endeavors for last many years. I can assure you that if the Muslims were united and if they had strong political and diplomatic cooperation amongst themselves, Israel would have not dared to attack Gaza. Rather, Palestine would have been an independent country by now. Therefore, I request all participants to fully support Assam in its efforts to establish unity and solidarity amongst Muslims. We have all the resources, large population, enormous land and sea waterways, strategic trade routes, natural resources, large, rather very large armies, and 57 members of the United Nations. What we lack is a collective political vision and, of course, the resultant lack of unity and solidarity. Now I'll move to the prospects of and the challenges of the joint system in the contemporary joint justice system in the contemporary Muslim world. Justice, as it has been explained by many speakers and scholars, is ethical, philosophical, moral, religious, social, and political concept, which advocates that all people must be treated impartially, fairly, and equally, without prejudice to their color, creed, ethnicity, and nationality. Indeed, justice forms the foundation of a civilized, cultured, enlightened, progressive, and egalitarian society. Though a good justice system demands that everyone should be treated equally, but practical application of justice varies among various societies and states depending upon their history, culture, custom, norms, traditions, political systems, governance structure, and constitutional provision. A fair justice system also ensures that no harm is caused to anyone and no one is persecuted or prosecuted without following due process of fairness and impartiality. Traditionally, a justice system has two main branches, the civil law and the criminal law. Most of the Muslim countries which have remained under the colonial powers of many European powers still follow some forms of Roman common law or mixture of the laws introduced by their erstwhile colonial masters. Only nominal changes have been made by these countries after their independence. This aspect has been highlighted by a number of speakers, those who spoke yesterday and today as well. The justice system in Muslim countries varies drastically from one state to another state for the reasons mentioned just now in the form, principles, standards, practices, and essence due to the influence of various factors. I do not have the time to go into those in the detail. Conceptually speaking, the Islamic concept of justice as derived from Quran and Sunnah, the practices of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and the judicial tradition of rightly guided caliphs, the Khulafa Rashidin, is a comprehensive system. It promotes socio-economic justice for all citizens of the state and protects their fundamental rights. I want to highlight and emphasize the word. It promotes the socio-economic justice because many a time we are talking into very technical terms and into some kind of more and more of a religious terminologies, but we do not emphasize on a socio-economic justice. In a society where socio-economic justice does not exist, the society cannot exist. And where the fundamental rights of the citizens are not protected, whether it is called a Muslim country or a Muslim society or a non-Muslim society, it just cannot stay, it cannot survive. Unfortunately, in most of the Muslim societies, in most of the Muslim states, neither there is a social economic justice, nor there is any respect for the fundamental rights of their citizens. The principles of the Islamic law and justice system based on Quran and Sunnah are universally accepted by all Muslims. There are some differences among various schools of Islamic jurisprudence, but these are not divisive. During 18th and the 20th century, from 18th to 20th century, the colonial powers enforced their laws and justice system on their subjects because they wanted to destroy the old traditional Islamic justice system in whatever form it was. Moreover, it helped them to establish supremacy of the colonial imperialists on the Muslims. The colonial powers wanted unhindered loot and plunder of the human and natural resources of the Muslim world. During the post-colonial era, nothing much has been done to restore and revive the traditional Islamic justice system due to the factors mentioned by me. Lack of freedom of thought, research, and speech in the Muslim world has resulted in a stagnation of intellectual and academic evolution of the rule of law and Islamic judicial system to correspond to the changing demands and challenges of contemporary world. Due to these factors, it is not an easy task to evolve a uniform and commonly accepted Islamic law and Islamic justice system that can be applied to and it can be practiced by all Muslim states. However, the process must be started to attain common understanding and mutual acceptance, at least of some minimum standards and procedures that can pave the way for a universally agreed Islamic legal system. Therefore, there's a need to establish an independent commission on Islamic legal and justice system. It would work in cooperation, or it should work in cooperation with the Islamic Court of Justice, which hardly exists or nominally exists. It doesn't function at all. It has no role of providing the guidance on the Islamic justice system to all Muslim societies and countries. It can be, the cooperation can be obtained from Jama Azhar, the Azhar University, and the International Islamic Universities at Islamabad and Kuala Lumpur. The commission should comprise of 10 to 15 renowned Muslim law experts, ulamas, those who are experts of the Islamic philosophy and theology, Muslim jurists, and some former chief justices of the Supreme Courts of the Muslim countries. All schools of Islamic thought must get due representation in this commission. Later, some subcommittees can also be formed to work out the details for the specific laws and the procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have highlighted and other speakers have spoken, establishing a common and a joint Islamic justice system that is acceptable to and it is implemented by all Muslim countries is surely desirable. Yet it is an overly ambitious goal. But a beginning must be made. The most important prerequisite for such objective is unity, solidarity, and political consensus. It is the political unity which will actually give way to many other things, whether we are talking of a defense, or we are talking of diplomacy, or we are talking of justice system, or we are talking of a common economic system. So there has to be a political consensus among Muslims, for which Assam has made concerted effort for last many years. So I would like once again at the end to appreciate the efforts of Assam, and I pray that these efforts, they bring desirable results. Before I end, once again, I pray for our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Şahit Ahmet Haşmet hocamıza bu değerli sunumlarından dolayı.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. Now we continue with the next speaker, researcher Ali Coşar. He will be talking about the effect of human and divine justice systems on the peace and peace of humanity during crime, execution, and recreation processes and rehabilitation processes. Over to you.
Selamünaleyküm. Ben Ali Coşar.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Ali Coşar. I'm starting my presentation. Distinguished chair, distinguished members of the audience, I will be talking about a comparison of the justice systems and the effect of these systems on the peace and peace of humanity during crime, execution, and rehabilitation processes. In Muslim countries and in the other countries around the world, when we look at the societies, we see that 2/3 of the societies are in dispute with each other, and people do not hesitate to commit crimes, and penalties are not deterrent, and the relatives of the victims can retaliate against these crimes. And unfortunately, the atmosphere of peace that Islam speaks of is not fully manifested. In this history of the last 250 years, the Muslim communities, Muslim societies have been subjected to actual financial and social cultural attacks by colonial nations. In every century, a way of exploitation was found to protect the interests of imperial states. And the criminal code was imported from Italy, the civil code from Switzerland. And instead of the faith of the Muslims, the corrupt order established with the constitutions imposed by the colonial imperial states and created these negative conditions. And in the past, the Islamic countries could not have a proper justice system except for the ASRICA, which was the time of the Seljuk and Ottoman Empire periods. And especially in the last 100 years, this level of unqualification has gradually increased. The decline in faith and justice in the public conscience continues to be felt more deeply. And we can see the same thing in most of the other Islamic countries as well. It is also possible in Western societies that have thinkers who produce the ideas and thoughts of human law systems. And despite their systems of policy states, they cannot offer peace to humanity. The imperial states use these institutions, such as the League of Nations, the United Nations, as a screen and a tool in order to grant the right to life only to themselves and their loyal supporters. So they can get away with their crimes. And we see that harsh prison conditions cannot prevent murders, robberies, thefts, and massacres. Then it is certain that there is a need for divine justice system and order in the world for the peace of the human world, in this world and the afterworld. So now I would like to talk about the differences between civil law and criminal law. In civil law, punishment will be given to the guilty, but you do not expect any other benefit of harm, other than harm. The purpose of punishment is to make the criminal feel pain and suffering due to their actions against the society and pay for the price for their faulty behaviors, and penalties have retroactive effects. And according to the absolute justice theory, the punishment is the end, is the actual goal. Punishment is applied not for the realization of something in the future, but for the destruction of social order. And it is accepted that the purpose is achieved when the punishment is given. So we give, the criminal must be punished for the crime against society and must be subjected to an evil equal to the evil he has committed. And there are three objectives of any punishment: preventing future crimes, ensuring the criminal becomes a better person, and exterminating the criminal from the society by giving a death penalty. And the theory of atonement. The basis of the theory of atonement is based on the concept of making the criminal pay the price for the evil he has committed, because the punishment itself is the actual goal. The criminal must suffer for the evil he has done. In this respect, the theory of atonement is based on retaliation. And according to the theory of special prevention, the duty of the legislature is eliminating the crime and preventing them from causing any harm. The punishment to be imposed should not be greater than the damage caused by the crime. The private prevention theory is future-oriented. And since the rehabilitation of the criminal is the main goal, the punishment should be sufficient to achieve this rehabilitation, and the perpetrator will be punished at a level that will enable him to socialize after serving this sentence. and general prevention theory. The situation of the criminal who is punished for a crime will deter other criminals from committing similar acts. And this is about preventing potential criminals. The purpose of punishment is not to punish the perpetrator or make the perpetrator behave better, but it is to protect the society in which the perpetrator lives. So, according to this theory, the punishment should be severe as they aim to prevent the potential criminals from committing similar crimes. It is based on deterrence. This deterrence is directed towards society rather than the perpetrator, like psychological coercion or spiritual coercion. And meaning of punishment in Islamic criminal law. In Islamic terminology, this is expressed as hikmah or maslahat. And it is important in terms of showing the motives that are effective in the emergence of the action, and the legitimacy has a close relationship with being probable. And the concepts of maslahat and mafsadat. Although it is controversial, had is related to the right of Allah, and qisas is related to the right of people. So tazir, on the other hand, is related to both types of rights. The foundation of Islamic rules is based on welfare, the maslahat. While one thing is commanded because it is beneficial, another thing is prohibited because it is harmful. The aims of Sharia regarding people are gathered under 5 headings of protection of religion, life, protection of life, generation, mind, and property, and these are called usoli hamse, and maslahat for things that serve to preserve the 5 principles. The things that cause violation are called mefsedet, and the maslahats include indispensable, zaruri, haji, and tahsini. The interests aiming at the protection of these 5 items are evaluated in the group of essential interests, which is the highest level of the interests. In this respect, the interests desired to be achieved by tazi should be achieved by had and qisas. And serious crimes in Islamic law. In Islamic law, the crimes against lineage and family, the assets, the general decency, the human dignity, the public order, and the political power, and the well-being of the society are considered as crimes, and sanctions have been imposed on them. The penalties for these crimes are the same as those for other crimes. And the concept of Islah. In the Holy Quran, Islah is used in the 40 verses, 40 surah, ayat, in the form of nouns and verbs. And it is used to mean the correction of oneself or the relations between people, to make peace, to reconcile. And the noun form of Muslim is also included in various verses to express pious people who adopt an attitude of peace, order, and well-being against evil. In Islam, the main purposes of persecution.
It is to ensure justice, the treatment of the criminal, and deterring from crime. So accordingly, the Islamic criminal law is a legal system of divine origin, and Islamic criminal law is usually classified in 3 ways. And the purpose of punishments in ensuring the order of humanity in the world we live are structuring, deterrence, and in addition to its purposes of pleasing the victim, it also has an otherworldly atonement. And the otherworldly aspect is not available in the humanitarian law systems. The purpose of punishing crimes that require the had punishment. Had punishment is parallel to the expressions of utilitarian theories of human punishment. However, the special preventive function of is only used in cases where the punishment is not death penalty, because some had crimes result in death, and the special prevention function wouldn't have much meaning. in the concept of retaliation and atonement, it is seen that the concepts of retaliation and atonement are used in both legal systems. However, while atonement in Islam is more of a sanction to eliminate otherworldly responsibility, human law perceives atonement as revenge for the legal norm violated due to the crime committed. First of all, the Quranic text, which says that there will be life in the application of retaliation, it shows that the punishment of retaliation is imposed to serve a certain purpose, which is contrary to the acceptance of the absolute theory. And the crimes that require the punishment of qisas, it's the most emphasized issue in crimes requiring retaliation is the general preventive function of the punishment. And in addition to the consent, the consent of the victim is also important. Crimes requiring the punishment of tazir. It is seen that the specific prevention function for the purpose of punishment is prioritized, and the general emphasis is less prevention function. It is the remedial aspect, and many definitions have been made based on this aspect of tazir. So, as a conclusion, full or relative justice can be achieved with an uncompromising, fully effective execution system where the reform of people is determined only by the principles of Islamic law, not approaching crime, deterring crime, and finally, if a crime is committed, giving the punishment it deserves. Otherwise, humanity will not have peace and tranquility. And the people, in order for the people, families, societies, tribes, nations, and finally states would disappear into history. So human justice system cannot satisfy souls are inadequate. And in this case, if the victim or their relatives try to achieve justice by themselves, humanity will destroy itself as a result of complete chaos. In the present day, in the decline in the belief in justice in the public conscience is felt more deeply, and crimes that cannot be fully weighed within the scales of justice, relatively little or at all in human legal systems, and sometimes they get away with it, so they are left to the great court. So the peace, salvation of humanity in both worlds is in the Islamic justice system. Thank you. We would like to thank our distinguished professor for this valuable presentation. And I would like to make a small correction. When I was presenting him, I referred to him as the deputy chairman. However, his duties has changed. He's the Assam General Secretary and Deputy Chairman. So let us have corrected this small mistake, and we would like to wish him success in his new position. Another speaker is Pakistan State Bank's former General Manager, Dr. Mohammed Munir Ahmed from Pakistan. And he is going to talk about the capitalist taxation laws and Islamic perspective. This is his abstract. Yes, sir.
دكتور كاميرا غير مفتوح من فضلكم.
I guess he is telling.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Munir Ahmed, and my topic is capitalistic taxation laws and Islamic perspective. First of all, I will narrate the legacy of taxation. When we find from history, the first sort of tax was tax on agriculture. In all the organized societies all over the world, in the beginning, because land was the only piece of ownership, and when people became owners of land, they were owner of the produce from land, and the first tax levied on income was agriculture tax. It was realized after the harvest of crops, and it was a just tax because every farmer used to have income from land, and on land, on that income, there was a tax. So this was the first source of income for the government to meet its expenditure. After some time, another tax was imposed on trade. It was realized from the traders, and traders used to include it in the price of products. So as a result, the consumers, they had to pay this. So then we see the second shape of tax, that the tax on trade, which we generally call sale tax, and nowadays we call it GST. So the second tax was very different in nature because there was no reason for its reason, because as a result of sale purchase, income of the of consumers did not increase, but it was levied. As we see in those days, there used to be wars, and the government has to finance its war expenditure. So the second tax, the tax on trade, tax on business was levied, which had no rationale, because as a result of this, income of the consumer did not increase. When we see the 7th century, before 7th century, there were two big super empires, Iran and Rome, and the third country was Arab. In all the countries, there were tax on trade. In Arabia, in Medina, there were 4 markets of Jews, and Jews had levied a tax on trade. All people in the market, they used to pay the tax. Those people who used to bring their goods in the market, they had to pay the tax, and there were tax on trade. When Prophet Muhammad migrated from Mecca to Medina, there were 4 markets of Jews, and in all markets there were tax. So Prophet Muhammad started a new market in Medina, Islamic market, and in that market, Prophet Muhammad said, there will be no tax on trade. So when when the tax on trade was abolished, in a very short time, the newly established market of Muslims that surpassed all the 4 market of Jews, because there were a tax on trade. So as a result of that, people shifted from Jewish market to Islamic market, because in the language of modern time, the ease of doing business was now in Islamic market, where there was no tax on trade. So for the first time, Islam gave a new a concept of taxation, that there will be only 2 taxes in the economy. It is very surprising that in the 7th century Muslim markets in Medina, there were only 2 taxes on a domestic trade. And what were those? Zakat, 2.5%. It was an annual tax. And Ushur, that was 10%. It has to be paid after every harvest. So here Islam gave a concept of low rate few tax regime for running the expenditure of the government. This system remained in vogue for some time. After that, the whole world again, they switch over to tax on trade. So these days, now what we see, the situation now in every country, there are a lot of taxes, and mostly on a trade, what we say VAT in advanced countries, value added tax, because every person, rich or poor, has to pay tax while purchasing something, while making purchase something. And this is un-Islamic, as per saying of Prophet Muhammad, who said that who will levy any tax other than those 2 taxes, he will not go to heaven. This is about 7th century, but when now we see that multiple tax regime and different rate of taxes on trade, and as a result of that, the victim of this system is the poor people, because they are already poor. Whenever they purchase anything, they have to pay the hidden tax in the prices, which the businessman, the trader, used to include in the prices. So what is my thesis? That in 7th century, Prophet Muhammad gave the idea of supply side economics, where there was no tax in the trade. In 2020, my first book, 7th Century Medina Economics, it came in the market, published, and I had given this idea in that book, that yes, Shabazz, click here to get started. Yes. So in that book, I gave the idea that in Islam, there are only 2 taxes on domestic trade. First is, I repeat, 2.5 annual tax, zakat, and that is on income from business and on other assets. And then a usher of 10% that is to be paid after every harvest. So when I raised this question in my book, there were a lot of questions that in modern day, how governments would meet their expenditure just from 2 taxes. One thing I like to add that in the period of Caliph Umar, 3rd tax was imposed, and that was import duty. Before that, there was no import duty, but when Hazrat Umar became a caliph, a businessman from Spain and Italy, they came to Mecca and Medina. So the question was raised: what sort of tax should be levied on their imports or their goods? So 3rd tax is import duty. So I gave this idea in my book that in Islam there are only 3 taxes. Then there was a lot of questions that in the modern day requirement, how government expenditure will be met just from 3 taxes. Then I took the case of my country, Pakistan. Then I analyzed the taxation data. In Pakistan, annually we get from all sort of taxes rupees 7,000 billions annually from all taxes, and this out of this amount, 40% is from sale tax, because in Pakistan there is a high level of GST, a sale tax, which is 70% or 18%. So I calculated that if we impose just 3 taxes, zakat, usher, and import duty, what would be the realization? I have given in my paper the full calculation. I was myself surprised to see that if we impose just 3 taxes in Pakistan, 3 Islamic taxes, we shall be getting the same amount what we are getting from a number of taxes, and most important, the GST, the sale tax. So from that, I got this idea that we should promote this aspect of Islam. That in Islam there is only 3 texts. And now I say something about the existing capitalistic taxation. You see, capitalistic taxation is just on income. Every year, your income is assessed and you have to pay tax on your income. This excludes your wealth, and particularly gold. what I calculated that in Pakistan, the gold holdings with ladies or with gentlemen, those are excluded from tax. Gold, silver, and diamond ornaments, they are not included in the tax. And secondly, the real estate business is not fully taxed. So, what a calculation I made that from the zakat on gold and zakat on gold and silver and other metals, we shall be getting around the same amount which we are getting from sale tax. And secondly, all sort of income which is related with land. And in the 7th century, there was only one shape of income from land, that was agriculture production. In modern time, you see there is agriculture production, there is industrial production, there is mining production. And if we take into account the GDP of any country and the value added by different sectors, that all come under usher. And if we calculate all that and import duty, we shall be getting equal amount which we are getting now from multiple taxation, and which has become a source of difficulty, particularly for the poor people. So that's my reason for coming here, because this idea was also exercised in America. We always know the Laffer curve. What is Laffer curve? That if you impose too much taxations, you will be getting too less amount from too much assessment. You will be getting too less amount, and if there are few taxes, you will be getting lot of amount. And it is said that this idea was given by Ibn Khaldun, a Muslim scholar, who had said in the beginning that governments in the beginning, they get more realization from fewer assessments, and in the long run, when there are too many taxes, they get lesser amount from too many assessment. So what idea I want to present from this forum, that generally we say that these two taxes are simply a charity. Zakat is a charity. In fact, zakat is Islamic taxation, and now in advanced countries in economics, there is a concept of supply side economics. They say, because in Western economics there are two groups. One group is supply side economics. They want to have little taxes, very few taxes on trade. And what they say, as a result of this, business will promote, efficiency of business will promote, so there will be few taxes. But in America, in advanced countries of the West, there is higher level of taxation, and in most of cases, when the salary is high, 50% amount goes to tax. So it is a very new idea, and it is given by our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that there should be no tax on trade. What is thesis of my presentation? What is a very new idea, and it is very less tested, exercised. Generally, in every country, in every Muslim country, there are a lot of taxes, and as a result, everybody has to pay tax. Even those people who are under the poverty line, when they make any purchase, they pay the hidden tax, that is sale tax or GST. So what I want, that we should do exercises on this idea, that if we have just three taxes, if we just say for a statement, it looks, it is not possible. because just for 3 taxes, how we shall do this? But this is also accompanied by the idea of Islamic way of government, that there should be a simple government with minimum requirements having from the national exchequer. So the concept of Islam about governance helps us that if our leaders, if the rulers have a very simple way of life, the way of life which was exercised by our holy prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Hazrat Umar, Hazrat Abu Bakr, and Hazrat Usman and Hazrat Ali, the 4 caliphs, they led a very simple life. When they do this, there will be too much resources available for spending on poor, and from zakat and ushr and import duty, too much income will be realized, and that will be spent on the welfare of the people. One thing more I would like to say about zakat. The avenues of expenditure have also been mentioned in our holy book, the Quran. There are 8 avenues of expenditure that are to be made from the income from zakat. All are pro-poor. All are for the welfare of the weaker sections of society. When we adopt this idea, then we shall have a very strong government. They are making a lot of expenditure, and the expenditure of zakat could not be outsourced to the private sector. In the Western economies, everything is in the hand of private sector, and what we see these days, the ruling ideology, neoliberalism. Because of that, everything is with the market. So the Islamic concept of taxation and rule of government, the governance model, when we study these two, and when we implement this, so it will be a revolution in the business, the same revolution which had occurred in the 7th century Medina, when our holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam withdraw all taxes on trade. So this is my submission, that all OIC countries, all Muslim countries, first exercise this, first make a calculation that how much amount they can get from taxation. And there is also a thinking that if a government is unable to is not to realize adequate amount from zakat, its rate could also be increased. I would like to refer at Dr. Hamidullah, who came from India and he settled in France. He gave this idea that in Islam, zakat is the taxation, ushr is the taxation, and if in certain situations you are unable to, the government is unable to realize the desired amount from zakat and ushr, its rate could be increased till the time we have the full resources. So what is my submission at this forum? That all the Muslim countries should work on this idea. They should make exercises about their own areas, what amount they are getting from taxation, and what amount they will get from just 3 taxes. So this idea is very amazing, that there will be just 3 taxes, and from these 3 taxes you will get sufficient amount. And this idea, first we should exercise this, as I have exercised in the case of my country, the Pakistan. In Pakistan, people are worried about the higher level of taxation. If we can introduce that in Pakistan, and if we can share this with other countries, then we can discuss it at World Economic Forum, and we can tell to the people that this idea came from our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whom we call he is mercy for all the mankind. So I finish with these words, these remarks, that this idea of tax-free trade came from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So if we present this idea on global forums, then we shall be introducing in a better way about our prophet, because people generally don't know his person. And when they will be knowing this then in this time when everybody is uneasy due to higher taxation, this idea was given by Prophet Muhammad in the 7th century, and it will be a gift from Prophet Muhammad for mankind of 21st century, and it will be instrumental in image in creating awareness about image of Prophet Muhammad. Thank you very much. Walaikum assalam.
Kıymetli hocamız Doktor Muhammed Münir Ahmet.
Distinguished Professor Mr. Munir Ahmed, I would like to thank you for this valuable contribution.
Böylece
Now, with this presentation, we have come to the end of our third session. Before closing our session, I would like to summarize the titles of the presentations. First of all, we have listened Mr. Ahmed Adjeli Abdul Wahid from Chad. We have listened his presentation, and he touched upon the procedures and principles for determining the Islamic Union's strategy for the development of the judicial system, both in the judicial system, what should be the qualifications and what are the procedures for the judicial system, and how it will be right to implement all of these in the Islamic judicial frameworks. And our second speaker was Mr. Retired Major General Dr. Shahid Hashmat was our second speaker, and he addressed prospects and challenges for joint justice system in the contemporary Muslim world. And in his presentation, he talked that the customs are very important, and for the joint justice system, what are the prerequisites and what are the challenges? This was his presentation in general, and our third speaker was the Secretary General and Deputy President of Assam, Mr. Ali Joshar from Turkey, and he addressed the effect of human and divine justice systems on the peace of humanity during crime execution, recreation processes, both, as I just said, in crime execution and in recreation. So he compared human justice system and divine justice system on the peace of humanity. And last but not least, we have listened Mr. Muhammad Munir Ahmed, who is the previous Islamic Bank of Pakistan, and he also presented his address on capitalist taxation laws and Islamic perspective, and we would like to thank him as well. And in his presentation, he talked about the taxation law and the taxation systems and what is the approach of Islam and what was the system and of the Islamic behavior, and he shed light on the taxation issues. And I would like to thank each and every one of our speakers for their contributions to our session, and we hope that our Congress will be auspicious. And once again, I would like to extend my thanks to all of the speakers who are present in the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. We thank you. And it is our second day, and we have just finished our third session. Mr. Üveys Ateş was the moderator in this session. He is from the Fatih Sultan Mehmet University, and thanks to these contributions, we have deepened our knowledge and wisdom. And due to we are actually before our time, our presentation, so we would like our participants to rest, to relax for a while. Then we are going to hear a song, and then after that we are going to continue with the evaluation session. Mr. Kazım Balkıran will make assessment after the song. Thank you so much.
Boyumuz boylansın, soyumuz soylansın. Hakkın adalet ile, hakkın adalet ile. Nizam-ı alemine, nizam-ı alemine. Tüm cihan aydınlansın, tüm cihan aydınlansın. Çıksın. Bu yoldan dönerse gök girsin, kızıl çıksın. Hakkın adalet ile, hakkın adalet ile. Nizam-ı alem ile, nizam-ı alem ile. Tüm cihan aydınlansın, tüm cihan aydınlansın.
Evet, eser sahibi kardeşimize dün telefon açarak teşekkür etmiştim.
We thanked the owner of this song. Once again, I would like to congratulate him. I think this song is very suitable for our congress, our conference. And now the order is ensured by us, as we are the successors of Selçukis and Ottoman Empire. So they are our ancestors and predecessors, and they obeyed to the command of Allah the Almighty. And I hope that all of the humanity will be illuminated with the wisdom and the lights of Islam and Quran. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Attila Batur, and then after that, Mr. Kazım Dalkıran. First, we are going to start with Professor Dr. Attila Batur. Thank you very much, our chairman. Can you hear me?
Çok güzel geliyor. Devam.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Kazım Hocam, birlikte değerlendirmeyi yapacağız. Öncesinde herhangi bir plan
We are
yapmadan
going to
ilk konuşmayı
make the
yapmak için
necessary
sizi
assessment.
Evet, ses açık değil Kazım Hocam. En azından bu
Mr. Kazım Dalkıran, you can
birlikte de
open the voice. Okay, we can continue together. Thank you so much.
Daha sonra ben de devam edeyim inşallah.
peki.
Okay, you start first and then I will continue afterwards. I will start with the name of Allah. Esselatu esselamu Muhammedin Resulullah ve sahbihi ve ecmain. Well, this is the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress, and I would like to thank and welcome all of the participants, both from home and abroad. While starting my words, I would like to thank Mr. Adnan Tanrıverdi, and I hope that he will recover soon. And I would like to thank all of the administrators, personnel of Assam who contributed to the actualization of this conference, starting from the day we always followed the ideas and the studies of Mr. Adnan Pasha with enthusiasm. And it is a great honor and pleasure for me to be a part of this journey.
Kongremiz büyük bir özveriyle hazırlandı, büyük bir
And
devam ediyor.
our Congress is still continuing with very important and very fruitful panels, sessions, and I had the opportunity to follow these sessions, and there is a huge effort behind this Congress, and in the kitchen of this conference, there is a huge work and effort. And so once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone. And once again, I would like to thank our interpreters. They are very successful, and it is not an easy task, even though we haven't shared some of our presentations. They are interpreting very well, very meticulously, and once again, I would like to congratulate them. Starting from yesterday, at the end of all the sessions, we evaluated and assessed all the speakers and all the speeches, and we will have a general assessment. And in the morning today, we had the opening speech as well. Mr. Ömer Hüseyini, his introductory explanation was very important, and I think that all of these will be broadcasted and will be published by Assam. So there might be a council of consultation, and there might be a board of consultation. Islamic Organization for Cooperation has not functioned properly since the day of establishment. So I believe that they lack some of the cooperation points. So Islamic Organization for Cooperation and Islamic Court, Islamic Court of Justice should be established immediately, and this was very important. And there were other speakers as well, and it was really tough to take our notes, so it necessitated great time. But I would like to touch upon a few examples, and Ms. Sahar Zeki Kabel from Egypt mentioned the imperialist states, and they are given loans to the smaller states, and like their satellite states. So they first provide the loans and they ask for high interest later on, so they become dependent states. So this was the essence of her presentation. Well, these are the common problems, and all of the speakers here and all of the participants are aware of such problems that we are confronting today as the Islamic world. And we can detect these problems, we can determine this problem, we can diagnose ourselves, and we know the remedies of this diagnosis. We are right now holding 7th conference, and these are the topics that we have been discussing for years, and these all showcase that there is an immediate need to collaborate. And today in Palestine, if we think that these are like the arms and Islam is like a body and all the Islamic countries are the parts of this body, then if there is any harm or any damage to one of the organs of the body, and it is like we are drugged and we cannot give any reaction as the Islamic countries. And the reason behind this that is the lack of unity.
Fikir anlamında çok fazla desteği
And
olmasına rağmen hayat bulmamış olması
we
büyük
need
bir
to
kayıptır.
realize it very soon. It is a very big loss, and we should all take responsibilities. There is a burden on all of our shoulders. As a Muslim country, you cannot say that I am not strong, I'm not powerful, I cannot do that. You cannot say that. All of us have responsibilities, and we need to we need to fulfill our responsibilities, and otherwise we will be lazy states as Islamic states. And while the parts of our body are cut, we cannot react, and this shows that we are a great civilization. It is Islam. And look at the situation of Islam, and we don't deserve that. So what can be done? We need to act all together. If you do it, if you do something in time, on time, and if you succeeded, you can do it again. Let's look at the history. We have Indonesia, and Indonesia is the model of Islam, is an example of Islam. You see, let's leave behind the race, the ethnicity. We think Islam is like a body, as I just said. So it is a huge civilization. In the 16th century, we have many guests. You know, Süleymaniye Mosque. Oh, it is really hard for us even to renovate Süleymaniye Mosque today in the 21st century, but we were able to construct this mosque in the 16th century, and after the establishment of Islam, we as Islamic societies brought peace, culture, and civilization to the whole world, we established peace and tranquility all around the world. And after Indonesia, after Ottoman Empire, after the collapse of Ottoman Empire, it is very obvious that there is no peace in the world. And the lack of peace with the effect of capitalism and materialism, it is really hard for the human being to find peace. Well, how can we embrace peace once again? Do we have the skill, have this capability? Yes, we can do it, and we did it in the past. It is not only for the world of Islam, it is very necessary for the whole world. All of the world needs peace, and all of the world needs Islam. In United States, in the European Union, in most of the European countries, it is a civilization that can swallow their children, and they don't think or they don't accept anything other than themselves. So this is the mentality now. So the unity of Islam should once again be embraced by all of us in order to ensure peace and salamat in the whole world. There are destroyers, and they are provocating terror. That is why we need to come together around Quran and around the principles of Islam. Otherwise, we will not find other remedy against these destroyers and against this destruction. And in order to get rid of anarchism, anarchy, and in order to get rid of this invasion, this foreign invasion, we need to have the unity of Islam. So the union of Islam, the concept of unity is needed not only for the Islamic countries, but also for the future of the world. If I summarize, we hope that with the wisdom of Islam, with the union of Islam, we will succeed. We will again reach the gorgeous days of Islam, and it is our sincere prayer to Allah. And once again, I hope that this Congress will yield auspicious outcomes. And once again, I salute you all. Mr. Kazım, the floor is yours. Thank you. I would like to salute all of our participants.
Tamamını saygıyla selamlıyorum. Assam 7. Assam İslam Birliği Kongresi'ni düzenlenmesinin inşallah hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum.
And I hope that this Congress will be auspicious. And I believe that starting from scratch, there are many contributors, and all of our commanders contributed to the organization of this Congress. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for your valuable contributions. And I believe that such congresses can have an effect on the actions. And once again, I believe that the previous congresses contributed a lot to the process. And I hope that may Allah help all of us. And in this period, unfortunately, we have the problems in Palestine. So we have such matters in Palestine, and our topic is justice and how we can ensure justice. And all of our speakers made their own contributions. And we need to have the institutionalized structure as an approach of Islam. And when we first adopted this process, we are going to continue this process. And what is the historical background? We need to share a few words. As it is stated during the presentations, I am giving lectures on history and international relations, as I also submitted it to the attention of our commander. Islamic Organization of Cooperation Summit was hosted by our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and as of 2016, all the presidents and the heads of the state were here, and I was able to welcome and see of them in the airport, and I tried to catch all the sense and feelings at the time. And based on my previous experiences, I worked in NATO before in the defense unit. All of the NATO countries and the United Nations, they have their institutionalized structure, and I was able to take part in these structures. I worked in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and in the solution process of Turkey, I also worked in Diyarbakir. I'm telling all of these because when we try to establish justice, we need to establish safety first. If you could have the security and safety, then we can start to talk about justice. I have worked in various places, and unfortunately, I also worked in Istanbul as the commander, and during the 15th of July coup attempt, and we are actually losing the basis. If we lose the basis, then it is really hard to recreate it. And the understanding of cooperation should be uttered, should be conveyed to the people, then we could have the basis of cooperation. If we cannot apply a rule, we will not know whether that rule is right or wrong. And as the member of the army and as an academician today, we have all of the speakers, and what we have heard from the speakers is that Islam first came to the world as the complementary religion to the other religions. Let me re-sentence it. Let me paraphrase it. Until now, there are many things that we experienced, and we don't know the past experiences. Our rector, our founder rector, has a very precious study, and he says that the qualified experts from different fields should be heard and should come to the fore. We should have a different approach of tafsir so that it will be a multidisciplinary approach, and everybody will be able to reach out the concept of justice. If we could ensure that we will be able to tell specifically the understanding of justice in Islam with different examples. As Ali Uçar stated, we need to have both human approach and divine approach, and this should complement each other. And for example, you can say the rules, we know the examples, and we know the basis of the rules. If we could understand these, the deterrence, for example, correctly, properly, then it can serve a purpose.
Kur'an-ı Kerim'de belirtilen
It is also uttered by our President, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The concept of the deterrence, for example, if people kill each other, so what should be done? So what is the deterrence? So how can you punish them? And what is the right of punishment? And in the name of Islam, what is the justice? What is the law? What is the Islamic law? And there are some discourses as Turkish people, and our president also said that it is said that if a finger is cut by Sharia, by Islamic law, then it doesn't hurt. This is the understanding of justice. So if you are wrong, if you have a fault, then you get punished as a result of this. You cannot say anything because you're wrong. You made a mistake. So that is why you will get punished. It is like preventive medicine. So there should be deterrence in the justice all the time. It is a prevention. We had the last speaker from Pakistan, and he said some principles about zakat. So, iman is belief, faith is very important. And what are the basic principles? What are the prerequisites? And for myself, for example, in order to have faith, so what are the conditions of faith? First, you need to believe in Allah. Allah is the only one, the one. And Allah, you need to believe in the angels of Allah, because if you don't believe in the technique of Allah, then you cannot believe in the angels. If you don't believe in the angels, you don't believe in the books. If you don't believe in the books, then you don't believe in the prophets. And then you don't believe in the acts of the prophets. So after all of these, after all of the beliefs, then you will believe in afterlife. Because if you don't believe in afterlife, then the books will be irrelevant. So if we are going to mention justice, first we need to settle the understanding of faith and belief. If we could have it as a basis, then we can talk of justice. We need to enlighten the concept of faith and the concept of destiny. What is our destiny? What do we understand from our destiny, our fate? We need to look at that. And we need to look at our destiny, and we need to look at the deeds, whether they are good or they are bad. And I would like to share another example. Our late President Mr. Özal first applied to enter army, naval forces actually, and because of a break in his arm, as his arm was shorter than the other arm, he was not accepted to the naval forces. And after that, as I was not accepted to the naval forces, I became the president of Turkey. As we don't know the plans of Allah for us, and we don't know our destiny, then we should not rebel against our destiny. We should surrender to the path of Allah, and we should have belief and faith. So, in all of these speeches, as a human being, what regulates our life, our daily life? So what is our soul? What is the mode of our spirit? So what is our psychology? Psychology is the essence of time. And in order to regulate our lives, maybe we should define Islam as Islam regulates the daily life of individuals in micro scale and the life of states or the universe in a macro scale. So in order to have a regular life here in the world and afterlife, we need to implement something, and we need to do some prayers such as performing prayer, namaz, I mean, and again fasting is another issue, and zakat is another issue, and we need to pay attention to all of that. And in the past, as I gave lectures about Islamic civilization, and I also had education civilization. So we have a lost enlightenment period between 8th century to 12th century. So there were crusades at that time, and it was not possible to exchange know-how and the wisdom and the information and science during this period. And during that time, Indonesia collected all the information. And this is how Istanbul was conquered. And following the conquer of Istanbul, Medeli, who drew the portrait of the Fatih Sultan Mehmet the Conqueror, also drove our general image. And reform and renaissance started in the history. 12th century is a starting point for the Western world. They started to improve themselves after 12th century, and then they tried to destroy Indonesia. And for Izmir, for Istanbul, for Selanik, they settled down to these cities, these provinces. We need to reevaluate our lost years, and we need to think of the concept of justice by considering these periods as well. Let's function all the UN bodies and UN agencies. Sometimes Islamic Organization for Cooperation was ignored, and I believe that Islamic Organization of Cooperation conferences, meetings are very important. The essence of its establishment is Al-Quds, and Al-Quds is of crucial importance, and it is the biggest international organization after United Nations. So we need to functionalize this organization. Sometimes it might be really hard for us to transfer information to our own people. So I have a book, I show you a book. Mecnu-ul Fıkhi is the name of the book. And the writer of this book is the grandfather of our prophet, Zeynel Abidin Ali, Mr. Zaid. This is the book of Mr. Zaid, coming from the relatives, and the author of this book is the relative to the son of our prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And this book was written by someone who died 740. So we need to look at this book in a multidisciplinary manner. And all of our religious agencies should come together, and then we should assess all of these information, and we need to enlighten all of these information. In 1931, the Mufti of Al-Quds invited representatives and scholars from different Islamic countries, such as Indonesia. As far as I remember, there were 22 countries at that time.
And we should be united. We should not fight each other. And this is what they said. And we need to set models for the rules that will be implemented by others. And so in the future work, it can play a unifying role. This is what we said in the previous meeting. So we need to leave aside those divisive approaches, the divisive perspectives. We had a similar discussion about Gaza, because finally I would like to say that in 1993, I traveled across Judy mountain and went to Shirnak, and they said there was a Nuh, prophet's hill there. And I asked them, why did it name it like that? And they said, it is mentioned in the Holy Quran. And I found it in the Holy Quran. An ayat says that after 40 days of traveling in the seas, the ark of Prophet Noah landed on that hill. And the Holy Quran says we are among those who traveled, who voyaged on Noah's ark. And of course, all these languages emerged after the Prophet Noah's ark. So we can see that as a theme that unites us. So I would like to wish fast recovery to our commander, and in all of the works that will be done under the leadership of President Erdogan, with the efforts of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or the efforts of 121 countries represented at the United Nations. We need to continue working together, and we can use the resource. We can also tap into the resources of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, because if we do that, three things will happen. We can have new mosques built with Sadaqah-i Jariyah. We can train good Muslims, and we can raise our children as good citizens. So I think we need to find a way to offer a better education to our girls and boys. Dr. Kazım Dalkıran and Professor Atilla Baltur, I would like to thank you for marking the end of this session with your very valuable recap. We are approaching the end of our Congress. So we are now continuing with the evaluation session, and the moderator of the session will be Professor Daniel Soybaş. And with this session, we will be ending day 2. Before handing it over to Professor Daniel Soybaş, I would like to kindly introduce the speakers of this session. In the first 30 minutes, the Congress executives, special moderators, and the academics who presented papers will be asked to share their comments. Afterwards, President of Istanbul Bar Association number 2, Attorney Yasin Shamlı, will be taking the floor. And then we will be listening to the honorary president and the president of the High Advisory Board of the Union of NGOs in the Islamic world, Attorney Ali Kurt, and the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Professor Ahmet Cevat Acar, will be sharing his comments. Then we will be listening to rector of Philippines Kabato International Bank Small University, Professor Refik Korkusuz, and the rector of Afghanistan Salam University, Dr. Misbahullah Abdelbaki, will be sharing his comments. He also made a presentation in one of the yesterday's sessions. After that, we will be listening to the director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University Center for Islam and Global Affairs, Professor Sami El Aryan. Our keynote speaker on day one, President of Civilization Vision Academy, Yusuf Kaplan, will be taking the floor. And the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus President Advisory Board member, Professor Ata Atun, will be taking the floor. And followed by Islamic retired professor of Islamic law, Orhan Çeker, Congress coordinator of Assam, Ali Joshar, and the vice president of Assam, Nejat Özden, will be taking the floor as well. So I would like to hand it over to Professor Daniel Soybaş, who will be moderating this session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil Alemin. Esselamu ve selam.
Nes'alullah subhanahu ve teala en yerzukana ittihadel İslam. Bütün katılımcıları ve bu güzel organizasyonu
I would like to thank the participants and all the distinguished members of the chair and the academics who have contributed to this organization.
Kongrenin gerçekleşmesinde emekleri geçtikleri için bence kendileri gerçekten çok bahtiyar kimseler.
I would like to thank them for putting great efforts into this event, because after a very long time, now we are sitting with the whole Ummah to discuss this vital issue, because the economic, the political, religious, social, and cultural union of all Muslims, the Islamic Union, even the idea of that reminds us our obligations. It is the main, actually, Ittihad al-Islam is the main obligation of all Muslims. So this duty has been given to us by the Holy Quran. And in the past, we have been able to enjoy some peace when we were able to ensure this union. But when we lost that unity, we had to go through a lot of suffering. As Muslims, of course, our primary reference on any issue is our Allah, who has given us orders in the Holy Quran. And He has also sent his messenger, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to convey these orders to us. So the idea of Ittihad al-Islam is based on some specific sections of the Holy Quran. Allah gave us a duty in the Holy Quran. He said, you need to grasp onto the rope of Allah very tightly and not fall into division. And if Allah gives an order, it means it's ibadat for us. So this is something that we should always remember. We, according to the Holy Quran, we exist because we need to pray to Allah. In this ayah, Allah says that the people and all creatures have been created to have faith in Allah, to believe in Allah. And it is a must that we need to follow the orders of Allah and refrain from the things He prohibited when in our ibadat. And if Allah orders us to come together in unity, this is a duty for us. So Allah not only orders us to come together, He also orders us to refrain from any act that would lead to a division among the Muslims. There is an ayat which says, if you are divided, the wind may carry you apart. And Allah tells us to refrain from any acts that will lead to a division among the Muslims, and there will be severe consequences of that. So Allah directly gives us this order. He orders us to do good and refrain from evil as the whole Ummah. So, if Allah orders us to do something, it means a duty for us. And Allah also orders us to be just. In this ayat, Allah says, we should rule with justice over the people, which emphasizes the importance of justice. And those who have studied law would know this better. Law is a good understanding of law means you need to give the rights to the owners of these rights, and you need to punish those who violate those rights. And when Allah gives an order, it is binding for all Muslims. So, Ittihad al-Islam is a duty given to us by the Holy Quran. So, one of the main components of Ittihad al-Islam is justice. And so ensuring we have justice is also one of the most important duties for us. So the Islamic Union, the concept of Islamic Union is something that we hope to see. And since we are optimistic at all times, because a Muslim cannot be pessimistic, because Allah orders us to not to give up our hope on Allah. So we hope that the Islamic Union will become a reality, like a festival for all Muslims during the end of the times, because our anchor point is the power of Allah, the hikmet, and the will of Allah. When He wants something to exist, it exists. There is nothing else which has a similar power. So, inshallah, this, like the Prophet said in this hadith, the destiny of my ummah is like the rain. We don't know if it is more auspicious before the rain or after the rain. So now the whole ummah is has been divided and not taking any action. But the whole ummah is divided and is not taking any action against the things that happen around them. But if we manage to overcome this stalemate and if we manage to achieve the Islamic Union, then we will see those days of festival, and we will see the happiness, the peace, and the prosperity that Muslims deserve. We all want to see that day of festival, but of course we cannot see that if we just sit around. We need to work hard. We can only achieve this goal through hard work. Here, this ambitious duty is not only the duty of people who have specific professions, it is the duty of all Muslims. Because Allah never gives anyone a burden that they cannot carry. So there is something that we all can do. From this perspective, the idea of Islamic Union should be primarily discussed by the public opinion. We need to create some awareness about the idea of Islamic Union. So I mean, on individual basis, individual level, we have this duty. Then we have to do this at the family level or the tribe level, and then at the level of Muslim states. So this unity of Muslims is mentioned quite often in the Holy Quran. I just remember now. And it is useful to remind this because even though we know specific things, we tend to forget them. Then they go out of our world. Sometimes we need to revisit those ideas so that those ideas can also be discussed by the societies. So,
وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا إلى آخر uzun ayet-i kerime. Bu bizim kısmıyla
in this ayat, in this verse, Allah says that the members of the Ummah should know each other, they should have ta'aluk and tasawwuf. This is very important because when we talk about praying to Allah, it's not only about namaz or fasting or zakat. Any order given by Allah to Muslims is a prayer to Allah. So if we fulfill those orders, it means we are praying to Allah. It's a show of affection for Allah. As it is mentioned in this hadith, even if you smile at a brother, it means you're donating to your brother. So Muslims becoming brothers and sisters and staying away from fighting against each other is a form of prayer. In this verse, it is said that Muslims can be nothing but brothers. So if two of your brothers fight with each other, help them make peace again. So our brotherhood comes from our belief, because in this verse, the Holy Quran speaks about the brotherhood of Muslims, and the bond between us should be based on the strength of our belief.
Bahsetmiş olduğum ayet-i kerimelerde veya işte birazdan bahsedeceğim birkaç hadis olsun istiyorum. Onlarda yani iman kardeşliğinin aslında ailevi, yani kan bağıyla gelen nesebi
the bond based on belief is even more valuable than the bond between siblings. And as you know, Rasulullah mentioned this in a hadith and said that Muslims are like a building made of lead. This is a great symbol of the unity of Muslims. This is what we should be, because praying to Allah and performing specific rituals is not enough to be a good Muslim. And we see that this is something we severely neglect in the world that we are living in. And there are very important aspects of the Holy Quran and the Sunnah that we are overlooking. Today in Palestine, our Muslim brothers and sisters are being massacred, including women and children. And unfortunately, Muslims cannot give any proper reaction to what is happening. And this is because we have forgotten the idea of the brotherhood of belief that has been ordered by Allah. But Rasulullah in a hadith says the Muslims love each other, protect each other, pity on each other, just like a body. Just like when you have a disease in an organ, the other organs will be also feeling that pain, and they will feel the fever of that disease as well. So as the Muslims, we should avoid becoming enemies to each other. We should stand like the organs in a body and help each other out, because ears, nose, and eyes, they help each other when a person is ill. So there is the meaning that we have ihlas, and the ihlas of our ummah is helping each other and supporting each other like the organs in a body.
And I don't want to take too much of your time, because other distinguished participants will also be allowed to talk. But this is an important topic, and that's why I want to reiterate. We must make great emphasis on the unity of the Muslims, and we have to draw attention to it. Our Holy Prophet said when he was in Salat, he wants to do it with the community, with Jamaat. Even during the Badr war, he encourages doing Salat with the Jamaat, and everyone wears their white gowns. In Arafat, you see, it is like the doomsday, it's like the mahshar day, it's like the rehearsal of the mahshar day. So it is like the congregation of the Islam Ummah. Pilgrims come from all over the place. And I'm sure this has a very serious reason for this. And they do labbaik, for their Rabbs, for Allah Almighty. So we do the same things. Or the participants talk about zakat, and just like in the zakat hadith, it constitutes a good bridge between Muslims. That's a unity, that's love, that's compassion among the wealthy and the poor. What is going to bridge that gap? The wealthy extending a helping hand to the poor. And this is possible thanks to the bridge of zakat, or understanding how the poor are doing. The wealthy fast and they feel the need, and they see how difficult their situation is. So they test their nerves. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. When you look at it from this perspective, almost everything can be seen in relation with Ittihad Islam. Us Muslims, we will never give up this love of ours. And in all the geographies of the Ummah, we're going to carry the flag of the love for the unity of Islam. I'm wishing everyone a long life, and I wish mercy on the souls of those who have deceased, who have passed away. They have worked and strived throughout their lives. They did their best. And as I said in the beginning, Ittihad Islam is the biggest obligation, the religious obligation of these times, said Bediüzzaman, is of great importance. And he says, it is my purpose throughout my entire life. Or in another saying, he says, this is an unfortunate state, unfortunate tribe, that is Ittihad Islam. And there is a recipe to these, actually, we all know, but we need to take this recipe and use it, because the doctor has identified your disease and then he prescribed you a drug. But if you fail to use your drugs, your medication, of course you won't heal in any way. So just like that, so these sincere people, when it comes to contributing to Ittihad Islam, out of respect for the works that they have did, hopefully we're going to do our best to convey this duty to a mature position. And again, it's because it's very important, I want to draw your attention to it. Our unity is the unity of Ummah, and Allah orders this, and Quran makes this a religious obligation. Every individual has one path, which is Allah Almighty. When we put our heads on the same sajda, it is the same that we worship, and we've got many joints. We have one prophet, and our religion is the same, our Qibla is the same, our temple, our villages, our states, our nations. Thank God, Alhamdulillah. What does it? It orders Wahdat, it orders Tawheed, and mutual compassion and love. This is what we need to do. And Allah Almighty is, it is like the spiritual chains that link everything in the universe. And there are even spiritual chains that are stronger than this. And there is brotherhood that's strong. And instead of that, we are in enmity, separation, disintegration, and splitting. These are tiny things that divide us, that separate us. But if we focus on this, if we prefer such simple things to such important things, if we cannot build the ittihad, and starting from the smaller circle, from the unity of two brothers, there are about 60 Muslim countries. Imagine economical, political, judicial, etc. In all these areas, if we do not bring about unity, then the Holy Quran Karim and Allah Almighty, it would be a great disrespect to all of them. And for quite some now. Hopefully we will get rid of this bad era of interregnum, the Fetret era. Hopefully it will be over soon and we will go back to how we were, and we will bring the light of holy light in our lives, hopefully. So we are trying to strengthen in every opportunity the unity of Islam. We're trying to ensure the unity of Islam and those that are going to ensure the continuation of it. And there are 3 articles that I can list them in. Of course, there are a lot of details, but Allah made us brothers. And our nationality is Islam. So Islam, we should embrace the unity of Islam, and we should abandon separating ideologies such as racism. And number 2, in the Islam world, there are people who have the purpose of spreading Islam, and the religiouses, the communities, the Jamaat, the Tariqats. It is the allegiance ordered, instructed by our religion should be focused on, and the simple details should no longer be up for debate, and they shouldn't be something to discuss. And about the way it concerns our Congress, when it comes to ruling Muslim states, among Muslim states, Allah orders in various verses, we need to do that meshveret area. Meshveret is the way of living, and without that, we have to ensure that it is without it, it's not possible to ensure this way of living. And as I said before, and it's not about, and it's not only a political issue, because depending on every individual's level of faith, it involves them. So we should start with the smaller circle, and we should go all the way to the wider circle. And a spirit of collaboration and joint efforts and working together should be embraced, and it extends to all those rings. So if this religious brotherhood with solidarity and with serendipity, if we can do this, this is going to give us an incredible force. And inshallah, our the geography of our hearts, our nations, our lands, and the Islamic lands will be devoid of all physical and immaterial occupations. And this is not going to help our immat only. This is going to bring an overall peace for the entire world. The first 30 minutes of the session, we should give time for the... Yes, it was my idea also to allocate time for the others. Dear participants, starting with the Congress organizers and the moderators and the academics who submitted their papers, does anyone have any wish, request, anything you would like to add? I would like to give the floor to them.
Ali Bey hocam,
Mr. Ali,
hocam,
Mr. Let us start with Yasin Shamlı. Let us start with Yasin Shamlı. Is the head of Istanbul Bar Association, number 2, Attorney Yasin Shamlı, and we would love to listen to what anything he would like to tell us.
Yasin Bey, kendileri acaba
Mr. Yasin, are you in the session, sir?
Sesi açmaya çalışıyorum.
Yes, I am here. I was trying to turn on my audio.
Sesim geliyor mu acaba?
Can you hear? The gentleman is audible. He's audible loud and clear. Yes, thank you.
Ben de
And
sözlerime başlarken bütün
as I'm starting my words, I would like to extend my deepest love and respect, and I would like to greet you all with Allah's greetings. And as I'm starting my words, I would like to may the souls of our martyrs rest in peace. We're talking about justice in a world where bloodshed and oppression prevails. The legal professionals should solve, and justice should be the focus. And therefore, I would like to thank everyone who made this possible. And it is my wish that this program will be beneficial. This world is filled with tears and bloodshed. So we need to have more of these meetings, and more importantly, the mandatory actual steps need to be taken, because this meeting is for Gaza, Palestine, Syrian, Iraq, Afghanistan, Algerian, Tunis, Myanmar. This is for all the children, all the women, and this is going to be an answer to the to their innocent cries. And it is my wish from Allah that we will be able to bring about the solution. But I would like to say that the solutions to be introduced in such meetings and similar meetings shouldn't be for the innocent people in these geographies, but it's going to be an important gain and salvation for the people of the entire world. So from the preparation to the organization of the meeting, I would like to thank and congratulate them. There were many important opinions that were shared, and I think it will be printed and approved. And I would like to assess the three aspects of justice, and then I would like to give certain recommendations with your permission. The power of justice itself. I would like to tell you that justice is universal. And it doesn't change based on the individual, the legal system, or the state. A situation is either just or unjust. And it doesn't change based on the legal system. And justice makes illegitimate whoever violates it. And who that violates it by constitution, by law, by judge, by lawyer, even the court of law, a legal system, or an individual. And justice will make illegitimate anyone that violates it. And if something does not serve justice, and if it is in breach of justice, an entire legal system will become illegal. And you can see that through the public opinion and the conscience of the people. And what the Western civilization and the representatives thereof cannot grasp is that very thing. This is the very situation that makes them, that renders them illegitimate. Due to its nature, justice has been the ideal of entire humanity throughout history. The Western civilization is dominant across the world, and because of the justice concept is breached, the world is unfortunately quite far from justice. The factors that govern the enforcement of justice are different. One is human. Whoever is going to give the right holder the right, or whoever is going to place a value to where it belongs, it's the human beings. So that's why we need just legal professionals who are just and who are equipped with the notion of law, not just any legal professionals. And the second component of justice is that the gentleman's connection is wavering. In the journey of justice, the norms of law are important. And the third is the legislation component and the bonding components. The third is the complementary component that is going to ensure a just judgment, or the power, the execution power that is going to enforce the just verdict. In the absence of such a power, it would still not be possible to reach justice, because even if you can get a just verdict from a court of law, the enforcement of it will be possible through the power, through the relevant authorities. And human and civilization are very important in the enforcement and implementation of justice. And the people should be regarded equally. And as the identity, the faith, the belonging, the philosophical opinions of an individual do not matter. What is dominant is the right, and right should be preserved. But the opinions and the philosophical beliefs of the individual, these might change in time and according to time. And the Western civilization is denying these values, and unfortunately, if they are unaware of this, this is even worse, because both in their history and in the present, unfortunately, the Western civilizations and the representatives fail to saw human beings equally. And this truth, many things cannot be explained, including what we are going through these days, without these truths. For instance, how did they treat people in an unequal way? It was in 1791. The French Constitution has a provision, which, or this Constitution, it was after the 1789 French Citizen Rights Declaration, and that people have an inherent, indispensable, and non-transferable rights. And after the Constitution lists such rights, they say these rights are not for those living in the colonies, says the French Constitution. So because of this breach in the human perception, they do not regard people as equals. So a a justice, a civilization that perceives human beings this way cannot restore justice. They will classify people. So they will classify people as people who deserve justice and who do not deserve justice. And then you cannot restore justice there. Another human consumption. The Maide verse number 32, you all know it. Whoever kills some person without a reason, they kill the entire humanity. So whoever takes a life, it could be a believer, or it doesn't say a believer or a rich person. Whoever takes a life for no reason, it will be as if they killed all of humanity. This is Surah Al-Ma'idah 32. And the human conception should be as strong. And in the legal systems, the philosophical backgrounds, I read them and I'm curious about them. And in no legal system, human beings are valued so much. In no legal system, humans are valued so much. And this is about the conception of human beings. And Allah Almighty has an ayah that I would like to share with you. That is Nisa 135. And they say, you believers, the faithful, you all believers, stand firm for justice as witnesses for Allah, even if it's against yourselves, your parents, or close relatives. It is such an order, they say, even if it's against you yourself, even if it's against you, your parents, your close relatives, even if it's against them, it says stand firm for justice. In the world that we live in, when you look at we can look at the concept of justice in the world we're living in. It is without doubt that in the present day, United Nations is the most important organization of international law. And United Nations, 193 member states. There are 193 member states. So from a legal standpoint, for justice and for law and for democracy, the United Nations, let us briefly take a look at them. Now, these 193 countries, 192, if they sit down and make a decision, for instance, to stop the genocide in Gaza, if 192 countries cast affirmative votes, against that 192 members, if there is one permanent member country exercise their veto rights, the words of those 192 countries wouldn't be listened to, but that one single state or one single nation's decision would be applicable because they vetoed it. Now we have to ask, is this what you understand of democracy? From a legal standpoint, from a justice standpoint, you can also increase the examples. And let us, there are a few informations about the International Penal Court. As you know, in the past, in various places of the world, there were incidents that occurred and that required trial. There were international penal courts that were temporary. And those criminal courts that were temporary for whichever cause they were built for, they do the trials, and once that is over and they make a resolution, those courts will be abolished. But in La Hague, there is a permanent international criminal court. So now the question is, I'll give a few examples. With these international courts, as I said, from a human and legal perception standpoint, if the grounds was very firm and if justice was restored, would there be so many unrightful attempts across the world? These international criminal courts, how did they do the trials? How were they unable to restore justice? So it's not only the Muslims, but the entire world is in search of justice. So with your permission, I will give you a very striking example. Like you all know very well, August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb was sent to Hiroshima, and 126,000 people died. It's an incredible figure, right? But in the subsequent 5 months, 20,000 people lost their lives. There were injured people and sick people, which I don't include. So Hiroshima, the atom bomb being dropped on Hiroshima, 146,000 people died. Then followed with Nagasaki, 60,000 people died immediately. And in the subsequent 5 months, 20,000 people died. And with the atom bomb dropped in Nagasaki, 80,000 people died overall. So these two atom bombs killed a total of 246,000 people. So now this is my question. As a result of this, and after the Second World War, there was an international criminal court that was created, and followed, we can call this the Tokyo or the Far East International Criminal Court. There are some people that name it this way. So with your permission, I would like to ask you a question. Please allow us, in order not to be too late, can you please kindly wrap up? I'm wrapping it up immediately.
Bu insani dramlardan
These humanitarian dramas. And as a result of these
ilk aklınıza gelen bu 246
sorrow, 246,000 people died.
bunlara emir verenler
And who gave the orders are guilty. But this is not the scenario. 246,000 people died, and Prime Minister of that country was judged in International Court of Justice, and he was present. So sometimes judicial systems violate the just and the fairness. So what should we do? In the imagination of justice, there should be a new justice order with the right and vision of people. If we could establish such an order, then this is not only for the Muslims, but for the welfare of the whole humanity. Then I would like to thank each and every one of you, and I end my verse here. I would like to thank Mr. Shamla for his pleasant speech. We benefited from his speech.
Avukat Ali Kurt Bey var ama bir dışarıdan araştırmacımız teknik arızadan dolayı katılamamış. Şu an talepte bulundu, talebimize ulaştı. Kendisine
We would like to invite
süresi vermek istiyorum.
a speaker from outside for 5 minutes. Seher Zeki Kabil.
Kendisi bizi dinliyor mu?
Can you hear us, Seher Zeki Kabil?
تسمعونني؟
نعم.
أنا تحدثت لكني أطلب حديث
كتابك إن شاء الله.
إيك دقة يعني.
لمدة 5
الحقيقة
دقائق.
أنا بس عايزة أقول حاجة
I have already spoken, but I just need 5 minutes to add something. For United Nations should solve the problems of the Muslim people, and we need to disseminate Islam not only in our country but also in different countries. We need to solve our problems, and especially this culture should be spread, and we should tell our young people, we should tell these principles to different NGOs and the United Nations agencies. We need to reach to all the nations, all the countries, in order to actualize these goals. The first one is the Union of Islam, and the second one is the United contributions by the Islamic countries to the United Nations in order to ensure peace. And together with the other Muslim majority communities, we should reach our goals. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ali Kurt, who is the honorary president of IDSP.
Bütün saygıdeğer Hazirun'a ve değerli katılımcıları selamlıyorum.
I would like to thank all the speakers, and I would like to greet all of our participants of this organization. And I would like to address my condolences for those who lost their lives in Gaza, in Palestine. And in these 2 days, we have come together to negotiate and exchange our ideas for the Islamic justice system and the Union of Islam. And I would like to thank you for the contributions. And so what is the understanding of Islam for justice? It is a universal concept for all the humanity, especially in these days. We need justice, equality, honesty more than anything. And we need such a just system in order to ensure and establish the peace. And as we said before, justice is the essence, is the basis of property. And we have many different agencies and institutions such as United Nations, International Court of Justice. Sometimes they set aside, they support not the just, but the powerful. And there are 5 permanent representatives of the UN, and they use UN as a toy for their own interests. There are many massacres, many war crimes, hatred crimes, and United Nations was established to fight against these crimes, but unfortunately, they are standing together with the powerful. You see the cruel actions in Gaza, and it is really hard to stand justice. We need to ask for rightness from these people. And taking this opportunity, we have many participants, many attendees, and we all elaborated our common values that we need for the justice of human being. And we we underlined solidarity. As a Muslim world, we need to set out our attitude and we need to establish the Union of Islam. This is our duty. This is our task. And we have the Bars Association, two-numbered Bars Association, and I am together with these institutions and associations. I think that as our Prophet said, we will support it somehow. And we need to actualize these goals as the generations living today. So we need to do what is necessary to be done, especially in the recent years. Kuala Lumpur meeting, which is a very important initiative, and I would like to attract your attention. And in order to raise the kalam, the word of Allah, we need to take further steps, and we need to have common market for Islam and defense pact. We need to canonize and glorify this understanding. And in this axis, we should have different participations to strengthen our attitudes as a strategic step in the global scale. We will be a sustainable world, a fairer world. As Islamic geography, we should be powerful, we should be sincere in our efforts, and we need this more than any time in order to establish this goal. As all of our speakers stated, we are ready and we are prepared to establish the unity and the union of Islam. If we don't do that, then we will fail. That's why it is our obligation to support, to contribute to the union of this organization. I know this is a very challenging task, but this is not impossible. So we should start from somewhere. Like the red apple, kızıl elma, both we should renovate and strengthen the structure of Islamic Organization for Cooperation, and Kuala Lumpur movement is very important, and we need to have an alternative to euro and dollar, and we should have Islam Defense Pact to strengthen and reinforce our defense industry. We should reunite our efforts, and we should live all together in peace and solidarity. And we should also give importance to human rights. And once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the speakers who contributed to the realization of this Congress with their presentations. I believe that Assam has underlined a great mission here and taken this opportunity. I would like to thank all the organizers as well, all the participants as well, and particularly to the members and to the organization of Assam. I extend my salutations. Mr. Ali Kurt, thank you for your address. May Allah help us reach these ideals. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Ahmet Cevat Acar, Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. The floor is yours, sir. Selamun Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu. Distinguished Chairman, esteemed participants, I would like to salute you all with heartfelt affection and love, and I hope that Allah will help us in our endeavors. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Şimdi efendim bu toplantının konusu daha çok adalet.
The topic of the conference is justice. So you focused on justice as far as I have heard.
Şimdi öncelikle davet için çok teşekkür ediyorum.
First of all, I thank you for your invitation.
Türkiye'den İslam ülkelerinin
There are many participants attending from all around the world, sharing their ideas. There are many politicians, academicians, scholars, and I would like to salute you all. Our topic, our theme is Union of Islam, and our subtopic is that is it possible to establish a common justice system or court of justice, Islamic court of justice? For the unity of Islamic communities, Islam communities, I believe that there are some formations, some establishments. The oldest one, we have two of them, Arab League and Islamic Organization for Cooperation. And after that, other than that, we have the eight, which was established by Mr. Erbakan, Economic Organization for Cooperation. We have the eight, Developing Aid institution, which is composed of Islamic countries as well. And we have Nahçıvan Agreement in 2009 with the Protocol of Nahçıvan. The eight was established, and in 2021, Turkish states, there is another structure which was established by the Treaty of Nahçıvan. It is Turkic Council, Turkic states. The one is for the Turkish states, the other one is for the Arabic states, Arab League, and after that we have Islamic Organization for Cooperation, and we have Arabic Cooperation Institution. And in 1945, another establishment was constructed. This establishment was constructed. So, in a nutshell, we have 4 institutions aiming at Islamic cooperation, and these all played a pivotal role for establishing Islamic Union.
Bunların etkinliği meselesi,
What is their effectiveness?
etkin olduğu meselesi çok önemli bir konu diye
What
düşünüyorum.
is the level of
Önce
efficiency
şunu söyleyelim.
for these organizations?
Biliyorsunuz yaklaşık
First
2
of
aya
all,
yakın bir süredir
for over 2 months,
Filistin'de
we have seen the
Gazze'de
occupation
resmen bir soykırım yaşanıyor.
of Palestine by Israel. We are
Teşkilatı
facing a
35.
slaughter, a
acil
massacre, and United Nations was able to convene
sadece bu
on the
vakit
35th day.
birlik yolunda
This only shows that what is our
ve neler
fate
yapmamız gerektiği konusunda
in terms of collaborations and what should be done.
yürüyecek epey yolumuz var gibi.
There is a long way to go. We are
Bizim
just
değil,
taking
aslında
baby
sözünü
steps.
ettiğimiz şey çeşitli ülkeler ya da uluslararası
There might be some
bir
institutions,
bütünleşme ya
some
da
states.
entegrasyondan söz ediyor.
We are
Ve
lacking
bunun
integration
bir alanı olan
among the
adalet
states.
konusundaki
And
işbirliği
justice
geliştirmeye
is one of the pillars
ediliyor.
of this integration, and
Ancak
justice
şöyle
is
baktığımız
also
zaman
the theme
sözünü
of this
ettiğimiz
conference.
bir tanesi D8'i
I've touched upon the 8. If we could exclude it as it is economic cooperation, other than that, we have 4 institutions: Arab League, Turkish States, Islamic Organization for Cooperation. So we have 3 organizations that are exerting efforts for the unity of Islamic countries. So with science, with culture, there are some sub-organs and sub-committees, but for justice, they are not foreseeing any kind of cooperation. And within the scope of Islamic Organization for Cooperation, we can talk about an institute centered in Saudi Arabia. So, if we mention integration, and if we accept this phenomena of integration, both in the Arabic states, also in the Turkish states, I would say that Arabic states and Turkish states are the most important parts of these institutions. Of course, we have Indonesia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India. We also have Muslim population in these geographies.
Şimdi buradaki noktada ben
So my point
öncelikle
is that
yani elbette ki gönlümüzden geçen
of course
duygularımızla
we have our feelings, heartfelt feelings, and we are aiming at bigger picture. But objectively, what is our current situation? We need to have the analysis first. What are our weak areas, and what are our advantages and disadvantages? and what are our circumstances? How can we improve our collaboration? Let's start with the justice. Our integration is not in the desired level in the other areas, so we cannot even mention integrity or unity in justice. Before everything, there are some weaknesses, there are some adverse effects. First of all, there are vital issues among the Muslim countries like foreign relations, international relations, economic relations, and we need to cooperate in these fields. These are very crucial areas, and we are not in the desired level. And if we fail to accomplish the desired levels, then I think that justice, cooperation, and integration of justice is far away from us now, and there is a long way to go. First of all, there are some certain differences among the Muslims, and we couldn't find any satisfying response how to establish a basis that we could all come together. So, in the level of countries and in the level of Ummah, we are not good to evaluate our differences as our richness. So what should be the perspective? What should be the understanding? There are different common law. There are different facts. So on a common basis, on a common ground, we should see our differences as our richness, as opportunities. Unfortunately, we fail to do so until now. And Arab League, there are 22 countries within the scope of Arab League. And when civil war started in Syria, Syria was excluded from Arab League. And I think that Syria will be back to the Arab League soon. So in Turkish Union, Turkish Council, Turkmenistan is an observer. Next year, maybe Turkmenistan will be a member as well. So everyone has an imagination. Everything should be based on imagination, but we should take account of reality. Please don't despair from what I say. We should, of course, increase our cooperation. Of course, we should have scientific meetings. There are some mottos, there are some words, but still we need to see the realities. We cannot live in the world of hope or dream. So,
insanlık dışı ve Müslümanların dışında
sometimes there are inhuman activities against a Muslim community, and we cannot do anything as the Muslim countries now. I don't want you to despair, but I would like you to show the seriousness of the job that we should do. Not only in Palestine, in East Turkmenistan, in Myanmar, there is a massacre, there is a pressure, there is an oppression against Muslim people. And in Gaza, what is happening is really vital, and we couldn't take any concrete steps until now, as the Islamic countries, we haven't made any significant contribution. Well, I will wrap it up now. What I would like to emphasize is that there are Turkish states, there are Arabic states, and as the umbrella organization, Islamic Union, we have all institutions, organizations all together. Of course, we need to debate, we need to exchange our views, and we should work on that. And it is our obligation, it is a necessity. But please, while we are doing that, please look at our current position, our current conditions. Please take all of them into consideration. We need to follow all the developments, and I believe that in order to ensure integration and justice, we need to complete integration in other areas. There is a new postmodern war right now, and I believe that there is an abuse of differences, and this is the fundamental strategy adopted so far. We should not abuse our differences, and they are trying to instabilize the Muslim countries, and we see some proxies, and they are using them as puppets, and we see different methods, and it is like a hybrid war. To sum up, as Muslim people, at national level, at global level, we should embrace our differences and our richness, and we should preserve our common values. And while doing this, we need to speak ways for our unity. It is not possible for us to change the world now. We don't have the necessary power for that, but we should at least urge United Nations for a favored decision. As our President, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, underlined, the world is bigger than five, so we should at least facilitate and strengthen the role of the United Nations for the benefits of Muslim countries. While ending my verse, I've just learned our Adnan Pasha is sick, and I hope he will recover very soon. And once again, I would like to extend my condolences for our martyrs who fell in Gaza. And once again, I wish patience to their families. Thank you. Mr. Ahmet Cevat Acar, he wanted us to be to act with reality. We need to be realistic. He reminded this once again. These are all very important matters to discuss. As the believers, we believe in Allah, and of course, if there are some disasters, as in the verse, if we have any difficulty, sometimes we have enemies and then it goes to a brutal place. So we need to unite, as you said, and then I hope these problematic actions will take us to the good deeds, we hope. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Refik Korkusuz, who is director of the Kobata International Bank Foreign University. Thank you very much.
Bilmiyorum ekran görüntüsü var mı? Ben görmedim tam. Şu anda
görüyoruz, evet, net bir şekilde görüyoruz.
Can you see me? Yes.
Öncelikle ben de bütün şehitlerimize,
I would like to share my condolences for all of the martyrs we have had in northern Iraq and in Gaza.
Umuyorum ve diliyorum ki
And I hope that
şu anda yaşadığımız dünya
the world we are living in
ortaya çıkacağı
will
bir hale evrilir, devrilir.
evolve into a world where we will have some auspicious results. I have listened to my colleagues very carefully. When we talk about justice, it appears that we all agree on the idea that we all need justice. But when we talk about what kind of a justice, we see that people do not discuss it in detail. Maybe I missed some of the presentations about that. So, before justice, we need to talk about rights. In our legal systems, as far as the law allows, people have specific rights which they may choose to exercise or not. For example, the right to education. And it is the exercise of such right is on voluntary basis. All people have the right to education, but it is up to them whether they go to university or not. But most of the time, the right to property, the right to gain property, the right to execute agreements are the rights that have been recognized by the state. And the exercise of these rights is up to the will of the individuals. So when we talk about rights, we need to talk about a legal system. Because if the legal system does not recognize rights, then you cannot enjoy these rights. And the legal system refers to a system that has been instated in a specific jurisdiction and which is consisting of specific rules and documents and legislation that have been executed by the executive bodies, like laws and directives and guidelines. If these documents may be binding, or they may be in the form of recommendation. We see this in our religion, like prayer. If this law is violated according to modern understanding of law, these acts, these violations are considered as violation of religious duties, but not a violation of the law. So, human rights. We have rights, but why do we need human rights? Because in every legal system, not every legal system offers the same rights to people. For example, in Hitler's legal system, different rights were given to people, and totally different rights are given by the US state. And the rights given by the state of Israel to its citizens are different. So we need to establish some basic rights which cannot be violated in all countries. And these rights should not be waived by individuals, because people should not be able to become slaves, or people should not be forced to accept being tortured instead of being killed. So in the mid-19th century, people came together at different times. And as you know, in 1948, the Universal Convention on Human Rights was accepted, and other documents were ratified later, and all conventions on human rights have been globally recognized in continental Europe, in Asia, and in the Organization of American States. So meanwhile, there was a historical background to this as well. For example, there is the American Declaration of Human Rights. There is the French Declaration of Human Rights and Citizenship Rights. There are other declarations in the history of England, and there is also the Declaration of Medina. But in modern times, we consider these issues under the theme of general human rights. So what is justice? Because if we approach this concept of justice as a slogan, this is what I see in most of the meetings I participate. For example, we often say the best justice is the Muslim's justice. Some people may argue that the Christian justice is better, or some people may say they are impartial. So these are just empty discussions. We need to discuss what the concept of justice is. There are many different discussions about the concept of justice. Some religious discussions or ethical discussions. But in conclusion, the concept of justice is affected by law and human rights, but it is totally independent from these concepts. When we talk about the concept of justice, we need to also consider the virtues and moral conduct, because when acting in justice, you need to also act in an ethical way. If something is implemented for someone, it should also be implemented by other people. This is the first starting point for us. And the second issue is something we see in the Islamic understanding of justice, proportionate and balanced conduct. This applies for the private life or the religious life of individuals. For example, in Islamic law, we have the concept of tadili erkan. It means putting yourself in what you're doing, applying yourself when doing something. This is something that also the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ also mentioned. Some argue that Aristotle also discussed the same topic, and the concept of proportionate and balanced conduct is applicable for the domestic life, for individual life, and in corporate life. In a small family, or in a small business, or in a law office of 3 lawyers, in a supermarket or a grocery store, you need to want to experience the right one. You need to want to do the right thing. For example, we all do cleaning in our houses. If you have a division of labor when doing the cleaning, someone has to clean the bathroom, someone has to clean the kitchen. Distinguished Rector, could you please wrap up? Okay, then let me skip this part. You need to establish a system that will be recognized by everyone. Only then you can say you have justice. And the government, the state, is the most important actor in instating the legal systems. All organs of the state should work to have the best justice in the country and encouraging the best conduct in the social life and have a justified basis for the legal system. And when we look at national agreements, we don't have any agreement on the concept of justice. What we have legislation on fair trial, non-discrimination, justice in public administration, and opening public administration to access for all. These are examples of a few pieces of law. These are also concepts that are recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention of Civil Rights, and the Convention of Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights. And the basis of the concept of justice is keeping your word. It is acting with virtue, and it is based on doing what you are doing better, because when the legal system, the existing legal systems are not enough to offer the best justice, you need to revise that system. Only then you can say you have justice. And you can do this starting from the smallest families to the top of the government positions. May Allah help you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Refik Korkusuz, for your presentation. Now I would like to hand it over to Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University Center for Islam and Global Affairs, Professor Samuel Aryan. He has to speak now because he is supposed to go to another meeting. Over to you, Professor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Thank you very much for your invitation. I really appreciate it. Today is the 79th day of continuous bombardment of Israeli bombing over Gaza. Palestinians who have been struggling for over a century have been at the mercy of the Israeli atrocity, the Israeli war which is a genocidal war, a war that has used every conceivable war against humanity. An ethnic cleansing in place has been taking place now for 79 days. Palestinians lost at least 25,000, out of which 40% are children and 30% are women. Over 1.9 million Palestinians have been displaced. Over 53,000 have been injured, some maimed for life. Palestinians have lost almost every hospital in the city, medical clinic, medical facilities, mosques, churches, schools, universities, public buildings, bakeries, factories, stores, and tens of thousands of residential buildings. This is unprecedented in the history of warfare, at least since World War II. Yet, the whole world has been silent and complicit in what is happening today in Gaza. What adds injury to insult is the fact that Muslim countries have met over 6 weeks ago. They waited 36 days to assemble and convene and meet in Saudi Arabia. 57 countries, 57 countries that spent over $1 trillion on armaments for the past 10 years. They have almost 5 million soldiers, 5,500 planes, over 22,000 tanks, tens of thousands of armed vehicles. This whole army, plus numerous hundreds of ships, this army, this force, this power, was not able to get in one bottle of water of 2.3 million Palestinians who have been denied food, have been denied water, have been denied electricity, and have been denied fuel. The question that needs to be asked today is why that is the case. What is the problem with the Muslim Ummah? What is the problem with the Muslim world? What is the problem with the whole world? Where you see ethnic cleansing day after day, you see genocide day after day, people being killed, being targeted, children losing parents and parents losing children, whole families have been written off from the registry. And yet the world has not been able to do anything. And I'd say that the whole problem today with the Muslim Ummah that we really need to work on as NGOs, as organizations, as citizens, and also as institutions, as political parties, is to get rid of the foreign influence in our countries. The reason that Muslim countries could not move is because of this foreign influence. And that foreign influence has been going on now for decades. I come from a Palestinian family. My grandfather was born in Palestine in 1892. He was born as an Ottoman. He volunteered in the Ottoman army in 1915. We did not sell out Turkey or the Ottomans. We were part of that struggle. And after we were defeated, they simply divided up the land that were under Ottoman Empire. They are Muslim lands, and they gave it to a British mandate, which eventually handed it over to the Zionists, that what became afterwards as Israel. So Turkey, as the successor of the Ottoman Empire, has a moral obligation to stand up and defend not only our honor, not only those who have been betrayed, not only those who are victims, but also the honor of being the power that saved Palestine for centuries, but also was defeated and where Palestine was taken from. We need Assam's agenda, where it says that we need to bring in all the power of the Muslim countries, of the Muslim Ummah, so that we can be strong. To do that, we need to be truly independent, to be truly sovereign, to really represent us ourselves and not to present foreign interests. And for that, we need strong leadership also that sees our independence, our sovereignty as being the most important values that can define us today. Turkey and other Muslim nations who are truly independent and who value their independence need to stand up this action in Palestine, need to stand up the Israeli war of genocide against the Palestinians, because they don't only target Palestinians. Palestinians are only the first targets. They don't want any Muslim country in the region to be strong. They don't want Turkey to be strong. They don't want Turkey to be prosperous. They do not want Turkey to be advanced. They do not want Turkey to lead in the Muslim world and across the world. Because for that to happen, that means they will have to be weak. That's how they think. And I believe that it is inevitable that we know that Zionism, this settler, colonialist, imperialist, supremacist, racist ideology that is ruling Israel today is incompatible with the rest of humanity and is incompatible with the values that Turkey upholds dear and also the whole Muslim Ummah holds dear. This is not a religious war. This is a war of aggression where the Palestinians are only the first victims, but they are not the last. So my appeal today is that for all honorable people, particularly in Turkey, that we stand up to what is right and that we assemble our power and take a stronger stand than simply what's taking place. Today, there are much trade going on between Turkey and Israel. That needs to stop. Over $6 billion of trade, that needs to stop. We cannot be supporters against our brethren in Palestine. I hope, inshallah, that the leaders of Assam and other NGOs will stand up and tell our leadership here in Turkey and across the Muslim world that we need to unite and that we need to stay strong and we need to take strong stand against aggression as well as to take a strong stand against foreign influence. We need to rid ourselves of this foreign influence. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your speech containing valuable opinions. And we want Islamic countries to seriously and strongly support Palestinian cause. And inshallah, we pray for the massacre in Palestine to end immediately. Şimdi sırada değerli hocamız Afganistan Selam Üniversitesi Rektörü.
And now we have the rector of Afghanistan Salam University, Dr. Misbanullah Abdulbaki. Yes, sir.
Professor Misbahullah Abdulbaki, are you over there? Can you hear us? Please open your sound.
Dr. Misbahullah, could you please open your sound?
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
الصوت يصل؟
Yes. Yes, please continue.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه بعد. قبل أن أبدأ
Before I start my words, with your permission, my request from the moderator as Dr. Daniel Kaybash is I would like to pray here. I would like to pray to Allah for the people who have lost their souls and lives and for the injured there to find fast recovery. And I want to condemn the Zionist powers there because of the atrocities committed. With your permission, I would like to cite a prayer. And I would like to thank the Assam management for holding this conference and all the attendees, and also the academics who have chaired the sessions and the researchers. And I would like to thank the distinguished audience listening, and I would like to thank the interpreters because I know that interpretation is a very difficult task. And there are many individuals who are working in the background to make this conference a success. They have silently supported and made sure that this conference is held in a successful way. And this conference that we took part in lasted 2 days, and the 7th International Assam Islam Union Model Congress. And in this Congress, we have discussed the justice system. And as part of the ASRICA Confederation, and it was a very important conference actually. And I would like to make certain assessments. I don't want to touch upon the topics that have already been discussed, and accordingly, 7 sessions had been held. Numerous topics, important topics were addressed, and there were certain papers on how the Islam Union would take place, and certain papers were submitted for the Islam Union, the Islam Ummah. It is our sine qua non. It is indispensable for us, as it has been mentioned. And anything that would prevent this union needs to be eliminated by us, as it was accurately mentioned. And how these obstacles need to be addressed and how we can remedy these and how we can eliminate these were discussed. Of course, in certain papers, certain declarations, understanding of justice, domains of justice, and what needs to be done for justice to take place was discussed. How justice was addressed in Islam was also discussed. And we need to strive more than necessary even to establish this, and how economic, political, international, and social justice and how that would manifest itself needs to be constituting a part of a very important and significant study. And each and every part of justice, we need to put on the table their aspects. Perhaps they all constitute, they would be the subject of a different subject, because or a different meeting, because everyone talked about their relevant domains, and every issue, as I said, would constitute the subject of a separate conference. They were such deep matters. And justice in the history of Islam, how justice was enabled, how justice was brought about, was discussed. Just like justice is as much a humanitarian value as it is a Muslim value. And of course, during the modern times, during the modernity, what kind of an Islamic justice can be exercised? We sought answers to this question. And in modern times, how justice was exercised was also discussed. This is very important because it's something that we have experienced. Justice is a joint value of humanity. It's a fact, and we shouldn't overlook it. And justice experience in modernity needs to be benefited from. And it's an international value. And it is being implemented. The justice system that is being implemented in our lives is going to constitute an example. And of course, the justice approach in international entities was addressed, because international entities, they claim that they are implementing justice, but then we do know that this is not the case. And the example is a successful model for us. And we do know that this is not a successful model, And the Islam Ummah is in search of a new justice organization. They have revealed that they need a separate entity. And in some papers, the legal grounds and the law and the legal ground was discussed. And of course, all of these discussions are at a more basic level, we must say. And we need to conduct deeper studies about this, particularly to establish the legal and the judicial grounds, because certain researchers said they discussed the main issues of Muslims, the Gaza issue and the attacks and the aggression by the Zionists, and the Kashmir issue was discussed. And all of these causes are an example of the justice system. They are an evidence and a sign that the justice system is not working the way as it should work, and it reveals the requirement of us constituting a new system for justice. And this also shows the importance of this conference held by Assam. And this is a very important opportunity, and they are gathering many researchers, and different perspectives are it is an important opportunity to discuss these jointly. And it is our wish from Allah Almighty to ensure that justice does take place. We would like to say Amen to your prayers, and thank you for your for what you said. And now I would like to invite Professor Yusuf Kaplan, the president of the Civilization Vision Academy. Welcome, sir. Professor Yusuf Kaplan.
Burada mıdır?
Is Yusuf Kaplan here? Professor Daniel, perhaps we couldn't contact him. Let us move on to the next speaker, and if Yusuf Kaplan does come, we will invite him. President of Palestinian Solidarity Association, Mr. Mohammed Mishanish. The floor is yours, sir.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ دانيال بارك الله فيكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه وبعد. كل الشكر.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah Almighty, and blessed be our Prophet. And I would like to thank all the brothers in Assam headquarters for holding this meeting. I would like to jump in immediately. And of course, our justice is are about the steps to be taken for justice to take place. And I'm going to tell, I want to cite an ayat. The surah ayat says, Allah sent its prophet to Masjid al-Aqsa, and there are violations. Glory be to the one who took his servant Muhammad by night from the sacred mosque to the farthest mosque, whose surroundings we have blessed so that we may show some of our signs. Those people who remain impartial will always be condemned, because the Palestinian issue is the cause of the entire nation. It will never be the cause of one single nation. And this cause, we are always against the Palestinianization of this cause, because that state called Israel, that occupying state, invading state called Israel, and the atrocities committed against towards the resistance in Palestinian land. There are 70-year-old women, there are young children, and this oppression, this torture towards them, and the breaches and the violations on Masjid al-Aqsa, and they are carrying out what's ordered to them in the Talmud on Masjid al-Aqsa. And the free states should stand up against it and should stop this. And unfortunately, we couldn't see this. Unfortunately, they have entered into a normalization phase with Israel. And unfortunately, so this normalization phase even started with some of the Islamic states, and the Taiwan movement began, the Tufan movement began, and the hospitals were bombarded, and masjids bombarded, and people were slain and massacred, and justice was no longer there, and rights no longer there, and no one lifts a finger, as we see. And we must uphold the Islamic values for the entire humanity, and we must ensure that justice manifests itself. In order for justice to manifest itself in Palestinian, when there is Islamic caliphate, when we had the Ottomans, we did have this justice in Palestine. And the Muslims need to get this power again to restore justice for the violations of human rights against the entire humanity. They definitely need to be tried. And international courts must try them at courts and must punish them in courts. And Israel should definitely be brought to decency. And just like President Tayyip Erdogan says, the world is bigger than five. Justice must be, should not, you cannot imprison justice between the lips of two states or one state. Justice is much bigger than that. And in order to change the balances, the Muslims must have a say in the international arena. The right to the freedom to defend Palestine is the right to defend justice. And unfortunately, the Islamic world is in the sorrowful situation, and the conflicts in the Middle East are unfortunately they are exploiting this chaos that is due to the conflicts and clashes. And then they sell arms to us, and then subsequently international entities try to play games on us, and they do play games on us. And there are international powers, and we need to say stop at once, and this needs to be stopped immediately. And until when this will continue? Until there is a Muslim power that is going to stop this, because otherwise this sorrow, this suffering will continue. And the Palestinian cause, this is reality number one. There is, they say, Al-Quds is not sacred, and it is merely a lie. And our prophet, blessings be upon him, after Masjid al-Haram, Masjid al-Aqsa, came 14 years ago, and Suleiman built this place, and it was about worshipping. And in the prophet's hadith, this is mentioned, and there is no statue that they are alleging to exist, which doesn't exist. There's an important document about this document about the wall, and it's a document that is held by the United Nations, and they say this place to the Muslims, and this is about Western Wall, and they say the Muslims have no right, and it is a part of the Haram al-Sharif. They call about this Wailing Wall, that is the Burak Wall. That document is held by the United Nations, and it is the property of Islam. So therefore, the ownership belongs to Muslims, and the Jewish has no rights on this. Another issue is about justice, to manifest justice, and we cannot acknowledge the existence of the enemy, and we cannot legitimize them, and they cannot get the right to confiscate the rights of Palestinians, and we do take our lands. They have caused a lot of bloodshed, and they cannot reach anywhere by causing this bloodshed. And prior to Oslo, there was this Oslo Convention, as you know, and in the Oslo Treaty, and in the 30 years that have elapsed, we see what happened to Zionism, the Oslo Accords, and we see they don't consider Palestinians as human beings. This is what they do with the Tufan Aksa campaign that they have launched. And I will have recommendations for the conference. The rights of the Palestinians, no one can do trade, they say, and none of the Islamic people, they shouldn't accept anything from the Jews. If we can't merge geographically, why shouldn't we join hands for the Palestinian cause? The United Nations, it's on in 1949, the United Nations, they accepted Israel as a member, and we don't accept that, and that needs to be cancelled and withdrawn. And also, the decisions of 1947, Palestine is being distributed. And in 1948, there's another decision about, I'm wrapping up, just 1 minute is left. And these rights weren't served up until now. The United Nations, the crimes of war, they need to be taken to court. They need to be tried for this. And the 1947, they need to be tried, definitely. And number 5, they don't have a state. They claim to have a state. And Stalin gave the Jews in the Rivtskaya region in Russia, they did give, Stalin gave them a Russian area with the Bayojan as the capital. That place was given to them, and not Palestine was given to them. And it is in the best way, it was the Islamic State that gave them their rights in the best place. It was again the Muslims that treated them in the best way possible. But we've got an important opportunity. The Islam Ummah has got an opportunity right now. This is going to give us the unity. So in Turkey, and I would like to, all the martyrs, bless their souls. And I would like to wish fast recovery, and I would like to wish to all those in captivity, and may Allah's blessings be upon you. Thank you for your speech, and the importance of Masjid al-Aqsa was underlined by you, and the Israel's Israel occupation and human rights violations in Masjid al-Aqsa were summarized by you, and we would like to thank the President of the Civilization Vision Academy, Mr. Yusuf Kaplan. Yes, sir.
Yesterday, I started my presentation because of technical issues. I was not able to present my speech. Of course, I will not take much of your time. For 10 or 12 minutes, I would like to have my presentation. Especially what I would like to emphasize is that I appreciate this initiative. And our brothers and sisters and our colleagues know that, because I think that this pioneered many historical moments, and I think that we should continue to pay attention. And once again, I think that such contributions are of crucial importance for the future of Turkey and for the future of our region, for the future of our Ummah. It is at stake now. In Gaza, we see it. We see the brutality. We see the levels of brutality there.
Dünyanın geleceğinin
For the
şekillendirilmesi
future of the world, in order to shape the future of the world, we need to take cautious steps in order to envisage and plan our future by taking deep breaths. And a new civilization idea can be put forward, and we can play a key role. This is not a theoretical issue. This is concrete issue. And we are developing new theories. And of course, this should all be put into practice, and we should find the practice. Otherwise, if we cannot put it into practice, a theory or a belief or a religion will not be effective, will be in vain. I would like to say, can we have a minute of silence? Silence. Sorry. Because I am in a place now, there are other people. I think there is no problem with my audio, right? No, we can hear you perfectly. No problem at all. Yes, I am in a different place and they set up everything. Well, I would like to emphasize that Turkey is playing a historical role in order to shape the future, because we have the history and experience of civilization, we have intellectual accumulation in these territories. I'm talking about the experience of yesterday, and today we have some challenges, some bottlenecks. We would like to shape the future of humanity. So how Turkey would play it? How can we play this pivotal role which shapes the flow of the world for 1,000 years with Selçukis, with Ottoman Empire? So this is a huge leap forward the future, the Ottoman Empire experience. This is an understanding of civilization which cannot be surfaced all around the world. We are mentioning some departments in the US universities, and we have Ottoman historians. Our Ottoman historians are in United States. Why? Supranational models. This is the model of Ottoman Empire, which was perfectly designed by the Ottoman Empire. United States is trying to play the same role, but it is not possible because United States has not bear the spirit of Ottoman Empire. Churchill said it after the First World War and the Second World War. Churchill said that when Europe was collapsed, and Churchill went to the United States and said that if you don't intervene in Europe, if you do not rescue Europe, if you do not support Europe, then we are going to fight one another, and you will be in the periphery of the history. So this is an opportunity for you. Please use this opportunity. Please take advantage of that. And what did Churchill do? Churchill convinced United States, and the United States supported Europe. And you see the massacre of Israel against Palestine, and you see why Germany kneeled down, why France kneeled down, because of this. Because this was not occupation by United States of the Europe. This is the Jewish power of the United States. The Chancellor of Germany, Schulz, in the first day of the slaughter in Gaza, he made the explanation, and Schulz said that we are supporting Israel, and this shows the attitude of Germany, and it shows that Germany is slave to the Jewish people. And this you see in the global system, British people are the rivals against Jewish people in the global scale, in the global system. So who will be the owner of the global system, Jewish people or British people? And so there's a conflict between these two groups. But again, we have seen the dominance of Israeli people, Jewish people, and Mr. Sunak, Rishi Sunak, even though he is Indian origin, he supported Netanyahu. Please don't forget that. Netanyahu put his hand into his pockets. It is as if Indian origin British Prime Minister was acted like a slave in front of Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. I will pass this part. What I would like to underline is Islamic world should shape, and Turkey has the potential to play a crucial role because we harness our energy, our power from our past. We have this historical accumulation. And because this is not a joke. What happened yesterday is the guarantee and trust of what will happen in the future. And we once preserved tranquility and the peace in the past. Ottoman Empire has never been imperialist, has never been colonist, and Asia, Africa, and Europe continents. In these continents, Ottoman Empire was a dominant power. Well, this is very important. In 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th century, I'm talking about 400 years, Ottoman Empire reached 3 continents. So there is a difference here when we compare Ottoman Empire with the European countries. European countries dominated with their power of weapons, but Ottoman Empire dominated these continents with the power of wisdom, with the power of thought. And we see it in Palestine now. This is the accumulation of experience, historical experience. This is gorgeous. And Al-Quds is very important for us. When Al-Quds is under the control of Christians, then Al-Quds became a hell for Jewish people, for Christian people, or for Muslim people. But when Muslim people dominated Al-Quds, then Al-Quds became a heaven for all of the religions. And in Ottoman Empire, we saw the best example, the glorious example. If we abstain from taking roles, then the Western power come. We should be active. You see our performance in the defense industry. This is the biggest leap forward in the defense industry in the last 300 years, and this is very important. And the Western countries are even paying attention to that. There are 6 warships coming from United States, 6 warships coming from China, and this shows the importance of our leap in the defense industry. Today, they are bombing Gaza, and they martyred 12 soldiers of Turkey. They are the same people. If you cannot see the connection, then you don't see anything. And because, we raise our voices, our president raised his voice, and then he was threatened. So not only this was a threat from our president, and this threat was for Israel, for the United States. Also, they are taking revenge, and we should take precautious steps because we are the last islands, Anatolian Peninsula, Anatolian territories are the places where tolerance, justice prevailed in the past, and this can even be present in the future. Unfortunately, we don't own this country. It is taken from us. You see, there are many conflicts for 200 years. We see the interference of the British in bureaucratic ways. We see it in the Constitutional Court. We see it.
Vesayetin gizli iktidarıdır.
So, Constitutional Court is the secret administrator of the country. So I think that we don't have the arts, we don't have the culture of our own. Our people do not own high democracy, high bureaucracy. So we need to take our country back. That is why we should have very powerful universities in line with our civilizational values. We should have very high level universities. It shouldn't be official. It should be civil university. But our education system, in our education system, there is a threat of assimilation, and all of our young people are being assimilated, and they don't know the spirit and soul and the civilization of our country. They are abandoning our country. They are abandoning our religion. So among the high school students, there was a survey conducted, and this revealed that 71% of our youth would like to abandon the country. And this shows that among these children, 96% of the most clever children would like to leave the country. So we are under occupation, and we are not occupied physically, but our brains are being occupied, and they are trying to take us away from the Islamic roots. And our future is being bombed, and we should not let it happen. That is why we need to be precautious, and we need to have pioneering generation in order to shape the future of our country in culture, in art, in opinion, in history. These children should be very informed, qualified, and this is my effort. I am exerting my efforts in this direction, and I hope that we will able to reach our goals with our endeavors, and I hope that we will take our country back in terms of mentality, and they are trying to rule our country. We should have democracy. There are some recruited people. This is not about democracy. The president of our country cannot even appoint a rector, for example. He is sending a rector and he's sending a rector back. So we need to shape the future of this country, and in order to do that, we need to raise up our generations like Ghazali, like Sinan, like Ibn Haldun, like Ahmet Cevdet Pasha. We need to raise these generations. We need to have new Sinans so that we will be able to shape our future, shape the destiny of our country, and we will have a leap, a step towards the forwards. Well, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your ideas, for the imagination of the future. Thank you so much.
Cumhurbaşkanı Danışma Kurulu üyesi Sayın Profesör Doktor Atun hocamızı dinliyoruz.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Ata Atun from the Turkish Arabic English, President Advisory Board member. I would like to welcome you all to this conference on the ASRICA Confederation International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress, and I would like to thank Assam for organizing this congress. What should be in the justice system, and how can we ensure such a system? We have some dynamics shaping the future of the people. So if you don't have these dynamics, if you don't have these features, then it is not possible to stand up. And I think that the sine qua non for this is justice. And we should establish the balance in order not to polarize ourselves, and the justice should prevail. And even though we have it, the transparency, the impartiality, neutrality are very important for the peace of our people, and the prescription of this is Quran in order to establish the justice from the window, from the perspective of Islam, how justice is being implemented. While we are touching upon this subject, I think that we should emphasize the concepts of Islam, and we should see the implementations. We should follow the implementations, because all the concepts should be evaluated within its own interpretation. Because sometimes, if a concept or a principle is being mounted, being assembled to the society, as society is problematic, maybe we will not be able to yield proper outcomes. So justice means being just and being fair in the dictionary. So starting from this, fair means equality, sharing in an equal fashion, finding middle road, and finding the equivalence. So these are the meaning of the word. So we need to touch upon the importance of this issue, as our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, stated. He actually exercised all of the orders of the Quran, and he also underlined and unveiled the importance of Quran by his actions. And we need to be equal, we need to behave equally, and we need to look at the further meaning of justice, and we need to rule in a just manner, we need to be honest, we need to be neutral, and these are all the side meanings of justice. In feelings and emotions and behaviors, there should be a balance. So this is another connotation of justice. So you should give the right to the people what they deserve, and in the fundamental rights for human beings, all the human beings should be deemed equally. And according to Islam, justice means that we need to be absolute, we need to behave accordingly. According to the Quran, we need to have neutral, and we need to pay attention to the rights of the people. According to Quran, there should be the real justice, and with the names of Allah, Esmaül Hüsna, there is no violation, and in afterlife, our Allah the Almighty will be just, and in general plan, we need to be just, and we need to give right to the rightful owner, to the right is one, to the right holder. And how can we ensure this kind of justice? According to Quran, the basic pillar of justice is being raised, and we need to be objective. In Islamic republics, we should claim the right. And according to the Republic, Islamic Republic, it is based on Sharia. In Iran, Mauritania, Pakistan, this kind of system is being applied, and Sharia, Islamic law, is also included in the national law, and the leaders are being chosen by the individuals of the country. What we should continue to do in the Islamic Union, the principles of Quran should channelize the just system, the judicial system, and the principles of justice should be common and relevant for all of the Islamic member countries. Taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my gratitude to Assam for this beautiful organization, and I extend my salutations. Thank you so much, Mr. Ataatun, and he's the advisory board member. Thank you so much for your address. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Orhan Çeker. The floor is yours, Mr. Orhan Çeker.
والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Muhterem hocalarım, muhterem arkadaşlar.
Distinguished professors, distinguished colleagues. First of all, I would like to wish rahmat upon our martyrs. And secondly, I would like to thank Assam, particularly the founder of Assam, and who is still in charge of the operations of the organization. I would like to thank everyone in this organization, and I would like to send my greetings to the president of the organization. Yes, the title of the presentation is the justice system, but the union of the Ummah has been strongly emphasized during the presentations, because without this union, we cannot achieve justice. Without sanctions, you cannot achieve justice, and you need power to implement sanctions, and you can only be powerful if you have a unity in the Ummah and among the Islamic countries. And at this point, I have a list of 24 items to share as my recommendations. First of all, the enemy of the Ummah, who is trying to destroy the union of the Ummah, is racism. So, without eliminating racism, we cannot establish a union of the Muslims. And unfortunately, Muslims also have a problem of racism. A hadith says that if you don't want something for others as well as you want it for yourself, you cannot be just. So you can make a list of the things that you want. If you cannot want those things for people from other races or other nations, it means that you have eliminated racism. Hopefully, in future congresses, I will be talking about the elimination of racism. This will be my humble proposal, and I have another proposal which I will share in a minute. And I have some dreams and aspirations about the Islamic world. When I say a dream, it's not an impossible dream, because every practice should be based on a project, and every project is born out of a dream. So I'm talking about a dream that will become tangible in the form of a project. And I believe all of the speakers really made very good presentations that gave us a lot of ideas of projects. First of all, I would like to offer you an overview of the situation in the Islamic world. The Islamic world stretches from Morocco to the Philippines, from east to west to east, and vertically it extends from the north of Tatarstan or Kazakhstan and stretches all the way to the south of Somalia. So I always have a world map in my office. I look at the map and I dream about the future, because Allah has given the best of the regions to Muslims. For example, energy resources. We have an unlimited resources of energies like oil, gas, hydroelectric power resources, and plains. We have the biggest plains in the world, and we have the longest rivers in our territory, like the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Nile. But there are two diseases on the strip that stretches from Morocco to the Philippines, one in Israel, the other in Kashmir. So if we want to have a union, an Islamic union, we have to treat these two diseases because they keep bleeding all the time. So after this recap of the current situation in the Islamic world, I would like to share my aspirations. I have made a list of them, but I have never shared them publicly. So I will try to share these aspirations, each of which deserves to become a project. Firstly, the Islamic countries should stop applying visas to each other. If we want to have an Islamic union, then we shouldn't ask for a visa when Muslims want to visit our country. And secondly, we need to create a shared parliament of the Islamic countries. This may be an ambitious dream, but I would like to share a historical anecdote. At the Hendek War, there were 3,000 people in the Muslim Islam army, and they were fighting an army of 9,000 people. And the commander and when the army approached the river, they saw they stepped into a river and the water splashed in three directions. And the commander said each of these splashes pointed to a different enemy, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and the Persian Empire. So back then they were able to defeat all of these armies. And I think if we did that, if we can still realize these dreams, because Iran was defeated, the Byzantine Empire was defeated, and the Islamic army was able to march all the way to the Caucasus. Only the Prophet could do that. And Ayyub al-Ansari fell martyr at the siege of Istanbul, which happened 45 years later than the Hendek War. So this is my dream, but with our prayers and our tawakkul, this will come true for sure. And thirdly, the Islamic world should be represented with a shared march and a shared flag, and they need to create a joint intelligence agency. The Hejaz region, Mecca, Medina, and Hejaz should be given a special status. 6. At the same time, the shared parliament should get the veto right at the United Nations. And 57 member states of the OIC can act together and get the veto right at the United Nations. I think we should at least try to get that right. 7. We need to start cultural collaboration with the Islamic countries. 8. We need to start exchanging students and professors. 9. We need to establish shared universities, and all members should contribute with funding students and professors in proportion to their populations. And the center of this university can be established in Haram. And when we were studying at the Higher Institute of Islam, there was a course on the Islamic geography. So I think the school curricula today should include a course about the Islamic geography. So 9, we should agree on a common language that we will be using in correspondence and communication. It can be Arabic, but we should give up using English for communication. 11, Islamic countries should start military collaboration, and we should create a joint army like the NATO. In the past, Adnan Tanrıverdi Pasha was working on that idea, as I heard. Even the idea of that gave goosebumps to the enemies. And as mentioned several times during the Congress, the member states should establish an international Islam Court of Justice. And this is my second proposal. The Congress, Assam should organize a separate Congress to discuss this International Islamic Court of Justice. 14, Islamic countries should create a customs union. 15, they should do trade with each other. 16, the Islamic countries should establish financial institutions like IMF. 17, Islamic countries should create reassurance systems among themselves. 18, the decisions for embargo should be taken by the joint parliament. G8, and Islam dinar and joint markets were important topics for the late scholar Necmettin Erbakan, because we need to agree on a shared currency for trade. And we also need to have a special status for Hajj and aid organization, other organizations. And 20, Islamic countries should organize regular conferences to discuss regional issues. And 22, there should be sports organizations organized between Islamic countries, and the outfit for these events should be Islamic. 22, we need to take care of the Muslims who are living in other countries. 23, the Muslim citizens of other countries should be considered as a citizen of our countries and they should not be asked to apply for visas. 24, we need to defend the rights of all oppressed people, including Muslims and non-Muslims. So unfortunately, we have a bleeding wound in Gaza, and unfortunately, the Ummah does not have a good track record in Gaza. We failed to pass that test, and the OIC can assume the role as a caliph. So the representative of the chair country of a specific period can also hold the title of the caliph. This is the end of my contribution. Thank you very much, Professor Orhan Çeker, because he shared very tangible recommendations with us. So you have shared your list with us. Can you turn that into an article or a statement that we can publish? I think we could publish it and we can discuss it if you do that. We have created this list with a group of my friends in 1990s when there was some work. There were some efforts to do a constitutional reform, and there was Bekir Bozdağ, the former Minister of Justice. We submitted this list to him as well. If you like, we can also share the list with you, but we have had this list since 1990s. Thank you very much. Yes, we can work together on this. And I would like to emphasize something you mentioned. We should overcome this despair, this desperate situation, because this despair will be a barrier for us and it will prevent us from accessing beauties. It's like a cancer. Sure Yusuf says, do not give up your hope on Allah. And Cenab-ı Allah repeatedly emphasizes this because hope is the source of energy for any work you do. If you don't have hope, you will not have any energy for work. Thank you very much, distinguished professor. Now, the next speaker is Congress Coordinator of Assam, Ali Joshar. We will be passing the floor to him. Over to you.
Sayın Hocam, bu değerlendirme oturumunu çok güzel yönettiniz.
Distinguished professor,
Çok önemli hususlara değindiler.
Great job moderating this session, and thank you all the speakers for great contributions. After all these valuable ideas that have been shared, I don't have much to say at the end of the day, but about the list shared by Professor Orhan, we discussed those recommendations during our congresses in 2018, 19, 20, and 21. Of course, this Congress focuses on justice, so this time we didn't focus on that list, but if you would like to get more detailed information about that, you can visit our website. Yes, we talked about these recommendations, but all we can do is suggesting a model. Implementing these models is the job of governments. The governments and the states should create commissions and bodies which will be implementing these recommendations. So the Congress has been a success. I would like to thank everyone who have contributed. And we must know that we are not desperate. We are not hopeless. The remedy is ourselves, the Muslims. I would like to emphasize this. And the Muslims come together, they talk about things, and then they forget about them. But we need to go beyond that feeling. Our enemies are aware of that habit. So we need to materialize all of our ideas. So we have shared our own recommendations in previous congresses, and in this Congress, Professor Orhan Şeker shared his recommendations as well. Thank you very much. But we don't have anything else to do than taking action, because if we keep listening to each other without doing anything, worse things will happen. So we need to start from somewhere, starting with economic independence. We need to do something, and we should not become one of those Arab countries that are normalizing their ties with the state of Israel. So we should not be involved in any direct or indirect affair with the state of Israel, because that would mean supporting the enemy, and we are becoming frogs in boiling water. So it is time to wake up. And Gaza has been the final strike, and it is the final way out before the bridge. So I would like to hand it over to the Vice President of Assam for the closing remarks. Thank you. And one more thing. Over the last 2 days, we have listened to 57 presentations from 30 countries. 7 participants were not able to join us due to technical issues or health problems, but they have submitted their presentations, and we will be including them in the Congress booklet.
And in this closing session, the speakers are not included in the number of these countries. So I listed the countries that would submit papers, 37 papers from 17 countries. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Nejat, the Vice President of Assam, and I would like to thank you all. Thank you for all this efforts, all these efforts for this organization, and I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this with all our hearts. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Nejat Özdan, the Vice President of Assam. Distinguished guests, dear audience and spectators, as the Assam, the Association of Justice Defenders Strategic Studies Centers, today on December 23, 2023, we are holding the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. And above all, I would like to thank the former consultant and our Pasha, Mr. Ahmed Tanrıverdi. We had participation in our Congress from 22 countries with 44 papers being presented, and valuable scientists talked about justice and Islamic union, and the concepts of justice and right were discussed. It has been said that it is Allah Almighty, who's the origin of justice and right. And we learned about the golden age of Islam's justice practices, and we listened to portraits about the previous examples, and the justice mechanisms in the Islamic history were explained. And the errors in the unjust periods were looking to derive lessons from. In the present day, the geopolitical and geostrategic means how they exploited Muslims, and the Muslims need to be one soul and one body, we discussed, and the Islamic world inter-civilization alliance need to be created, and the Islamic world situation and Assam's proposal, ASRICA Islamic Union model, was how it was necessary, was explained with examples. And the Holy Quran is the symbol of the unity, and the concept of the justice concept lies in Holy Quran, and we should leave aside our sectarian differences. And we talked about the problems of the modern justice and the rights of what's right, the struggle of what's right and what's not was discussed. Assam's view on Islamic union and justice and the main principles of the justice concept was discussed, and the justice principle, procedures and principles were discussed. And for the Islamic union, a just sharing is necessary, as they said, and women's rights and justice systems organizational structure was discussed. And in this world order, which is not functional, the existing organs of the United Nations cannot restore justice and manifest justice. So the International Islamic Justice Council needs to be operational, they said. In the modern day in Europe, the justice organism was also referred to, and it was stated that struggling with extremism was possible through Islam. And the women's representation, the Muslims' representation was a problem, and that it was Islamic union that was necessary. And we sought answers to what can be done for the Islamic union and searches for justice. And we discussed on the procedures and principles of the common justice system and the international system, and political Zionism blocked the justice system and the atrocities in Gaza. With what kind of courage they perform those? And the Islamic Defense Pact must be the Islamic countries' common defense pact was discussed. And we talked about the inconsistency of laws promoting injustice. And we talked about the Islamic Union and the justice development and what kind of challenges would be faced for the Islamic Union was discussed. And the divine justice order and its effect on the peace and welfare of individuals. And we also talked about the injustice of capitalistic taxation laws and Islamic perspective. And the Islamic justice order is the protector of order. And how should Islamic justice be? Various perspectives were addressed to find answers to this. Distinguished guests, dear participants, Islamic Union will definitely become a reality one day. And what kind of entities should be around for justice and what legislation should be the basis? We sought answers to these questions. So as Assam, since we are going to have congresses and conventions starting from 2024, and the crisis, these will cover the crisis areas in the Islamic world. There are close to 20 crisis points, and unfortunately, 25 are in the Islamic world. So for every crisis area, we need to look for solutions, and the ideas that are compiled will be shared with the decision makers. The injustice and chaos can be solved only with an Islamic union that will be built on the foundations of brotherhood. We have one wish, that is, may the Allah Almighty be consentful for us, because until the doomsday, what's right and what's not right will be fought, that fight. And we believe that whoever is sincerely upholding the cause of Allah Almighty will be by that person. And we believe that when right comes, the unjust will disappear. And what is upon us is to strive as necessary. And Salaam Alaikum. Professor Danya, our Congress has come to an end. Thank you and well done. Congratulations. This was a long part that was over 2 hours. You managed it quite very well, and hopefully we will see you in other congresses, workshops, and seminars. By the way, we would like to thank all the participants who watched us, who listened to us, and may Allah's blessings be upon you. We believe that we did something very useful. May Allah Almighty help us see this towards fruition. This is like a prayer for us. May Allah Almighty accept this, and we wish that above our hope, beyond our hope, we hope that these, our intents, will reach fruition as a final word, like the ayat of the and can you close the meeting with the surah of Asr? You know, you're a maths professor, but you said great things. Let us finish it with the Asr surah, Fatiha.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم.
El-Fatiha. Allah'a Fi emanillah. Allah'a emanet olunuz. Hayırlı akşamlar olsun.
May Allah Almighty's greetings be upon you.
Congratulations to everybody.
Allah Hafiz, everybody Allah Hafiz.
Neden Assam? Geçen yüzyılın başında imparatorluklar dağıldı. İmparatorlukların bünyesinde bulunan
Titles are available.
savaşının galipleri tarafından güdümlü devletçikler halinde teşkilatlandırıldı. Bağımlı devletler, özgür olduklarını zannettikleri halde totaliter rejimlere mahkum edildi. Diktatörler, vasi devletler tarafından korundu ve desteklendi. Sayısı 60'ı bulan Birleşmiş Milletler'e üye Müslüman devletler, dünya kara, deniz ve hava ulaşımının üzerinden geçtiği, 3 kıtanın merkezine hakim önemli jeostratejik değere sahip coğrafyasına, zengin, yeraltı, yerüstü kaynaklarına ve temsil ettiği yüce manevi değerlere rağmen Batı'nın güdümünden kurtulamadığı ve milli yönetimlerini iş başına getiremedikleri için ittifak edip hak ettiği güce ulaşamamıştır. Ortak bir iradeye sahip olamadığında kaynakları ve imkanları talan edilmiş, iradeleri ellerinden alınmış, celladına hayran olan mahkum gibi başına getirilen bütün musibet ve zulümlerden sıyrılmak için uluslararası toplumun harekete geçmesini beklemiştir. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür. Daha adil bir dünya, İslam ülkelerinin, Avrupa Birliği, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri veya bağımsız devletler topluluğu benzeri bir oluşum oluşturarak İslam birliğini kurmasına bağlıdır. Assam'ın İslam Birliği modeli. Assam, Müslüman milletlerin refahı, kurdukları devletlerin bekası, dünyada barışın tesisi ve adaletin hakimiyetinin, İslam ülkelerinin bir süper güç olarak dünya siyaset sahnesine çıkmasıyla mümkün olabileceği düşüncesinden hareketle, Müslüman devletlerin her biri için milli güç unsurlarıyla ilgili veri tabanının oluşturulmasını, münferit ve müşterek iç ve dış tehdit değerlendirmelerinin yapılmasını, iç ve dış güvenlik plan esaslarının tespit edilmesini ve ortak bir irade altında toplanması için ihtiyaç duyulan müesseseler ve bu müesseselerin teşkilatlanma esas ve prensiplerinin oluşup gelişmesini sağlayacak, model oluşturacak fikri çalışmaları yapmaktadır. Assam bir model oluşturma hedefine ulaşmak amacıyla 7 uluslararası kongre planlamıştır. İslam Birliği için yönetim şekil ve organları mevzuatının tespiti 2017. İslam Birliği için ekonomik işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2018. İslam Birliği için savunma sanayi işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2019. İslam Birliği için ortak savunma sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2020. İslam Birliği için ortak dış politika usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2021. İslam Birliği için ortak asayiş ve güvenlik usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2022. İslam Birliği için ortak adalet sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2023. 7. Kongre Uluslararası Müslüman Alimler Birliği, İslam Dünyası Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Birliği, Uluslararası Hukukçular Birliği, Fatih Sultan Mehmet Üniversitesi İslami İlimler Fakültesi ve Adaleti Savunanlar Derneği iştirakiyle gerçekleştirilecektir. Kongre, İslam Birliği modeli için adalet sistemini masaya yatırarak ortak adalet sisteminin ihtiyaçlarını inceleyerek bir model çıkarmayı amaçlamaktadır. İcra edilen çalışmalar neticesinde İslam ülkelerinin bir irade altında toplanabilmeleri için öncelikle yetkisi, imkanları, gücü, yapısı, anayasa, yasa ve tüzüklerle belirtilmiş 57 İslam ülkesinin ortak iradesinin temsil edildiği, İslam ülkeleri parlamentosunun daimi olarak teşekkül ettirilerek İslam Ülkeleri Konfederasyonu'nun oluşturulması modeli ağırlık kazanmıştır. Assam'ın yürüttüğü çalışmalarla oluşan İslam Birliği modeliyle ilgili ayrıntı bilgiye www.assamcongress.com adresinden ulaşılabilir.